and welcome back to the final broadcast switch. If you're wondering why we have to do that, that's because YouTube doesn't like really long videos. Welcome everybody back into RCI TV's presentation of the 24 hours of Kyalami here, and it is still Jesse Lee with you, but about to hand the reins off for the final time in this race. It has been an absolute pleasure to hang out with everybody here and chat, all the teams, the stewards, and the staff. But it is my time to leave for this race. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands. But once more, thank you to all of our partners, Race Department, AK Informatica, Speed Labs, and Sim Racing GP. Thank you in the chat for all the likes and all of the comments and questions, all the drivers for their interviews as well. And right now, we're going to go ahead and hand off to Ryan Rai Gill. Your 270 likes, ridiculous number, has unlocked Ryan Gill commentary in the final quarter of the race. So Ryan Gill will be joining George, and Jake Coombs taking over the broadcasting duties. Until next time, see you all later.
Thank you. Oh, hello, George. Thank you.
Hello, Ryan. I was checking if your mic was live. I was checking if my mic was live. We're back. We've been promoted, I guess. Jesse Lee has upgraded himself into allowing Ryan to come through. All your likes, like you said, made that possible. So if you guys are in that live chat, smash away on this one. Maybe we can get this last part 3 up to 300 like goals. I mean, the support from all of you guys has been massive. So thanks for joining us here. If you have made your way over from the old live stream, Ryan has been relieved of his broadcasting duties, and that means that we get to spend some time doing commentary together for the next hour.
Yes, it does, George. I have been unshackled as I was earlier towards the start of this race. I
mean, I didn't know you called your pants shackles, but well, yes, you did. we did unshackle you, and we went pantsless in the previous live stream for those likes.
It's been a while since I've been in this state, so be warned. But no, it's great to be here for the last quarter of this race. I will be dipping out, I think, for about an hour or so, but I will pretty much be here until the end of the race. I think I'll be here for 15 hours total once we come to the end of this race. So I'll have seen most of this race, but getting back to what's happening on track at the moment, we can see the second place silver car of Herbert Frechel currently being chased down by the 123 FFS Racing Lexus, now driven by Jarkko Tolvanen. Of course, we've seen Mike Noble, Gogo Panker, Andre Franke in that car as well, and I believe, has Matt Samuel got in the car yet? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen his name.
I haven't seen him in the car yet.
Yeah, they do have 5 drivers in that car, so I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Samuel hasn't got in the car yet, and there's still plenty of time for him to go.
Lots of time for things to change up, but right now the number 1, 2, 3 trying to catch up to the number 16 Aston Martin in front of them to try and get an overall positional change up into P12. But for them, the number 38 Ferrari is their next on the cards battle, which is fair bit up the road from them, and they're just going to be looking at those timing splits and just kind of keeping the eyes down on the prize. It's all about the tenths that you can get, especially with this amount of time left on the clock. This is now where the consistency side needs to come out in full force. If you didn't quite have it in the rain, you certainly need to be on the mark in the dry. Those times coming down as well, best lap times dropping down into the 140s for a lot of drivers, and indicating to us that this is certainly a new race beginning, even though we are midway or just over quarter left of the race, should we say, to go, and 3/4 done. I mean, it's been like 3 different parts or 4 different stories, however you want to look at it. Each time a track condition changes, it gives us a new narrative to have a look at on track. Up at the front, though, the narrative of Sidemax has just been absolutely dominant.
Oh, it definitely has. I mean, you know, this is a team we're all pretty familiar with as well, the Sidemax Motorworks team. You know, Malinowski joining them as an extra driver for today, kind of like Joe McCauley, a bit of a freelance driver for hire at the moment, and you know, he's not a bad option to have as an extra freelance driver. But they've won here before, in fact. The Sidemax Motorworks team, they've won a 24-hour race from RRC, so of course they've got plenty of experience around here. And I mean, at this point in time, I think it's probably the Renwelton car that is their closest competitor, and probably the only one that can take this win away from them. 5 hours, 51 minutes to go, though. A lot can still change, and well, speaking of changing, it is sunny out here at the moment. The last time I was doing commentating on this race, it was pouring down with rain, although it was starting to get lighter. And George, with this much time left in the race, I don't think it's out of the question that the weather could come back.
No, and I mean, I know that the in-sim weather, you know, simulation is not quite set to be, you know, based on much around those natural conditions of those circuits, so it can be tweaked and altered out. And I do feel like the config that's been set up for these drivers is very, very good in terms of replicating. I mean, I'm basing this event off the 9 hour 2019 that for me was you know, the big spectacle that I got to go and see. And throughout that day, it was just so much craziness from the weather pattern side that this really does throw me back to those days. I was running up and down, trying to hide from lightning under trees, which is obviously not recommended. But, you know, when I'm there and I'm scared of those kind of things, and I just want to watch, like, racing cars, I don't really care much about my own safety. You can see those trees on the left and right-hand side of the camera shots. I may have hidden under some of those for some shelter, but right now, sun's out, guns out, and you can see all the spectators loving the fact that the brollies have been packed back into the bags. Marek Shins here for Racing Line Motorsport, comfortably just sitting in P3 for their team. The number 191 Ferrari doing a good job at giving us a nice little manufacturer shuffle for the top three. Look at that, Audi, Lamborghini, and then Ferrari, two Italian manufacturers getting up on that. Then we got the Aston Martin of Antonov in fourth, and then fifth, another Ferrari coming down. So the Italians dominating out so far, even though they don't have the representation in terms of the numbers as per the stats that you prepared for this event, Ryan. They've certainly got the manufacturers in the front end of the top five.
Yeah, we've got 31 Italians representing across all 5 splits here today, and I'm not sure exactly what the spread is for the invite split. I might have it here on hand. I do, 12. So we have 12 Italians here in the invitational split, competing across any number of the 40 or so cars that started this race, and we know where quite a few of those Italians are. They're in the Racing Line Motorsport team, but they are a bit spread out through the rest of the grid as well. And like you said, the Italian manufacturers not doing too bad out here at the moment. 2 Ferraris in the top 5, a Lamborghini, and of course, it was a Lamborghini that took pole in the Super Pole session here just a week ago. That seems like so long now. Seems way longer than a week, but hasn't quite panned out for the GTWR team that did start on pole position, and their rivals that started on the front row alongside them, well, they're still at the front of the race, but they've got a different Lamborghini on their tail, and considering the skill of the drivers in that Renwelton car, I would not be surprised if by the end, well, last few laps of this race, that they can close up the gap that remains between them and the leaders.
I think it's very much doable. I mean, we've said at the start that you know, anything is possible in 5 hours and 47 minutes, but it's 2 very big teams, the likes of Sidemax and Renwelton, and I think that if you just look at the lap times that can come down from both teams, they've both got the ability to dip down. At the moment, Vicky Thompson not quite going to match out on what Malinowski is doing in his car, but doing a good job nonetheless to still stay ahead of Marek Shins. 3 tenths quicker best lap wise. Last lap's coming down very much close, but 300ths faster than Shins. So if Vicky Thompson does just that and keeps the Ren Velten Pro team ahead of the likes of Racing Line Motorsport, they keep themselves ahead and with the ability to catch up to the leaders in the Sidemax car.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how all of that does pan out towards the end of the race, but Vicky doing a fantastic job right now, and I'm just glad that I can't miss another one of her overtakes on the broadcasting side, because I'm not responsible for that anymore. So if Mr. Jake Coombs, who is now our cameraman for the next 2 hours and 46 minutes of this race, or Stewie even, who'll be rejoining us for the final 3 hours, if either of those guys miss an incredible overtake from Vicky, well, I know exactly where the mail is going to go. It's not going to be on my doorstep. But this is Malinowski in the 96, the leading Audi at the moment. And, I mean, George, this car at the start of the race, they took the lead. They just took it cautiously. They let other cars overtake them when they got close to them. They weren't interested in fighting. They weren't interested in getting involved in a scrap early on in the race, and they've just stayed out of trouble, and it's paid off massively for them at this point in time. Of course, themselves and Ren Velten, the only 2 cars on the lead lap at this stage in the race, with the 191 having been lapped, I think it was about half an hour ago now.
No, it's exactly that story. It's just the consistency and making sure that they took battles when they needed to take them. I mean, I think I mentioned it very on. I was very much asleep at the moment that Sidemax put themselves up in the position that they did, where it was such a dominating and dominant stance to be in. They're in control of this race. You can't help but think to yourself, it's their race to lose right now, and they need to try and see this out as best they can. A mistake made out is only going to punish them, and they just need to realize that the entire race leading up to this point has gone their way, because they have taken it that little bit more cautiously, but still known when to push and known when to take themselves to the next level. Right now, they'll probably just be very settled down, looking to chase the consistent lap times, probably not going to be pushing too hard, just getting their way through the fields and the traffic, looking after the tires, and just keeping an eye out on that weather to see if things change. These are their conditions. This is where they need to make an impact. So maybe, an alternate side to that theory is that now the real push starts for them, and this is where they're taking a little bit more risk than what happened in the rain.
Yeah, this is definitely the time to push for a lot of these guys at the moment. Optimum track conditions, it's 23 degrees ambient, 30C on track. These are some really, really nice conditions, especially for the likes of the Audi and the Lamborghini that are much more geared towards this, the dry weather. They do struggle in some of the mixed conditions or the wet conditions unless they're specifically set up for them. And, this is where you do start to see these cars come into their own. Of course, they are very similar to each other, using a lot of the very similar engine structure. And, the design of the aerodynamics is completely different, but there's no mistaking that the two are very, very alike. We've got Leo Hervenen in the pit lane for the Team Zero Bad Luck 247. And... I think driver swap going on here as well. Not too many more pit stops left for everyone to do, at least scheduled stops anyway. Harry Conway in the Triple R 333 car. This car has had its fair share of unfortunate events over the course of the race, but not doing too bad. Sitting 7th in the silver class at the moment. Still a good chance of a solid haul of points. And speaking of points, George, the points over the course of this race, they're awarded in a bit of a different way. They're awarded in, 3 different segments. So at the 8-hour mark, teams are awarded 25% of the total points available for the race. Then at the 16-hour mark, they're given another 25% of the total available points. And then at race end, they are, of course, given the remaining 50%. So you've got to be aware of your position at multiple points throughout this race. And well, the Sidemax car will be looking to pick up the hat trick of 100% points. ignoring the super pole that GTWR picked up last week, which does also get you some points. So, you know, a few of these guys going to be looking, you know, to consider where they were in the 8-hour and the 16-hour mark to see what points they could have picked up. But a team that has been consistently doing very well in the silver class is the 962, driven by Oscar Hool at the moment. They've been pretty much at the front of the silver class for the whole race, to my knowledge.
They have been doing a good job, this MSV Racing team, someone that I'm not too familiar with in terms of what they've done in the sim racing side of things, but doing a good job at the moment, like you said, to just lead out in silver. Incredibly talented drivers are on the card here today, and Hool is not just, you know, and his team have not just been dancing out with their silver split, but also pushing a lot of the Invite and Pro Split drivers to their limits. And right now you can see him just in a little bit of a mixture of cars that he's trying to make his way through. Not quite all for position, but that 777, not a car that he needs to contend with, so blue flags being waved out. And it's all about that management of your space on track. If you are in a position that you're not playing with people in class, you've got to be very mindful of the maneuvers that you take. Dedicek in the 404, putting the 404 Connection Lost Racing team into P18 temporarily, so within the top 10 or the top 20 overall, and sitting comfortably in the 5th position spot for the silver class. So doing a good job, Andrzej Dedicek. And just caught up in traffic. We talked about it before. Look at that track map on the right side of the screen. If you have viewers and have time to look at that, there are very, very limited places on the circuit that there's not another car occupying the tarmac.
Yeah, it's quite limited in terms of free air around here, and you know, kind of fortunate. Kyalami, one of the bigger circuits, you know, that we do have here in ACC, of course. We don't actually have Spa on the calendar at all for this World Tour Championship, which is a bit unusual because usually, you know, Spa makes all the big series, but not this time around. It's going to be absent. And, you know, it's going to be interesting when we go to Donington Park in about a month's time, George, and it's going to be a very different circuit, much smaller than the likes of Kyalami. Only a 3-hour race for that one, but we've still got to fit 43 cars on the grid for that circuit, and I'm not really sure if Donington Park is well, the pit lane's going to be quite full, should we say, when it comes to pit stops towards the end of stint timers, so it'll be interesting to see for sure with the very small pit lane that Donington Park does have. But back to the race here. XL Racing by Renwelton, driven by Herbert Frischel. Second place in silver at the moment. This is another car that has been very, very successful in terms of its race so far. Always up towards the front of the silver pack. They didn't have a great race out in the first round, I don't believe. Found themselves towards the back end of silver, I think it was. So they're looking for a much better result this time around. And of course, the silver class championship leader of the number 1 Porsche pole position racing team, they're sitting in 3rd at the moment, so they could be picking up their 2nd podium in 2 races for the World Tour.
I mean, this pole position Porsche did have a great mid-phase to the race. They were sitting up in the in the lead for their class, and now just holding out on that 3rd place and trying to just make their way up towards the likes of Frischel. But plenty of pro drivers between them and that position before they even enter into that same sort of battle. The pit stop strategies of all the teams completely unknown to us in the box. We just follow along and try and see if we can make or break or make any sense of some of the strategies that go down. A lot of the time, the drivers out here have a much better picture than what we see from the outside. But nonetheless, we try our very best. And the PPR Esports team sitting in 3rd place and very much just looking back towards their mirrors, seeing that 8.7 seconds down the road is that 5.56. So that breathing room is available then. The Butler Pole Motorsports team, who have had a great race as well, Still got a little bit of time to make up before they start challenging again for that podium sitting spot. But Sidemax up in first for Pro. They're doing a great job. Renvelton Pro in second. Racing Line Motorsports sitting in third. And then that like and subscribe team, they were very much punished out by their initial pit stop strategy in the first rain wet conditions. And for them, it's all about hoping that someone in front of them makes a big mistake like they did, because they've kept themselves well towards the front of the order, even though they had made that mistake. I think if they hadn't gone onto those dry tires, like and subscribe would be leading this race. That early pit stop strategy right at the start of this race, such a big impact to where they came out. And they're talented drivers. These guys are nuts. Big followings on their social media platforms as well. Streamers broadcast their races, and I mean, very apt. Like and subscribe. If you guys haven't liked and subscribed, please. It's not me saying it. It's the number 56, Aston Martin.
It's great when we can get. It's great when we can get other teams to do our plugs for us. But no, this car had a fantastic early stint in the race, taking the lead, and we had a lot of their fans come over into the chat, which was great to see as well. And you know, they're they went down to, what was it, about 14th place at one point, after that kind of stint where they went onto dry tires just a bit too early. And you know, I kind of have to agree with you, George. I think they'd definitely be on the lead lap. Maybe not in the lead, or maybe they would be in the lead, not by much, but they would for sure be on the lead lap if you know, they probably hadn't made that mistake. But you know, sometimes you make the right call, sometimes you make the wrong call. If they'd made that call and got it right, they could have had a lap's advantage, you know, in the first couple of hours of the race. That's how strong that strategy call could have been if it went their way. It unfortunately didn't. And, you know, they're not doing too bad, though. 4th place at the moment. It would still be a solid finish for that car. And that's what you got to think about in these kind of races, is that this is a 24-hour event. It's a massive event, but there's still the championship to think about. There's still 4 more races to go of this championship. This is not it's the biggest race of the season, but you wouldn't call it the most important race of the season.
I agree with you. It's, you know, when it comes down to importance, it's all of them that count up together, right? And making sure that they can get themselves into the result side of things always going to count. For the teams that had to miss out on this round, I mean, it is a long round to commit to, but for the teams that have made it through, they'll be looking at this going, it's just another points scoring opportunity like any other round. It's just longer. It's obviously hyped up for us as a broadcasting community, because we haven't had to put on a show like this for such a long period of time. We've done every single other possible combination of the endurance race lengths, and this is our first 24-hour broadcast. So it's been great. Obviously, we've had to split the live stream links for you guys in the chat. That just goes so that we can preserve the video and the VOD after the live stream is done. Long videos just get absolutely capped and thrown away, so YouTube forces us to split them up. So if you guys have joined us from those prior live streams, thank you very much for coming through. Back up to, I mean, we've got 157 people watching us at the moment as we broadcast this race. 5 hours, 33 minutes left on the clock. In partnership with Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface Speed Labs, and Sim Racing GP. My name is George Smith, joined in the box by Ryan Rai Gill, and of course the camera action being brought out to you by Jake Coombs. So our little 3-way action-packed commentary duo changed up for the next hour. I'll be jumping out at, I believe, in the next 32 minutes, and then I'll be back again an hour after that, after Fabian Schmidberger has come back to reunite the what was originally a very I mean, when I started getting into ACC broadcasting, Ryan, you and Fabs were the voices that I heard.
Oh, that's quite high praise, George. I don't know if we deserve that much, but yeah, Fabian Schmidberger, he'll be joining us back here in the box for an hour. It's the last time he commentated on a race was the multi-class championship back when GT4 launched. and that was on a Thursday. So I think it was the Zolder round that he came in for 90 minutes and commentated with me. And you know, that's the last time we had Fabian Schmidberger in the box. Of course, fairly busy with stewarding and media work and all sorts of stuff. But you know, I think he's missing the commentary box banter, George, that we like to have so often here. I mean, for the past 3.5 hours, you and Jesse were basically teasing me as I was the broadcaster, sat there in mute, unable to add to the conversation, only in text. But no, it's going to be great to have Fabian back, and of course, you know, my commentary. I don't really want to call it a career because it technically isn't, but you know, my time commentating in ACC started with Fabian at Zandvoort in a Porsche Cup. So you know, it's always nice for me to welcome my fellow teammate and fellow staff colleague here at RCI back into the commentary box.
And I mean, that was back with the RLM days, right? That you guys started out there. Yeah,
Red
so
line.
I joined. I joined up with you guys as my first sort of opportunity to get out of just doing South African based sim racing commentary, and that was my first opportunity getting into the EU space. And I mean, yeah, it's for me, like I said, I came over to that side and watched broadcasts with you and Fabs on them, and I loved what they were, and so good to see that he is going to be jumping back into the box. He does so much here at RCI. He does a lot of work.
You got involved as well, didn't you? Porsche Cup?
I did. I got brought in eventually.
Monza and Kyalami?
Yeah, there was. I definitely got involved with you guys at some point. So you guys gave me a nice little entry point into it. And like I said, just glad to have Fabian back in here. Very committed member of the Racing Club International team, and nice to have him being able to come and do some voice over work for us again. Very humbled.
So pit stops starting to come back in. Saw Jardier's team, number 39, just coming in. There's Harry Conway in the Triple R, and now the TFC ART Esports team. Charlie Crossland in that one. They've come in as well. And here is the like and subscribe team number 56. So this is around the time where a lot of the guys that are, you know, on the same set of stops all start coming in at once, and you can see some of the cars pulling away in sequence there. And all the positions start changing out again. We'll never really know the true order of things until, you know, we get to about the last half an hour of the race, where we're pretty much sure that everyone has done their pit stops, unless anyone does need to do an emergency stop for something like fuel or a stint time of violation. And the 1-2 things that we can be sure of, George, is that Malinowski, the 58, that was the PCDC silver car, I think, was just turned around. Yes, it was. Stoffmeal there in the 58 silver class McLaren. This is coming out of the pit lane now.
Oh, he's got the cold tires and the cold brakes. Does he just loop it round, or did he have a contact with somebody else? Well, I think he just gets cold. Yeah. Cold tires, cold brakes. Just stays on the brake pedal there. Oh.
Renwelton car got a bit close.
Oh, but I mean, he tried to move out of the racing line. He was parked in the middle there. Then realized that it's actually better to just be. It's always better to be a stationary traffic cone in that situation than you're trying to move and someone has to have the predictability. So good work to actually get out of the way there at the right time. Sees that there's a car coming, parks the brakes again, and gets out of the way. So even though it's gone bad, cold tires, cold brakes out of the exit of the pit lane. Managing to get that back. Hamada Akwizi back in the car for the H3 Racing number 408. Drive-through penalty to his name, Ryan. I don't know if that's for track limits or. I mean.
Well, I mean, to put it into perspective, George, I haven't seen a steward's report come out of the invite split.
I said this before. Where do you get advantage for cutting a track here that doesn't murder you?
George, I don't understand it either. But we haven't had any stewards handing out penalties for over an hour now. It's actually quieted down a lot in the invitational split in terms of incidents, and thank goodness, because the stewards, they have so much work to do live stewarding 3 splits for the entire 24 hours of this race. And if the drivers can make it a bit easier on them, that's good. So that has to be down to a track cut or maybe small pit lane speeding infraction, as the 96 just clips Cheetah's anti-cut ever so slightly. Gonna have to be careful, don't want to be doing that too much or you will end up in the wall. I suppose it is much better than the alternative version of Cheetah that they used to have here quite a few years ago, George. You'll probably be familiar with the fact that Cheetah used to have a wall there.
Yep. I mean, there's some things that are just better changes, and sometimes these circuits do undergo those changes. I've seen a very cool part of the historic racetrack. One of my friends actually sent it out to me, Richard Herring. He sent a photo of a place that had a little piece of the Yuxke sweep original asphalt, like resin or cast in epoxy, as a little piece with a little plaque that said Yuxke sweep. Obviously, that was the part that these drivers have all just come through. That's Barbecue Downs that they've actually gone through on the shot that I was talking about. But very cool to see that there are these changes, these historical changes. As someone that didn't always grow up with real life motorsport here, it was something that I got more involved in, more from a sim racing point of view, and then got a little bit more love of the real life thing as well. So I can definitely say that sim racing helped build my love of motorsport up, and from there I've learned a lot of historical tidbits and gone and very much enjoyed seeing the process and the changes that have taken place here at our home circuit.
Well, I mean, this track has changed a lot since its original version. I mean, the only parts of the track that remain from the first ever layout of Kyalami back in 1961 is Barbecue, Sunset, Clubhouse, and the S's. It's that kind of like Sector 2, basically, is the only part of the original circuit.
Absolutely.
All of the rest, like Liukop, Mineshaft, and the Crocodile's Cheetah, and so on, all of that was built in way afterwards. It was around.
Well, I mean, even the
1992, I think it was somewhere around there.
Even the direction that you drive around the circuit is completely different. So,
changed as well.
Yeah, it's anti-clockwise versus clockwise that it was before. Certainly lots of changes come down. Oscar Hool in that MSV Racing Silver Class Aston Martin, the current leader there. He's still been, look how many places he's also jumped through. I think a couple of those pro drivers have gone in to serve out their pit stops. We do see the likes of James Parker into the wheel, or behind the wheel then, of the 899 CDA nearly on pace cross team. They are sitting in 8th place. But Mikowski here, Christoph Mikowski, doing a good job for the Jardia community team to try and get them into a better position after a very, very rough race that they've had here for the 24-hour.
Yeah, not the easiest race that it's been for them by any means. Sitting in 7th place at the moment. The pole sitter sitting in 9th place, and for GTWR, they didn't have the greatest time out at Silverstone either, so they'll have been looking at this race and thinking to themselves, how can we do much better in this race and try and pull off a much better result. They'll get some decent points for the first 8 hours of the race, but it's kind of been quite difficult for them from then onwards, basically, and now sitting down in 9th place. It's still better, as the 300 tries to give the Lamborghini quite a wide berth, and this team, they're doing better than they did at Silverstone, but I kind of get the feeling that, considering how well the Lamborghini does around here, I know conditions maybe haven't been in their favor, but considering how well the Lamborghini does around here, I think they will be fairly disappointed with where they sit right now, for the overall results of this race. And they're going to be looking forward to Donington Park and Monza, which are 2 tracks in which the Lamborghini does excel at those circuits, and they'll be looking to pick up some much more solid points for the next 2 rounds as we see the race leader leave the pit lane again.
So interesting there as well, just seeing the pressure that Mikowski was putting onto the back of Hull. So he gets past as Hull goes into the pit lane, and Malinowski back out in that Sidemax Motorsport car. The number 5 or the 5th position, Christoph Mikowski is the driver to come out behind now. He's got warm tires and warm brakes, the number 96, indicating that maybe he wants Mikowski to actually take this position off while he gets back up to temperature. Not in a position that he needs to fight this out, so it makes sense for me to see the Audi giving the opportunity there if it presents itself. But if Malinowski can get himself up to temperature, Ryan, then this is not going to be the same case. He's going to just continue to pressure out. I think it's only in the opening phase of this race that the Sidemax Motorsports team would probably want to need to do that, but I don't think they are under too much threat here. They are getting their apexes dialed in, especially just coming out on the opening lap after going into the pits.
So the number 39 up into 5th place. And of course, just behind the leader at the moment, we do still have only 2 cars on the lead lap. Malinowski and Vicky Thompson, both of those cars. And Vicky still in the car. I'm not sure how much longer she's going to be in the car for. I think she's been brought in as the additional kind of reserve driver for this race. I know that Mitchell, Samir Brahimi and Chris Hooker are kind of the 3 main drivers for this car, and they do have a 4th driver as well, who is apparently not available for this race. So Vicky was brought in as a little bit of extra support. And you know what? If Vicky Thompson is your, I guess you could say, emergency reserve driver, you've got a pretty strong team, George.
Yeah, that Renvolten Pro team, someone that a team that I've been following for a while. I mean, Chris Hooker and Vicky Thompson do share some good posts on their social medias about what's going down in the team, and always been someone that likes to follow teams that do go through those processes on social media. If you are a team and you do have social media, please remember to share the broadcast over onto your platforms. Let us know that you are there so we can follow you back. The more that we have engaging with us, the more that we can engage back with our community. And here at Racing Club International, it's all about growing the sim racing side from a community standpoint. This entire community was founded on that principle by founding members who do this for the love of what sim racing is about. And we permanently want to see help and expand on the growth that happens in this very wonderful esport.
Yeah, sim racing has definitely grown a lot over, well, it's a bit more than 12 months now, isn't it? Since started exploding, and of course so many new people getting involved in this hobby that we love so much. And it's always great to see new people get involved in stuff, especially when it is something like sim racing, which is still very niche, even though the global situation we had last year, which wasn't very good for many people. It was massive for sim racing and what it did for sim racing. And by the way, whilst all this is going on, you can see Wenlock there just making his way through. I think he just got past Thiesing in the number 18 McLaren, and that's the second Sidemax Motorworks car, which is unfortunately not having as good of a race as its sister car is at the moment. Both of them struggled at Silverstone, and it seems that the struggles for the number 95 have carried over into the 24 hours of Kyalami. And George, it must be tough for a team like this with so much talent, so much skill, and such high expectations of themselves to find themselves so far back in a 24-hour race. But you know what? Credit to them. They're last in pro, but they're still going.
I mean, it's all about seeing that sometimes it doesn't go the right way for everybody, and seeing that some teams and big teams have the same sort of thing happen to them but they still keep their eyes down and continue to grind away at the laps regardless of that race not going their direction. Ryan, I mean, it's no secret, I'm a team principal for a team myself, and you know, I've got a bunch of talented drivers too, and sadly that's racing. You know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. You can have the greatest night one weekend and the next weekend just have an absolute disaster that makes you question what you're doing. But you always come back to the drawing board and, you know, re-look at it and see that in the bigger picture, these events they don't dictate how your team is seen for the rest of time. They change and they happen all the time. There's frequency across the board. No one cares what happened in 2019, for example. They care what's happening in 2021. So if you do have a bad race, you got to pick yourself back up. Know that later on you can still prove yourselves. And yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. But I don't think you've been in a sim racing team or driven to a level if you haven't experienced a situation like this.
I mean, you know, it's a good point that you make. I mean, look at how fortunes changed for the FFS racing team. You know, ages and ages ago, and this is back in the Redline days, where that, you know, they didn't have the greatest reputation, should we say, and they even got disqualified, I think it was, from the Redline Motorsport 6 Hours of Nürburgring. But look at them now. I mean, when you hear the name Mike Noble, Jarkko Torvinen, and Andre Franke, do you think of the Redline Motorsport 6 Hours of Nürburgring? Not really. You think of all the other stuff they've won. And, you know, it's so true that, you know, one bad race or some bad form that you had, you know, in the past or a couple of years ago, and that it doesn't define what your team is. It doesn't define who you are as a driver or as a person. And, you know, it's nice to see these, you know, change of fortunes. And for that side max car, you know, things aren't looking good right now. They might get to the end of this championship and they might be dead last in the pro split, and they might question why they even bothered entering in the future. But I can tell you what, when next year's World Tour sign-ups come around, they'll probably be there.
Absolutely, it's always nice and close racing coming down. Thiesing on the back quarter panel. Oh, going to send it up the inside. In fact, through barbecue side by side, little drag race down in the bottom set of cars here. 33rd place, battling it out then with the likes of 34th, and changing once again. Nice inside line for Side Max, and that McLaren 720S sets himself up for the inside now for Clubhouse. Does he manage to nail the apex? Very wide on the outside onto the dirt goes the Side Max Motorworks number 95, and does manage to get a car length ahead before they go into the dance through the S's. So good driving nonetheless between these drivers, even though this is not for a that is a send. That's a send. That's not he's gone so wide he's gonna have to pay to get back on, is Thiesing, and he is. He's paid his tickets and he's allowed to join the circuit again.
Yeah, and it's Thiesing going to play in the sand. I looked at, whoa. Well, I'll tell you what, credit there for you know, caution from both drivers. Obviously, the number 18 trying to keep the car as straight as possible, and of course the number 95 for being quite aware of what was going on around him. Perception is one of the most important skills in sim racing, although not that many people do seem to realize that. But accident avoided there, and you know, back to the 95 Sidemax car for you know, for just a moment. These guys will, you know, they'll be wanting to put this race behind them, and maybe they'll want to put this championship behind them. But like I said, I expect them to be back for the next round of endurance races. And speaking of next round of endurance races, George Smith, we do have a few of them coming up. We've got 3 hours of Donington solo coming up for everyone. That's of course not part of the World Tour, but the World Tour will have its own 3 hours of Donington. And they will also be having the newly announced 6 hours of Alton Park in GT4s only. And I'm quite excited for that one, George.
I'm very excited for a lot of what's coming up this year. I must be honest, Ryan. I think there's a lot of variety with the British GT pack that I'm keen to learn about. And you know, for me, there's a lot of circuits that I'm not too familiar with coming up, lined up. So I'm genuinely excited to see what the rest of the year has to offer.
Yeah, of course, we have a variety of championships kicking off fairly soon. We've got the British GT Championship starting tomorrow, in fact. And that's going to be our new Monday championship. Of course, scheduling that for the release of the British GT DLC. Alton Park, in fact, the first round for that track. And a lot of the drivers racing here today are also going to be in that race tomorrow. So off the back of a 24-hour of Kyalami, they're going to have to jump into 2 30-minute sprint races around Alton Park. And, well, if you've driven Alton Park in ACC, you'll know how ridiculously difficult it's going to be to do an hour around that circuit. It is so grueling and so difficult. And it's going to be great as well because it's multi-class. We also have the new Wednesday Championship starting up soon, the Diamond Drive Cup. And then we also have Thursday GT4 Championship and the Night Owl Championship Season 3 on Saturday kicking off. And of course, the Friday GT3 World Championship returns at Mount Panorama this Friday. And I'll be joined by Jesse Lee in the commentary box for that one. And I'll be hoping that the GT3 World Championship is a lot cleaner than it was last week.
I mean, I heard some birdies talking about that, and I can only hope the same, Ryan. I mean, it's not something that we often have to hope about, is it?
No, not really. It was very disappointing. In fact, you know, for a lot of the drivers, what we saw out on the live stream, and of course across all the other splits as well. The stewarding team completely swamped, and you know, they were looking at incidents, George, about an hour after the race. That's how bad it got. But you know, I think that message had quite a bit of meaning to it that went out to say that, you know, we're not going to tolerate this kind of stuff, because the Kyalami 24-hour has been very clean for an endurance race in the invite split. I'm not entirely aware of how the other 2 splits have gone, nor how the one-off splits have gone, which are completely unstewarded. But this has been very clean for, you know, for an endurance race by what we've seen on the average, and it's great to see that quite a few of those people that do compete in the Friday Championship, competing also in the World Tour, did kind of take that message to heart a bit, and, you know, a bit more careful about what they were going to be like when they were driving in the 24-hour this weekend. And we can only hope that they take that advice on for the future in all of our other races, because no one likes to see a Wreckfest in ACC. If you want to see Wreckfest, you go and play Wreckfest.
I mean, that is fundamentally exactly how I feel about things. I know a lot of people do get excited about collisions and things like that, but it actually does just ruin the racing at the end of the day. So, as it stands at the moment, you've mentioned it. It's been superbly good driving. A couple of you know, trades of paint here and there, but you know, that's racing, and a lot of this race has been done in the wet conditions as well. So going side by side at a track that doesn't really allow you to go more than 2 cars wide at many places, there are going to be a couple of bumps and barges, but nothing that I feel like you know, riding back home is going to go, well, you know, that race was just nasty. You know, it was completely the opposite. It's been clean, it's been professional, and it's been a great spectacle to watch.
Yeah, well, of course, we'll be welcoming Fabian Schwittberger into the box fairly soon, and of course he's been doing some work on stewarding throughout the course of this 24-hour race, so it'll be interesting to get his verdict. Of course, Jesse Lee was also doing some stewarding earlier on as well, so nice to get a couple of the stewards involved here in the commentary as well. It's always great to hear their opinions and, you know, kind of just get their verdict of how the race has gone so far. Phil Vitt, his race has gone pretty well so far, at least it has for the Pink Performance 25 Audi. They sit in 6th place at this point in time. Can see James Parker in the 899 Bentley just in the background there, and James Parker looking to make up ground on that number 25. He's just about to put another lap on the Triple R McLaren, the Triple 3. Yes, he does. Billy Octane back in that car now. And Billy Octane, I mean, George, it's been, what has it been? It's been over 18 hours, and I don't think we've actually mentioned to any of the new people here that this man's name is actually Billy Octane.
Yeah, legitimately Billy Octane, and he has a very in our Discord. If Billy Octane talks in the chat, everyone's like, "Oh my word, is that Billy Octane?" GIF comes down. You know, he's who could be more blessed by their parents than getting the surname Octane as a sim race? You don't even have to change your Twitch. You literally Octane. It's smooth, it's perfect, and maybe the best thing that's actually going for Triple R in this race.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if your surname is just by default Octane, you know, you've got your entire career ahead of you, haven't you? I mean, it's impossible that you're not going to get into racing of some sort. And well, Billy Octane, not involved in any real life racing to our knowledge, but definitely involved in plenty of sim racing around here in RCI. And of course, he's one of our community moderators as well. Let's not forget that, because you know, he does a lot of work around here, and as much as he's a well-known name and you know, a bit of a meme at times, he's you know, he's definitely a much-loved member. And I think Gergo kind of explained Billy Octane in the best way, in one of the most humorous ways I've ever heard him described. He's like RCI's mascot at this point.
I like that description. And Ryan, on a positive note and a high, I just want to thank you for spending some time here with me. It's been really great being in the box with you again. I know that we haven't had a lot of time to you know, do commentary in the last couple of months. It's been crazy busy on my end, but I promise you, when I am settled over in the UK, we will be doing more work together. And with that bombshell, it also allows me to introduce Fabian Schmidberger into the box to take over my place. And at the same time, the viewers in the chat, we've been playing this like goal all day long. 100 likes, Fabian loses his pants. And I mean, every commentator that's joined the box here today seems to be losing their pants for a light goal. So it's all for a good cause. Fabian, I hope you have a great time here with Ryan. Like I said before, these are the two that got me into watching international sim racing, giving me an opportunity to get into the community. So without further ado, Fabian Schmidberger and Rai Gill.
Hello, George. Hello, Ryan. Yeah, thanks for introducing me. It's been a while since I've been here. The last time the commentators box actually changed quite a lot. It's not as narrow as it was before. And some things here have changed as well, like replays since I've been last here.
It's fantastic.
It is fantastic. I'm very excited now. And actually, George, my pants are already off, so...
oh dear.
I mean, I had to join you with this one, of course.
Oh dear. If you haven't been around since the second live stream, then that joke might be a bit confusing to you. But we're on 82 likes at the moment. If we can get up to 100 likes, maybe we can get our broadcaster, Jake Coombe, to take his pants off as well, and we'll get everyone involved. Everyone will feel welcome in the removal of pants. But either way, you know, welcome back to the commentary box, Fabian. It, like you said, it has changed quite a lot since you were last here. I mean, I'm pretty sure the last time we were in a commentary box for a significant period of time, we had a window. We didn't even have a door, and I'm pretty sure we had to share one microphone.
No, yeah, we were pretty much locked in the room just so that we can't escape.
Oh, the handcuffs are still here, don't worry.
Yeah, but they're used for something else now.
Well, I've still got them on, so I don't know what that means about me. But let's get back to the action on track, and more importantly, you know, let's have a bit of a chat about the stewarding for this race. You know, 24 hours is the total duration of the event here, and we are 19 hours close to into this race, and you've been involved in the stewarding throughout a significant part of this race. And what have things been like in the in the stewards box, and not just for this split, but for all 3 splits being stewarded today?
So yeah, let me actually think about how long I've been stewarding. I didn't have as much sleep as I wanted to, because I just had like 4 hours of sleep or so, and I'm usually a person that needs the 8 hours of sleep a day. But it's been going fine. The adrenaline is high, so that keeps up for that. So now coming to our incidents that we had so far, it's been going much better than the Silverstone 3-hour race. As you've already told the viewers, the message that our admins brought out after the Silverstone 3 hours seems to have worked. People are much cleaner now. Actually, in the total 19 hours that we had so far, we had 69 incidents.
Hey.
And in Silverstone 3 hours, after 3 hours, we had 50 incidents. So we just have 19 incidents more, but with like 16 hours more of racing, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's really good.
First lap, like we have the safety car. We have a safety car in place if the first few laps go wrong. But we just had 2 cars going off track, so it wasn't needed at all. So much better than we expected and that we hoped for, actually. And the pro split and the AM split. Sorry, I'm losing my words right now. So the pro split and the AM split that we're also stewarding in the World Cup, they are also pretty good. The pro split is a bit tricky. That is the split that has the highest traffic right now with incidents. We usually get the most there, but it's still okay there. And AM split is absolutely fantastic. We just had, I think, 30 incidents or so for the whole 19 hours of AM split.
That's very good then. So everyone keeping it much cleaner than it was in the. I mean, I dread to think how many incidents alone we had in the Friday Championship. That we had 2 races at Kyalami here, 2 30-minute races. That was not very good for the stewards. I know on that account that it took them a long time to sort everything out there, and I mean it was quite embarrassing for Jesse and I to commentate on. And I don't know, were you involved in the stewarding on that day? I can't quite remember. But it wasn't good. So, you know, to come out here into a 24-hour race and to see the, should we say, the standards of driving to improve that much after the 3-hour, and of course after the races we had on the previous weekend, is really good to see, because it kind of means that the message is coming across that this kind of stuff isn't really going to be tolerated for much longer. And the cleaner the racing is, the less work there is for you guys as stewards, and that can only be a good thing.
Exactly. And I mean, you guys all love stats, and I've got some stats for you. So the current baddies list, the list with the highest penalty points teams. So the team with the most penalty points so far, 6 penalty points for car 77, TFZ Art Esports. And P2 is car number 16, 5 penalty points, Excel Racing by Renvelden. And then we've got 4 cars on P3, 4 or 8, H3 Racing, 58, PCDC Motorsports 58, number 39, the Jardia Community Team, and number 38, the Dalkin Community Team, sharing the 3rd place. But so far they are not close to our threshold number where we would start disqualifying people. So opposed to other endurance events, especially the Imola one, where we had to disqualify someone like 5 minutes before the end of the race.
Oh yes, you actually told me that they joined the stewards box, or the race control box, didn't they? Just before the end.
Yeah.
And yeah, you kind of told me about how heartbreaking it was to disqualify someone so close to the end of the race. But I mean, sometimes needs must, and if someone hits that threshold, it's never a good sign. The Imola 9-hour race wasn't a great race for driving standards either, and of course there were significant conversations with the stewards and the admin team about driving standards after that race, and you know, it's one of those things, I guess, where you never want to disqualify someone from a 24-hour race, whether it's 5 minutes into the race, which you'd have to be pretty bad to do that, but or if it's 5 minutes from the end. You know, you never want to disqualify anyone, but you know, sometimes needs must.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they are that much of a danger on track that they reach our penalty limit, then that has to mean something.
Yeah, so anyway, back to some of the action on track. You got some little insights there from Fabian Schwittberger in the stewarding box. Actually, just before we do go back to it, are you going back into the steward's box at any point in time? Or are you done for the day?
No, it is planned to go back in just after my commentary stint.
Oh, there we go. Right, straight back in the basement. So, back to the action on track. There, we do actually have a race for position right now. Here we've got Jarkko Torvinen in the 123 FFS Racing Lexus. Those very flamboyant rims done by Mike Noble, no doubt, and he's got Kamins behind him in the number 10 Mercedes at this point in time, the Odox Motorsport number 10. It's another one of the cars that qualified in the top 10 when it was down into the Super Pole session, and their race hasn't quite gone to plan either, down into P14 at the moment, but not doing too bad for themselves, and I think at the moment they would be effectively P12 in class.
Yeah, that looks about right. And so far we had quite a few position movements compared to the Super Pole qualifying. Like 249, the Renveld and Race team, for example, has an excellent race in P2 right now. I don't know. I don't actually remember where they started, because stewarding is priority.
I think it was P3.
Well, okay. They started better than I thought then, but I think they have been in P7 or so sometime during the race. And climbing back up to P2 then is quite an achievement.
Yeah, I mean, let's not... well, whilst we're talking of climbing back up the order, let's not forget the 56 car, which, you know, the 56 Aston Martin, the Like and Subscribe team, I mean, they qualified, I think it was 6th place, and they were leading the race after the first hour, and then they chose to go on to the dry tyres. They lost a lot of time and ended up dropping, I think it was down to about P14, P15, and now they've recovered all the way back up to 4th place. So, you know, phenomenal recovery from them, and the race isn't over for them yet. You know, just under 5 hours left to go, and they're about 7.3 seconds behind a podium at this stage. So, you know, Ogorodnikov's team not doing too bad at the moment, Antonov in that car, but we're on board at the moment with the Odox Motorsport Mercedes chasing down that Lexus, and I get the feeling that Matt Samuel will probably be one of the next drivers to get in that car over the next course of the race.
Hopefully he doesn't show us his drift qualities, because they are not needed in this race right now.
Well, not anymore. in the previous conditions, maybe.
Well, it doesn't look like it's raining right now. Maybe it stays like that. We had quite a few weather changes during the course of the race, so not even the admins know how the race is going to look like in the next few hours.
Actually, a good point that Stewie kind of makes in the chat as well is that Renwelton put the wrong tyres on the car at one point in time.
Oh, did they?
I think they put the I think they put a set of, I think they put dries on the car, and they meant to go for wets, and they had to come in for a second pit stop. Stewie will probably be able to verify that for me, because he was the broadcaster at the time. But yeah, I think I'm not entirely sure how many pit stops everyone has done here today, and that. But I think quite a few of these guys are off sequence from where they probably wanted to be at this stage in the race. None of them really coming in on those, 70-minute intervals like they were at the start of the race. And the weather has kind of played into that quite a bit. And, it's nice and sunny at the moment. 32 degrees track temperature, 24 ambient though, so it is quite nice out there at the moment. Lovely sunny skies and the clouds up above as well. But it was a very, very different look for this circuit towards the start of the race. And I mean, Fabian, everyone's been talking about the weather pretty much over the course of the race because it has significantly impacted, everyone's results here today. What have you made of the changing conditions that we've seen so far, and how the rain really has spiced up this race a lot?
I mean, in the stewards box, we haven't seen much of the race. We don't even have a window in there. And
you are in the basement. That makes sense.
Yeah. Not much light goes in there. At least not much natural light. But from the things I have seen, it didn't change. At least it didn't change the incidents a lot, or the incident number, or the incident severity. From the racing I've seen, that is just awesome. Like, you can't really know if in the next hour it is going to rain again, so you have to throw away all your strategies that you have tried to find for the next few hours. But that's endurance racing, right? You spend a week before the race starts with all the strategy planning, and then you throw it out of the window after the first lap.
Well, you and I have plenty of experience of that exact thing. I mean, we did a 4.5-hour race here for CHSR's Endurance Championship as the Odox Motorsport Mercedes looks to be getting past the FFS racing car of Jarkko Torvinen. I think Jarkko Torvinen not really going to put up much of a fight there, and thinking that the number 10 has got the inside line. He doesn't really need to challenge him. Still, just under 5 hours to go of this race. A lot of stuff can still happen, and you don't want to damage your car at this point. And to get back on that, we had an interesting endurance race here that started dry, went to monsoon-like conditions, and then eventually did dry up towards the end of the race again. And it was absolutely fantastic to be in. And I think to this day, it's the best race you and I have ever participated in, hands down. But I've got to say, seeing this race, seeing how it's planned out with the weather and stuff, I can't lie, I'm a bit jealous I'm not out there at the moment.
Yeah, I would love to drive there as well. Like you said, our little endurance race that we had in the CHSR Endurance League was fantastic. And a day before, we didn't even know that rain is going to be a thing. So we didn't actually prepare for a rain setup, but luckily the Aston worked quite well on a dry setup, even in the rain.
Don't take this advice. Do not do what we did.
Don't do this at home.
Especially not in a 24-hour race. But no, it was fantastic, that race, and I think it's kind of credit to how changing conditions really can bring out the best in endurance racing, as Jarkko Torvinen looking to get past some lap traffic here and getting a bit close to the Audi at the top of Leeuwkop. And it's one of those things that I think a lot of people do like to kind of mention, that the changing conditions, it can have such a big impact on the race, and it is exciting. I know a lot of people out there probably don't like unpredictable conditions. They don't know how to prepare for it, but I would argue that some of the best races in history in motorsport have been races like that have had changing conditions. I mean, I remember the 6 hours of Spa from WEC a couple of years ago, as Hamadre Akwizi is looking to make a move on at Billy Octane up into Leeuwkop. The Ferrari going to have the inside line. Is the McLaren going to have the better drive down the hill? I think it is slightly better, but it's going to leave Akwizi on the inside line for Mineshaft. And there's a touch there, and Billy Octane doesn't quite go around. He is corrected in his spin, and Akwizi has carried on. And I get the feeling there'll definitely be a steward's inquiry into that one, Fabian Schwimberger.
Yes, for sure. But I think that, I haven't seen all the angles yet, which is the most important bit. But I think that wasn't Billy, probably. but I would have loved to be in his stream right now because he usually has all the best quotes for us.
He's a member of staff. He keeps himself reserved at all times. But no, the changing conditions, they are great, and some of the best races that I think a lot of us have seen have had those changing conditions, and it is something that I think ACC with its weather model, it's not perfect by any means, but I tell you what, it's definitely one of the best weather models I've seen in a sim racing title, for sure. I mean, I know iRacing doesn't really have. I mean, it has a weather model as such. It doesn't have rain in it. I know R Factor 2 has a pretty crazy weather model that you can play around with. You and I have had a good look at some of the settings you can do in R Factor 2. Not sure how realistic some of them are, but you can set up some really interesting races, with the weather settings. And I think today, we didn't even know what the weather was going to be like coming into this race, and I'm so glad that it has panned out the way that it has. But before 4 hours and 46 minutes left, Fabian, I was asking some of the other commentators, what do you think the odds are of the rain coming back before we see the checkered flag drop here today?
I think there will definitely be some more rain. There has to be some more rain, just to spice it up just a little bit more again.
Killian Ryan Meenan is probably shouting no in Darth Vader's voice right now from his cockpit, and there's definitely a chance. I mean, we saw, what was it, in the first 5 hours of the race, it went from wet to dry to wet again. So there's definitely more time for that to happen. And I mean, there's still clouds in the air. It is primarily sunny, but the clouds still are out and about, and of course, any chance that there are clouds in the air, there's going to be precipitation that you have to worry about. Meanwhile, Phil Vitt is worrying about James Parker in the Bentley behind him at the moment. These are the two cars that have traded paint on their wheel rims, the accent colours. You might have seen this, Fabian. Not sure if you saw the chat in the Discord in the week building up to this, but the Coach Dave Academy nearly on pace Bentley has pink on its wheel accents, and then the Pink Performance Audi has red on its wheel accents. And I think that's a lovely little touch of just a bit of a friendly rivalry going on between these two teams. And lo and behold, they've been stuck together on track for hours.
So that's why Mücke Motorsport. Oh no, it's not Mücke Motorsport anymore. Sorry. It will take a while for me to get used to them not being Mücke Motorsport anymore.
Slight racing point in F1. You're going to get used to not calling them Force India.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, now they're Aston Martin, so that's even worse. I've just made that worse.
But yeah, I actually didn't know why Wolf Matuszka shared the livery number. I think on the color number. I think it was 281 pink color. But now I know. So thanks for telling me, Ryan. That is some very nice anecdote there.
It's lovely to see, two teams, and I think the plan was that the Bentley was going to clear the water out of the way for the 25, so that the Audi could come on through and not be hampered by the wet conditions. As it turns out, at this point in time, we've come into the dry, and the Audi has found itself ahead, and I think the Audi's been ahead for the majority of this race as well, between these two cars. But lovely to see that little friendly rivalry that was going on in the Discord, sharing colours with each other to put on each other's cars, has it's kind of worked out that these two have been almost glued together on track for a lot of the race, and they've been very familiar with each other, and we can only hope that this sort of stuff continues, because it's great story writing, as George Smith said. It's another page in another chapter of this race and this championship.
Yeah, you couldn't have scripted that better, even if you wanted to. And it's also an interesting constellation because we've got car number 25, which has Phil Witt, Wolf Matuszka, and Mitja Bonker, and Ferrier. I forgot his first name, but his last name was Ferrier.
Daniel Ferrier, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Which basically, this team exists for like a year at least. We've seen them back in the days in the Redline Motorsport races a lot. and now they are still racing in our RCI races with the same constellation almost. And then we've got the 899 car, the Nearly On Pace / Coach Dave Academy team, which is basically, the Nearly On Pace team, which consists of Mikael Sundström and Alexander Gulia, and James Parker, who is part of the Coach Dave Academy, and then our how did we call him again?
He's I mean I made up the slogan, so I might as well recite it. It's the esports driver for hire, Joe McCauley. He's Joe McCauley has probably been in more ACC teams than I have fingers on my hands. And I mean, this man, he's slept with every car under the sun, pretty much, at this point in time, the Scotsman. But I tell you what, for an esports driver for hire, he's pretty damn good.
Yes, he is, and he also told me earlier in YouTube chat that he was coming up with a very interesting strategy idea for the 899 team, which he had to convince James Parker that it would be a good idea, which was triple stinting rain tires. I have never seen that before. I never even knew that it was logical to double stint rain tires, because usually you have unlimited sets of wet tires. So it's not an idea I actually ever had, but that he is triple stinting it. So that means he was driving 3 hours straight without changing the driver, which is an achievement in its own. Then it was in the rain, and then also on the same set of tires. And he even told us that in the first 2.5 hours, the tires just got faster and faster and faster. And just in the last half an hour, it got a bit trickier.
I think he did what they did at Turkey in Formula One last year. They drove the wet tires until they became slicks, basically. And no, but that is incredible. I mean, if the car wasn't getting any slower, there's no reason to not do it, because you save time in the pit stop, because all you're doing is refueling the car, which, I mean, I know the Bentley has an enormous fuel tank. Might as well be the size of the Audi, the fuel tank in that thing, but it doesn't take 30 seconds to fill it up. So you are saving time, and if your tires aren't slowing you down, there's, it's a fair point. There's no real reason not to do it if you're comfortable out there, which Joe McCauley clearly was, and I can understand that would take a bit of convincing for James Parker to go along with that plan.
I mean, usually the calculation goes like this. So if you are changing your tires, the stop will definitely be 30 seconds. Plus, if you have some damage, that gets added extra to that 30 seconds. But when you change tires, 30 seconds. If you're not changing the tires, you still have to refill the car, obviously, because you need to do a full stint. So that is around 20 to 22 seconds. So usually with a double stint, or if you're not changing tires, that usually saves you around 8 to 10 seconds, I would guess. But then we haven't calculated that used tires should usually be slower, until Joe McCauley taught us differently. Apparently they could even go faster, so...
Joe McCauley just defying physics.
So these 8 to 10 seconds that he gained were his net gain, basically. And that is crazy to think about, because in a 24-hour race, gaining 10 seconds in just one stint is massive. That is, like, you would have to go a tenth or 2/10 faster than the driver ahead of you to gain that much time.
I mean, imagine being in the situation where everyone else has to change tires at each stop and you don't, and you can do that for a 3-hour race. Like you said, it's that's 24 seconds you've been given for free, essentially. And that's absolutely massive. And when you had a rain stint like we had, and your confidence keeps growing on those wet tires, it's a no-brainer if it works. I mean, I'd love to know how Joe McCauley convinced James Parker to do this, because I imagine James Parker's one of those kind of guys that he's open to alternative strategies, but I kind of feel like Joe McCauley would have you know, he probably would have had to give a presentation like he's applying to work at Tesla with Elon Musk. And, you know, I can only imagine the PowerPoint skills that were required of that man. I mean, George Russell would probably be proud.
I knew that would came up now, the George Russell fact. I mean, that is probably one of our favorite gifts there, the George Russell facts gift.
It is definitely one of our favorite gifts. So we've got battles going on around the circuit though. Of course, we've been watching this one between Phil Vitt and James Barker for a while. And I did say that the 56 car was going to be catching the 191. That is very much the case. Only half a second between these two at this point in time. So, like and subscribe team could be putting their car on the podium, provisionally at least, with about 4.5 hours left of this race. And of course, Racing Line Motorsport. I mean, Mike and I already talked about it. And, you know, Mike said that there are two... In his eyes, there are two truly elite teams that have been around ACC for basically since it started. And, you know, those two teams are Racing Line Motorsport, and then the other one has kind of changed. Its shape and form has changed a bit over, you know, how you consider them. But the other one is obviously FFS Racing, who have gone by a couple of different names over the last year and a half or whatever it is that endurance races have been running in ACC. But you know, in Mike's eyes, those are the two truly elite teams that have been around since the very beginning. And Racing Line Motorsport, they just always find at least one of their cars at the front of the grid.
Yeah, and they usually put at least 2 or 3 teams into our events as well. But yeah, the race is going pretty interesting so far. I know when I woke up at 4 a.m. or so in the morning, and when I just had a quick peek into the stream, well, that quick peek turned into 3 hours of constant watching because I couldn't turn it off again. It was so awesome to watch.
It's contagious.
And I remember that a certain 191 car was fighting to go up to P1. There was one very aggressive Kevin Ciclari in the car back then, and I think he had his last stint for the day, so that explains his aggressivity. And I was kind of surprised how he drove in this 24-hour race with I think it was 14, 15 hours to go. It was pretty aggressive. He also caught a 15 seconds penalty because of an aggressive overtake where he turned around someone else. But I mean, that stuff happens, of course, especially if you try to risk a bit more. And we know that Kevin Ciclari is a bit more active behind the wheel. If you watch one of his streams and look at his webcam, how much he's turning the wheel is crazy. I've never seen something like that, and I think he's the only driver that I've seen doing that. You just have to watch it. He's constantly correcting his wheel all the time. It's like watching a rally driver, really. It's not a road car driver. It's a rally car driver.
Kevin Ciclari bringing rally into the world of ACC, and of course, there are of course plenty of teams that you could call elite level at this point in time. Obviously, the Coach Dave Academy team could definitely take that title. Sidemax, who are leading the race, you could even throw Pink Performance and definitely Renwelton up there as well, on top of Jardier's team, and GTWR as well, Orion Race team even. But in terms of two teams that they just feel like they've been around forever, FFS Racing and Racing Line Motorsport are the two that feel like they've been around the longest. You know, FFS Racing have kind of changed and chopped a bit in how they've presented the names that they've used over the past year and a half, but they've definitely, you know, been one of the long stays here, and I've been kind of surprised not to see them further up the field in this race. The Lexus does typically well in, you know, the wetter and mixed conditions, but tell you what, Fabian, I mean, we've had, the cars that have led this race at one point or another, we've had the 96, the 249, the 191, the 56, the 25, the 34, and the 126. So we've had so many different cars leading this race at one point in time. I'm surprised FFS Racing aren't up there. And I mean, I don't know. Could you potentially? Do you have any theories for why maybe the 1, 2, 3 have been struggling here? I mean, is the Lexus particularly? Does it have a particularly poor BOP at Kyalami?
Oh, I've actually never driven the Lexus at Kyalami, but they're the top Lexus of the pack, so maybe the Lexus doesn't help them. I mean, the Lexus is good in the rain, yeah, but it looks like Kyalami favors the mid-engine cars a bit more, as we see the Audi, the Lamborghini, and the Ferrari on the podium so far. The first front-engine car is the Aston in P4, and it looks like the Lexus is probably a bit worse off with BOP, yeah. But maybe, I mean, I haven't watched the whole race, so I can't tell, and the FFS Racing team is not a team I had on my watch list, basically. Maybe they also had some errors with the strategy. That could always happen in a 24-hour race. I mean, I would be surprised if there is one team that has no errors in a 24-hour race. Or maybe some driver errors, I don't know. There could be many things that would explain why they are not up where they usually should be.
Yeah, it's not like Mike Noble and Andre Franker are slow, or Jarkko Torvinen either. I mean, I know Matt Samuel and Gergo Panka maybe not quite on the pace of Andre Franker and Mike Noble, but I mean, Gergo and Matt Samuel definitely got plenty of pace in them as well. We've seen that a number of times over the course of the championships that we've run here, and of course some of the endurance races as well. And here is Kirill Antonov, and this is going to be a move potentially for third place.
Ooh.
The Racing Line Motorsport car going really, really close to the inside to block that off. But the like and subscribe Aston Martin not quite giving in, gonna get close, gonna go onto the inside line into barbecue. Is it going to be done? No. Marek Shins holds off the 56, and the Ferrari maintains its place in third. But I tell you what, if Marek Shins wasn't fully aware that the 56 was right behind him, he definitely knows now.
I was not only streaming because that is awesome to watch, but because in the stewards booth we had quite a few incidents that looked exactly like this. Turn 1 is one of our favorite corners in the booth because of all the things that could go wrong there, especially when dive bombing there. But that was nice to watch, and I mean, if the other driver cooperates, a dive bomb can work out, but that usually needs the other driver cooperating with you. But just see how different this race looks now for the 191 team. They have been fighting for the lead in the night stints, and now they are defending from P3. I mean, that also explains the different characteristics of the drivers. Like I've said before, Kevin Ciclari, more aggressive driver. I guess Marek Shins is more the defensive driver, a little bit more careful, maybe not as fast as one Kevin Ciclari, but he's bringing home the car and bringing home the points rather safely. And we also have the battle with James Parker and Phil Whitbeck again. I mean, they are going on for hours and hours. Doesn't look like James Parker is going for a move yet, but I guess, I don't know what the gap between P6 and P5 is actually, but that's probably their goal, is to finish P6 maybe, because P5 could be too far ahead, so James Parker's goal is probably just to stay behind him until Phil Witt makes a single mistake.
It kind of feels like a stalemate, though, in that battle between the 25 and the 899. It feels like neither of the two cars are particularly quicker than the other. They're both lapping at very similar pace, unlike the battle on screen at the moment, where it's fairly evident to us that the 56 has got the pace over the 191. It's just finding that way through. I get the feeling that, if we're going to see an on-track overtake, this is the battle it's going to be with, and that battle with the 25 and the 899, it might well come down to pit stops. And, some people like to see that, some people don't like to see it. I like to see a good on-track overtake. more than a pit stop battle any day of the week. But, you know, you can't deny that when you're racing people close, getting your pit stop right, nailing your marks, as Antonov gets so close to the back of the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari, but getting those pit stops right, you know, it can make a massive difference to your position come the end of the race when you're battling someone.
Yeah, I mean, Joe McCauley's probably sleeping right now, or at least I don't see him in the Nearly On Pace Discord right now, so only his teammates are in there right now. But I am pretty sure they are thinking about different strategies now just to find out what you could do. But this guy here, Antonov, is not trying to do that in the pits. No, he's right at the back of this Ferrari, and he's now trying to go for the move on a very unusual place here at Sunset. Oh, oh god, that is so exciting to watch. We are still 4 hours and 30 minutes away from the race finish, but we have fights all over the place. And wow, that was a very good overtake, I have to say.
Antonov on the inside of Clubhouse, getting the move done on the Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari, and moving himself up into third place. And of course that does mean that the like and subscribe team now put themselves on the podium. And the Racing Line Motorsport team that had to finish runner-up at Silverstone, now out of the podium places. Only for the moment though, 4 hours and 26 minutes to go. Plenty of time for this to still change around, and like you said, Kevin Siclari might be getting back in that car at some point in time. Samuel Ratz is also in this team as far as I'm aware, so he might also be getting back in the car. I'm not entirely sure if Ogorodnikov will be getting back in the 56 or not, but plenty of time left for things to change around, so we head back to the 899 and the 25 in the stalemate battle. And James Parker does seem to have closed the gap up slightly to Phil Witt's Audi, but I don't really... I mean, it just looks like the gap closes up and then it grows again, and it's not really much happening with this battle at the moment. But it's fantastic to see two drivers in completely different cars, you know, have such an equal pace over the course of this race.
Yeah, that is front engine versus mid-engine car at its best here. Let's see how that is going to pan out, because I think now should be the time where the Bentley should become a little bit faster than the Audi. I'm not quite sure about the pace differences, but the Bentley is, as you know, Ryan, we just had a race in Monza with the Bentley. That car is absolutely flying over a stint. You can just kindly treat it with gentle pushes. You don't have to push it much. The car does all the work for you if you have a good setup dialed in. The Audi is a bit different, probably. It's been a long time since I've driven it, and the last time I've driven it, I regretted it a bit. But
you've got a love-hate relationship with that car, don't you?
Yeah, but I guess it gets a bit slower over the stint as the tires gets worn out a bit more, other than the Bentley, which should be very, very stable throughout the whole stint.
The Audi is very good around here though, and we do know that that it's definitely one of the quicker cars around Kyalami, and definitely in the dry. I mean, in the wet we've seen them struggle, and it's kind of to be expected as well, because it shares a lot of traits with the Lamborghini, which also struggles in the wet. And you know, this is the kind of conditions that will favor the Audi at the moment. They have to make the most of them, because we don't know if the rain will be coming back. But yeah, I kind of echo your thoughts with the Bentley. It is kind of like the perfect endurance car. It doesn't ooh, James catching the inside of Barbecue just a bit there. And the car getting a bit out of shape. Phil Witt will be happy to see that. And James Parker will resettle himself, not losing too much time though, just a couple attempts.
Yeah, just a slight drift, probably for style points. I mean, you don't get style points at RCI, but
James Parker does not seem like the kind of guy that would go for style points in an endurance race.
And
maybe I'm incorrect, but
even though he showed us how it's being done in style, and that in a Bentley.
I mean, you definitely need some skill to drift a Bentley. But back to the point of the Bentley being, almost a perfect endurance car, as Benedetti now coming out of the pit lane. The Bentley has got a large fuel tank. It's not too hard on its tires. It's great over the curbs. And like you said, you don't have to push it hard. You can just let the car, do most of the work for you. And in fact, pushing the car hard is mainly where its weaknesses lie. I mean, I found it. I was pushing the car a bit too hard in the Monza race, and eventually it glanced the wall is the term I'll use. But, it's maybe one of those reasons why we do see the Bentley out a lot more in the endurance races compared to the sprint races, because, it's more geared up for, these long endurance races where its benefits clearly do shine, unlike in, say, a 60-minute sprint race where you need to get the most pace out of the car in a short period of time.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also much better for the driver. As we've already said, you don't have to push it. Actually, you shouldn't really push it too much. At least with the setup that Mikael has given us in the Monza race. He always told us, do not push the car too much. It does all the work alone. You don't need to push it. You are not allowed to push it. It's faster without pushing it. I think the Audi is probably a different case, but I don't know how Pink Performance has set up that car. I mean, they have a lot of experience with this car. I usually don't see Wolf Matuszka, Phil Witt, or Mitja Bonke in a different car. They are always in the Audi. The only reason you will not see them in the Audi is when there is no Audi allowed to be in the race. But usually, like in 9 out of 10 cases, you will see Wolf Matuszka, Phil Witt in an Audi. And
I was about to say I think the only car I've seen them in that wasn't an Audi is the Porsche Cup car. I legitimately think that is the only car I've seen them in that isn't the Audi R8. But the Bentley just behind these guys, I think that's the Racing Line Motorsport 194 car. Maybe just having a slight ping issue. I saw it fly off track at 2 particular points just a moment ago. The number 56 is in the pit lane there. And some of our Russian friends in the chat have said Ogorodnikov will not be returning to the car. He's run all of his stints for this race. So, nice to know. Get a little bit of an update. And the Coach Dave Academy car just putting another lap on that 95 car, the Sidemax Motorworks Mercedes, which did pick up a drive-through penalty. I think it was about half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. Did kind of just notice that, picking that up for track limits. And, well, when it's not your day, it's not your day. And, I mean, both of us have got quite a bit of experience with that, haven't we? When things go wrong and then they just keep getting worse.
Yeah, I mean, Monza is the perfect example. We had one Monza race that went perfect for us, but the other, on the other hand, in OTL racing, that was a very different Monza race for us.
I mean, that one started really well.
It did indeed, because of your very your very good work at the start, but sadly, that got put down into the sink after some incidents of ours. I won't go into detail of that, but it was an interesting race for sure. As we see James Parker heading into the pit stops, so
we had technical difficulties. Of some sort.
Or human difficulties.
It was definitely a difficulty of some sort, but yeah, James Parker comes into the pit lane with the 899 Bentley. I imagine we'll see Phil Vick coming into the pit lane sometime soon as well, as his stint is probably not too far from its end. It's a shame that we can't actually see the stints. The only car that we can see the stint timer for is the Ferrari. If you go on the dash cam for the Ferrari, you can actually see the stint timer.
Because of the monitor on the right-hand side, right?
Yes. I believe the McLaren has it as well, but you can't quite see it because the seatbelt obscures it. But you can see it there, the little screen there, and it's got the 1 hour, 5 minutes, and then the seconds counting up as well. This is for Marek Shin, so he's only got 4 minutes left of his stint time, so he'll have to come into the pit lane within, well, this lap or the next lap. Vicky Thompson she's in the pit lane as well for Team Renwelton. And there goes Malinowski in the Side Max Motorworks car, and James Parker coming out just ahead as well. And there's the Dorking Community Team with Darren King himself in the car, and James Parker going side by side with Darren King into turn 1. And I believe the 38 has come out just ahead of that, although not fighting for position on track. So once James Parker is up to speed, he'll probably want to get back past that Ferrari.
Yeah, and James Parker just got awarded 7 out of 9 style points for this drift that we've seen before from Fox. He's just saying that he would need a bit more angle to get awarded more points.
Well, the OVRC team, fantastic drift earlier on in the in the wet conditions. That got Jesse Lee off his seat, which, I mean, that's not difficult to do, but either way, getting Jesse Lee excited is always a sign of doing something impressive. And the OVRC team, where are they actually at the moment? 23rd is their pro car at this point in time, the 199 Audi, and then their silver car, the 777 McLaren, down in 32nd place. So the OVRC team, the pro team, probably not having the best race that they were probably looking forward to. They very much did not enjoy the wet stint, as we had Jordan Grant-Smith, I think, in the box for an interview much earlier on in the race. It was in the early hours of the morning, and he was talking about how his teammates had questioned him on why have we chosen this car, which I guess for a 24-hour race, I think the team were asking Jordan Grant-Smith, like the rest of the team were asking him, why did we pick the Audi? And for a 24-hour race where you're aware that there's going to be a lot of varying conditions, it's probably a fair question to ask.
Yeah, I mean, the other team is maybe not so happy as well. The 777 team and the McLaren, I don't know, but at least the Triple R boys in the car 333 are not happy about their car choice at all. I've been in their Discord channel before, and oh god, do they hate their car now. I don't think they will be going for the McLaren again if they are joining another championship.
Oh, and after Bongo, or I should call him Harry Conway, actually. We're live on air. I should use his proper name. Made
You're a member of the staff,
delivery.
Ryan.
I know. I should better represent myself. I used the nickname. How dare I? But no. Harry Conway made such a beautiful livery, RCI livery for the McLaren. I'm sure Seb Brunier will still drive it, but yeah, the Triple R boys may be looking into another change of car. How many different cars have they driven throughout the course of their ACC history? I remember the Aston Martin, the Porsche, of course the McLaren, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini. They've had a few cars throughout the course of their endurance racing career, as the 557 has apparently received a drive-through penalty for track limits as well now.
So they are basically the opposite Pink Performance team.
Basically, yes. They pretty much are.
Sadly, that also counts for the performance as well. At least in this race. And now we've got the leader in the pit boxes. Their lead should still be unfought because I think they have around more than half a lap. They should be more than half a lap ahead of the other teams. And I mean, now that we've had the Monza race, Ryan, we have a bit of experience how it is to be so much in front of someone else. How hard would you say is it if you are that much ahead of someone else, or do you still worry about anything?
I think I kind of think it depends on the mentality, really, as we see Ryan Meenan has got back into the number 96 after he drove a fantastic stint in the morning in the wet. You know, I think it comes down to mentality, really. If you're a team that's you've been around endurance racing before, you know that anything can go wrong at any point in time, and we've experienced that ourselves. And you know, you start to look at it and you go, okay, well, we have this lead. We just need to make sure we keep it safe now. Pace isn't the most important thing. It's just keep it clean, keep it consistent. I think maybe a more inexperienced team would maybe get quite overconfident with a big lead, and that kind of overconfidence will bite you back, and it's how you can easily lose an endurance race win. So, I mean, for someone like Sidebats, they're not looking into it too much. They're looking at it as, hey, we've still got a 4-hour race to go. For the rest of the time that we're lapping around this circuit, and they're going to think about it in the mentality of, it's not over till it's over. And I mean, how often have we seen endurance races in the real world and the sim world decided in the final minutes of a race? I mean, wasn't it at Le Mans where Toyota had a car breakdown right before the end? I believe it was, and unfortunately they had to they retired and they lost the chance to win. And car retirements in ACC for stuff like an engine failure isn't really the kind of thing you'll be worried about, but you will be worried about things like, say, hardware failure. I mean, one of the Sidemax cars had a wheel failure, where the driver in the car went straight into the wall and that was it, race over. That can happen at any point in time during a 24-hour race.
Very true, and I think there was in the virtual Le Mans race, there was even a driver having 2 sim rigs prepared, and even had to use his second sim rig. Like,
I remember this.
I think he stopped on track on the straight of Le Mans, and he just jumped out of his sim rig, changed it over, and he jumped into it. That looked like a driver swap change in real life.
I can only imagine the flex that you must have to say, I have 2 sim rigs in case one of them dies.
Indeed. And we see a flying Audi. That looks a bit concerning. I hope they have not lost their connection.
Ooh, that is the Pink Performance team, and that is slightly concerning. And that car still hasn't moved. And that's not just on our broadcaster's end. That's what we can see on our end as well. So that, to me, that could be a disconnection, unfortunately, for the Pink Performance car, and that would be a massive shame if that's how this race were to go for them. If they're going to have to reconnect now. Of course, they should know the rejoin procedure by now. They've been around for quite a while, so I'm sure they'll handle it however it's going, but we'll focus back on James Parker. And in the 899, up to, well, it says 7th place on the timing board, 6th place down in the bottom corner. So I do think that is probably a sign that the number 25 has disconnected. And, well, James Parker, he's just going along as is. And the camera in ACC not liking focusing on that number 25 car too much, and James Parker comes across to complete another lap. He does move himself up into 6th place, and it's going to be unfortunate for the number 25 team. And I mean, Fabian, I don't want it to come across to all the viewers that we're the most relatable endurance racers ever. But we've been in the situation again, or like before, where we've had a disconnection from an endurance race. It was the 12 hours of Spa, wasn't it?
Yeah, oh god. Why did
Sorry
you
if
have
I
to
brought
remind
back
me?
bad memories.
That was also not our first disconnect. Our first disconnect was in Kyalami at the start of the race.
It was, but at least we got to do that race.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, you're right. The 12 hours of Spa and 4 hours to the end, I had the disconnect. It's always me in our team that has the disconnect, sadly. But I mean, that's why we have this point system in place. That you have to help me right there. I think the first third, the second third, and then the end result counts. And
yes.
The first third gives you 25% of points. The second third gives you 25%, and the last one gives you 50. And that's the reason why we have it in place. like the 25 car, you have been driving on in the top 10 for the majority of the race, and now you're basically losing everything. That would be a proper shame if they would get no points at all in this race because of one disconnect. 4 hours to go. At least they do not lose all the points. They will have half of the point because 25 plus 25 is 50.
It's kind of it's kind of a reminder of you know, all the stuff that has to go right for you in an endurance race. I mean, you know, an internet connection going down for even a second can put you out of the race. And you know, as much as a lot of these guys are coming from, you know, countries with very good internet connections and very stable internet connections, things can still happen. You know, I mean, I live in the UK. The UK's internet infrastructure is definitely not the best in the world, and it is quite overloaded at the moment, considering the global pandemic, everyone working at home, everyone using way more internet than they would usually be using, and that's the same for Germany, Italy, Spain. It's the same for everywhere pretty much at the moment, where, you know, people are at home more, they're using the internet more, and of course, yeah, it's just going to be one of those things where a connection is never going to be 100% stable all the time. You just have to hope that for the course of the 24-hour race it doesn't give out. Obviously, we're not saying it could entirely be an internet connection. It could also be an Unreal Engine crash. We've seen quite a few of those before plaguing ACC. They're not as common anymore, but they do still happen. So, you know, it could entirely be one of those, or maybe it's a completely separate incident altogether. But either way, the number 25 team, unfortunate for them, but let's hope that they can reconnect and continue on in this race, because if they can get to the end of this race, then they can still pick up some solid points today. And like you said, it's really good that we do have this point system in place, the segmented point system, so that at different points throughout the race, you earn points. And it kind of adds a bit more importance to the race, doesn't it, Fabian? I mean, you have to be conscious of where you are at 3 different stages of the race. And I mean, I'm sure nobody thinks about it in this way, but you can legitimately have a situation where you're 5 minutes away from the first third of the race being over, and you're thinking, if I make up another place before that 8-hour mark, I get a couple extra points.
Yeah, true. I actually have not thought about that before, but that's a good point you bring up. That could actually change the result of the race completely. Like, a winner at the end of the race might not actually be the winner of like the holder of the most points of the race, because people from first or second, third have actually collected more points there.
Yeah, I think the Sidebanks car is the one that is currently on for a 100% points finish. They're expected to pick up all of the available points for this race. They won't pick up all of the available points for the week. Well, not weekend as such, but the entire event, because GTWR did take pole position. So of course that means that GTWR will get some points for pole position, even if their race hasn't particularly gone too well, down in 8th place at the moment. And this is Kevin Siclari back in the 191. We mentioned him earlier, and, well, you said that Kevin Siclari is much more of an attacking driver, Fabian. Well, we might get to see that in a short period of time, but it would definitely seem that our time together is slowly but surely coming to an end as we near 4 hours. You just don't want to go back to the steward's box.
No, it's so hot in there. Like, we have no window. We can't change the air.
Oh, it's great. We've got air conditioning and heating in here now as well. I mean, it's great. But no, it's been great so far. But for the next 2 hours of the race, we'll be having George Smith and Josh Lation back in the commentary box. Of course, the South African and the Welshman will be back to give you 2 hours of commentary, and then for the final 2 hours, it will be myself and Mike Jones back in the commentary box. Of course, we started the race, and then we'll be the ones to finish it as well. We'll probably have a few more of the commentators jump in the last probably 15 minutes of the race if they fancy it. But I tell you what, Fabian, it's been absolutely fantastic to have you back in the commentary box, and I know you're very, very busy with stewarding a lot of the time, and you've got the apprenticeship to focus on, but we'd love to have you back for a commentary stint in one of the future endurance races, whether that's in the World Tour or not in the World Tour. Because we will definitely be running more endurance races after this, as Rob Taplin, here we go, so the 25 is back in the server, and that's really good to see. So Rob Taplin comes back around. That car's got a bit of damage on the front of it though, so good to see them back in the server, and I don't think they've lost too many places either, but it's been fantastic to have you alongside me here, Fabian, for an hour of commentary, and you're always welcome back.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to be back after such a long time. Maybe I'll come back again. Let's see. I definitely enjoyed this a lot, especially having you here together with me. That's always special to me. As we have been a commentator duo before in our very prestigious Porsche Cup streams that didn't go that well on my end.
Technical difficulties cup. And I will never give up on that name, because it definitely it definitely did live up to that nickname. But no, it's been great to see where we both started commentating together on a Porsche Cup race at Zandvoort, and now we're obviously here for the 24 hours of Kyalami. And well, guys, just over 4 hours to go. Wolf Matuszka comes out of the pit lane in the pink performance team. They look like they're down in 9th place now for that car. Or is it a bit further back than that? I'm not entirely sure. They've lost a couple of places for sure, but definitely not the worst thing in the world, and good to see them getting back on track. So, from myself and Fabian Schmidberger, it's been glad to bring you this next segment of the race, but for the following 2 hours, you will have everyone's favourite South African, and of course Josh Leishan, one of our resident Welshmen around here for commentary. For the next 2 hours, George Smith, Josh, take it away.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Fabian. That was a great little commentary duo from the two of you. I said it before I left the air, but it was great to have the two of you reunited again, and a really good job to the both of you. And good to be back in the box alongside my friend Josh. We don't get to do a lot of comms together, but the times that we do, we thoroughly appreciate. In the next 2 hours, we will be here together, and this will be my last 2 hours on the 24-hour stream. So, Josh, are you re-energized? Have you had any sleep? I mean, you're a madman. You've done way too much this 24.
Yeah, you could say I've done too much, but yeah, I did manage to get myself some sleep, and yeah, definitely re-energized and ready to see how this unfolds. The order definitely did change up from when I left around 6 a.m., which is 6 a.m. in sim time as well. So, good couple hours ago, it was all a little bit different, but that's how endurance racing goes. You look away for an hour or so, and it all changes up. But what hasn't changed is Kevin Saklari still on the charge, George. Obviously, I think you were on comms with me earlier on, and Saklari was really, really pushing, very, very, very attacking mindset from him today.
I mean, it's good to see the charge coming out from the Racing Line Motorsport driver Kevin Saklari. I mean, a well-known name in the esports side of things, and putting pressure on that like and subscribe team to try and get that position off their hand and get themselves onto a podium sitting spot. So at the moment, Konstantin Soldatov doing a good job at staying defensive in that number 56, but Saklari on that charge and someone to keep an eye out on. 6/10 is the last update as the timing sheet takes its time to get all up to date again. But you know, that timing delta just changes between the different parts of the track that they're on, and it's all about those lap times and finding a way through. Though it's one thing catching up to him, but Soldatov, when going defensive, how does Saklari answer back to that?
Well, on that particular lap, George, they literally did pretty much the same time, both are 1:42.0. So in terms of defense, if you can match the guy behind you, you haven't really got to worry about it too much. But obviously you've got to keep your eyes peeled. You don't want to make any mistakes, and take your eye off your line. But if I'm Saklari, I'd be trying to just come into the braking zones, just try and move into his mirror. Just maybe have a little peek here on the right hand side, just say I am here, so don't forget about me. So. Yeah, but Saklari and that Racing Live Motorsport Ferrari have been on the charge all day. They seem to have really taken a more attacking approach compared to some of the other teams. Obviously, the Side Max guys, for example, have just methodically gone about it and just kept doing lap times and lap time. They've managed to stay out of pretty much any fights for the most part, whereas every time I seem to watch the stream, it's a Racing Live Motorsport driver trying to attack for the podium spot. So definitely a different mindset now, and as we're coming towards the end, I can only imagine that's going to amp up, should we say. And Kevin Saklari he's kind of the guy you'd want behind the wheel to really go and make a half chance into an overtake. So Saklari, like you said, still closing down the like and subscribe team, who have been fantastic all day, and especially in the wet earlier on. Obviously the start of the race and like the mid part of the first 12 hours, so the first quarter of the race. This like and subscribe team have been really solid, but I don't think they've had to deal with Kevin Saklari yet, so let's see how this one pans out.
Starting to lick the rear end of that Aston Martin is Saklari. He's closing down Delta by Delta as he comes through the corners, and he really needs to get himself into the slip down the start-finish straight if he wants to start making a move through the mid part of this track. Both of them looking pretty well matched under braking. Not really anybody's game being made or defined, so to speak, just under the braking side. So the same sort of risks being taken out all the time between these drivers. Konstantin Soldatov doing a great job at finding pace in that Aston Martin, the front running Aston Martin, by quite some margin. The next one sitting down in 8th place. Saklari, the lead Ferrari in this situation, and he's got Batifolia on the charge from behind. But it really is just a two-horse race at the moment between 3rd and 4th, the closest battle that we want to keep an eye out on for sure, as this could change up the way that the standings results in the teams finishing points. And with 3 hours 54 on the clock, maybe a little bit too early to get excited about a battle for that P3. But we've seen other drivers get stuff done early on and then just lead out at the front. Side Max Motorworks.
Yep. So we've got the funny enough, the other Aston Martin you just mentioned, the MSV Racing 962. They have been by far the best in their class all race long, and Milton Steele Vassen's obviously part of that team. And earlier on, when he was in the car, just pretty much as I was finishing my commentary stint, he was lapping faster than the leaders at that current time. And we were talking about the silver placards there. Don't let that confuse you. It's more of as a team overall, they see themselves as a silver, but Milton Steele Vassen in that car definitely isn't the silver part of that team. He is seriously quick in that Aston Martin. It was quite interesting to see a car. I think they were 13th at the time, so you can see that they've made up a lot of time as well. But Saklari now gaining a little bit of an advantage here, George. Just getting stuck behind some traffic is Soldatov. So this is what endurance racing is all about. This is where Saklari now needs to be ready to pounce. He needs to be like a tiger in the woods.
Oh,
here.
He's
pounce,
doing that, Josh. He's doing exactly that. He's prepping himself for the prey and getting himself all over the back end of that Aston. So the McLaren doing the thing we would expect him to do at some point, and just eases off before they come into the S's. Doesn't then impact the run of Soldatov as much as Saklari would have wanted, but both of them get through there with the same advantage, you know, so neither of them losing out too much time. Soldatov did get impacted as they made the run down into sunset, but again, at the top of Leeuwkop, there's just so much drive that number 56 Aston Martin seems to get. Now under braking, Saklari, but a little bit braver, a little bit later on the brakes there, does close down the gap into the Crocodile. So the ebb and flow of these two professional racing drivers continues out here, and two big teams that we've been seeing within the top 10 the entire time that we've been tracking on this race. So for the teams in the top 10, it has been very much quite a consistent place for them. Of course, outside the top 10, 11, 12, 13th, we've seen some changes coming in, some cars taking, you know, a turn in there. But for these guys, I mean, it's been this battle for the entire duration of, you know, the last, you know, since the start, 20 hours fighting on track.
Yeah, 20 hours. When you put it like that, it's really scary, isn't it? How long these guys have been going at it. So the only one that doesn't stand out to me in the top 7, top 8 or so is the car Batafulia. They were battling with the 38 for most part of this race, but they seem to have made up a lot of time in the last couple of hours that I missed due to obviously having to sleep, you know, because life things, unfortunately. But these guys have really improved. You know, they've jumped the 899 as well, which is no small feat at all. So they've managed to fight their way into the top 5. So Jardier's community team and Jardier himself will be very happy with that, and I'm sure we'll see Jardier in the car again a little bit later on. But here we go now. Saklari again managing to gain a little bit with the traffic in front on the 56, but the 56 will be getting a tiny bit of a slipstream down here. But is the McLaren going to move to the right hand side here to move out of the way? Kind of. He's actually gone to the left, so he's let them take the line, but that is
they've gone so deep.
I think, yeah.
They've gone so
gone
deep,
off the circuit now.
Oh, where does that McLaren edge off here to let them go side by side? That could, that's crazy.
Word.
That is crazy. My nerves. Saklari on the inside, then Avengwe gets through. Crazy racing just went down there.
That is, I wouldn't want to be that team if you spun out 3rd place at this late in the race.
No, I'm just thinking about how bad that could have gone. Didn't go, and everybody gets through, and that deep braking into Crocodile certainly changed up the way they went into Cheetah, side by side, and then eventually backing out as the back marker. Saklari, a very brave man indeed, kept it well in there to make sure that he didn't lose out too much, but it did benefit Soldatov. You can't deny that. I mean, look at the couple of car lengths they got out.
It definitely has, but just had a quick look, and I think the reason that the McLaren didn't really give it up is he's actually fighting the Mercedes that's behind him in the background there. So I think that's why he kind of didn't want to give up any inch at all. But the bad news, like I say, for Saklari is he did lose out there, but I think he's got the pace to just arrive back, which he pretty much has now anyway. But I thought that would have been a chance for him, because he definitely compromised Soldatov going into Crocodile, but Saklari definitely had to brake a little bit later, didn't he, and got forced. Pretty much he wasn't allowed back on the track by the McLaren, so he had to just slot in behind and wait. So, but yeah, I do think it's a matter of time now before we start seeing a move come in from Saklari. I think these guys are around 15-16 laps into their stint or so, maybe approaching 20 laps on these tires, and the average has been about 40 laps, isn't it? So we're only halfway through the battle between these two particular drivers.
Oh, and I mean, what a treat that is to hear that, knowing that we've still got another half of their stint to go for them to continue to battle out. What a drive from Soldatov at the moment. Saklari, clearly the driver that has more pace, because even though he loses advantage and puts himself a little way down the circuit, he's back onto the back end of the 56 within the next half a lap. So much quicker driver coming out. You can just see that by the way that he catches back up. But Soldatov's consistency at making that Aston Martin so defensive. He's hitting every apex. He's making sure that Saklari has to go around the outside. Now, this is an interesting place because if they're a little bit closer on, you set yourself to go on the outside here so you can defend going into Clubhouse. It's not what Soldatov has to do just yet. But that's one of the corners that you don't really want to force someone to go out wide. because it will give you the inside for this corner then. So I think Soldatov doing a good job at the moment just to manage where he has to put Saklari, and Saklari just having a little bit of a lick at the back end and trying to see if he can just sit in that slipstream, get tagged along for a little bit longer, and try and capitalize off a little bit of the toe. There's not a lot that you can get here.
No, and they've also got Wolf Machushka, who's trying to unlap himself as well behind. In that, it's unfortunately, you've got to say, a beaten up looking Audi at the moment with the bonnet kind of lifted
Josh, that's
on
just
the pink
it's just
performance,
Activero. They've brought some Activero.
They've adapted it. Okay, fair enough. We'll pink performance, and there we go. There's a slight mistake there from
that is a mistake.
Soldatov, and that's going to cost him because this is the closest Saklari's been.
Saklari, equal mistake. So, almost gets caught out hardcore by that anti-cut at Cheetah, and it's a little bit of give and take. Soldatov makes a mistake, and Saklari hands it back to him and gives up his advantage.
Yeah, I think he got a bit too excited, didn't he? Saklari went, "Ooh, mistake," and all of a sudden he's accidentally done the same as well. But Wolf Matushka's going to want to get past here, but Saklari's not going to want to move out of the way, and obviously he doesn't have to. And is Wolf Matushka going to risk it as well? And also Machushka's got, I think that's the 899 behind, trying to lap him as well. And it's so we've actually got 4 of the top 8 here. So we've got obviously 3rd, 4th, and then we've got P8 and then P6 behind. So very, very out of sync, the cars behind. But there's cars here that want to start making progress. And if Soldatov is going to hold them all up, then maybe this is where Saklari needs to try and squeeze through. But he gets close here, George, through the middle, the middle part of the lap. But unfortunately, you can't really overtake here unless you can carry the speed through the S's back up the hill towards the hairpin. But you just see the Aston Martin's just driving away from him, isn't it? So don't know what he's gonna have to try something.
Yeah, definitely want to get onto the back end towards the top of Leeuwkop, because that opportunity to either make a move under the braking zone or again down the run through Mineshaft and into Crocodile. All of these corners are places that you can be quite bullish in making those moves well known. But through the rest of the circuits and the places that it looks like Saklari's catching up, just not really able to get the track position advantage. So I think it's a marvelous drive coming out from Soldatov at the moment. Saklari doesn't seem to have that answer, and with Matushka looking to unlap himself behind, maybe Saklari's going to just kind of realize that if he loses out time here, he's just going to keep them all bunched up. And that Bentley in the background, that's James Parker. He's also looking to just try and get through and try and make up some position on track on board with James Parker. A nice little visual of the train going down in front, and just talent in front, including James Parker here, and a nice bunch of drivers to be able to follow along with, even if they are driving at different phases of their races. The 2 cars in front battling out, and the 2 behind also not in sync for where they're battling for position, but certainly trying to make up for lost time. And everyone's going to be driving Saklari. Getting a little bit loose coming out there
now, isn't he?
He really is.
He's starting to let Soldatov know that he wants by, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to really make any impression. I think it looks like his best shot is going to be into turn 1 at this point, because he doesn't seem to get close enough here. But there you go. That's James Parker getting past the Pink Performance Audi there with a little weave to say no problem there from Wolf Matushka. But Saklari does seem to close in here on the brakes into Crocodile, but again, not really making any impression. It does seem the Aston gets a good drive pretty much through, out of the traction zones, which is quite surprising, because I thought the TC was quite sensitive on the Aston Martin. Not driven it myself, but I wonder if James Parker now is going to try and force his way past Saklari.
I mean, Parker, not someone that I think the word forced ever comes into my mind. I think if he can get onto the back end of Saklari, and Saklari sees that he's losing a lot of pressure. I mean, we said forced. He is gonna force himself, isn't he? Up the inside he goes. Josh Lation calling that one almost to the T. And Saklari just going to, I think, also kind of be okay with it. He's been stuck up behind Soldatov for a while. Maybe Parker is the driver that he needs to rattle the chains of that Aston Martin and force him to maybe put on a mistake if he wants to go over defensive against the car that's trying to unlap himself, because he's then scared of what that effect has on Saklari. Matushka also looking to get past Saklari under the same sort of steam that James had in front of him. A good scenario then, I think, for both Saklari and Soldatov here. It could go either way. They either both benefit, or one of them benefits, one loses. They either both come out in the same position chasing down, or obviously the inverse, where the other wins and the other loses. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting scenario, and Soldatov getting a bit of a drive away from Parker in the same part of the track that he was doing it to Saklari.
Yeah, and it's going to be a nice bit of breathing room. I don't think it's going to have it for long, but Soldatov has obviously gapped Saklari. But it's interesting to see that Wolf Matushka and James Parker, obviously the quicker cars at the moment. You know, faster than our third and fourth place in the race at the moment. I think James Parker's actually on older tyres than the other guys, but Wolf Matushka obviously on the freshest set, but James Parker obviously is one of the super quick guys, so I'm not surprised to see him trying to unlap himself and try and make an impression, and maybe try and close down on P5 for them. But yeah, Wolf Matushka's trying to again get past as well. He is definitely getting held up, but they're in a bit of a race on their own at the moment, aren't they? Number 25, they're quite a way down from P7, and they've got quite a gap to P9, so I don't think it really matters to Wolf. He just wants to get past and not have to worry about being stuck behind one of the lead cars. But here is P7 and our race leader for quite a while in the night stint, George. The GTWR in the rain, it was all going super well for them. I didn't actually see what happened to them. I came when I woke back up. They were down. I
couldn't tell you the answer either. I felt the same way. I woke up and I saw the McShuffle that had gone down in the drizzle, and I had no idea what had
But they were looking
through there.
so on it as well. But unfortunately, that's how it goes. The first 12 hours can go perfectly for you, and the second 12, not so perfect. And that's why you've got to be on it for the full 24. And that's why teams like Sidemax, who we've just jumped to, ironically as well, this is why they're in the lead by such a margin, because they've been on it for the most part. The first 20 hours it's just been brilliant for them. So that's why they're out in the lead. They're not necessarily the outright fastest car at the moment, or they haven't been the fastest car that much. I know when Boothby was in the car earlier on in the night, or the early morning, he was the fastest guy on the track, but that hasn't always been the case. But there we go. So Soldatov has well, whether he let James Parker through is a different thing, but James Parker is now in front, so Saklari and Soldatov can go back at it now.
They can. They've been allowed to now have their own space. They kind of in a sandwich position from what they were in earlier. Parker up front, Matushka still trying to get past Saklari, but for the battle for position that is most important, that has been mostly uninterrupted. Very similar position to how they kind of got into that situation before both Parker and Matushka caught up to their little pack. I mean, it has to be said, 688 laps having been done out here from that Sidemax Motorsports car that we were talking about earlier. That's like 764,000 kilometers. Just absolute madness over the duration of this race, and it's a short track. Nonetheless, I think 1.1 kilometers or so. I mean, just great racing every single lap. Lap in, lap out. Chris Hooker here from the Renvelten Pro Team. Victoria Thompson did a great job at just nursing the 249 and holding on to position. And now they have the ability to just hold on to this position. Soldatov and Saklari are going to slow themselves down in catching up to Hooker. So it's going to be a good place for the Renvelten Pro Team. Whilst they watch in the background, they'll see that third and fourth are battling out. And that's going to leave them with a little bit more buffer room if they get into the knife fight that we expected them to get into a couple of laps ago. Konstantin Soldatov, I feel like he's kind of played with his food and now decided that he's actually going to put his foot down and.
Yep.
I mean, it felt like that earlier. Saklari was all over the back, and now Saklari just struggling to get back up to that same place.
Yeah, no, he is. He hasn't really got back to where he was. He's slowly closing the gap, but definitely not close enough for Solotov to even start worrying about coming off his line. But like you said, Chris Huke, obviously the Remwell Pro Team, the 249, that was actually a car that fitted the wrong tyres earlier on in the race, and they dropped all the way down to P8, P9. So the work that they've put back in, and I wouldn't say a recovery drive, because a recovery from P8 is P8 is still such a respectable finishing position, but for them, when they were running in P1 at the time, they've managed to recover all the way up to P2, and they have quite a healthy lead over the car that we're watching now. Obviously, Konstantin Soldatov, like and subscribe team. So absolutely fantastic from the Rem Welton Pro team. But did we expect any less, George? Probably not. This, like you say, Victor Thompson did a fantastic job earlier on, and Chris Huke throughout the race has just been fantastic as well, as always. But the top two are by quite some margin the fastest cars on track at the moment. Especially Chris Huke, who's doing the 141.6s at the moment. Kyalami meaning only a 42.0 on the last lap, but still, that's no slouch pace, is it, when you've been on those tyres for 22 laps? So yeah, the Audi and the Lamborghini really running well. But are we going to have a Ferrari on the podium, or is it going to be Aston Martin at this point, or could it be Bentley? Who knows? But I'm going to say it's going to be either a Ferrari or an Aston Martin. I think with only 3 hours and 36 minutes. But I say only. Usually we'd be, we wouldn't. A 3-hour race wouldn't have even started yet, George. So, but when you've only got this amount of time left in the 24 hours, it kind of feels like you're coming towards the end. So, it's going to be interesting to see who does, round out the podium. But I think as long as they can stay mistake-free, the top two, they should have those top two positions locked in. So, hopefully, they do have a mistake-free. But we all know it's not as easy as that, is it? So.
It's not as easy as that at all. It's about trying to limit the amount of incidents that you have on the circuit at all times, but of course being mindful of the track position that you're trying to make up at every single corner. So Clary and Soldatov will just continue this out. It feels like this might go on for 3 hours and 36 minutes. So there will be pit stops, there will be changes, but I feel like the battle then between like and subscribe and Racing Line at Motorsport has been written in the sand, and until the sands of time come through and blow it away, this will not be left unturned. Because right now, Kevin Zaklari, we said it at the start, he seems to get a good run in certain parts of the track, and then he just drops off just a tiny amount more than he would have wanted to. That gives the advantage back over to Soldatov. Looking at our live stream chat as well, big shout out to all of our viewers. You guys are incredible. 300 people watching with us right now. Josh, all joining in and enjoying the race action. 153 likes on the live stream. If you guys do like what you see and you feel like leaving a little bit of love, please don't feel shy. Like, subscribe, and share in all the places. Sort of the motto of the team holding down third place. Like and subscribe. They've helped us out with our shameless plugs that are, I mean, they're not really that shameless, are they?
No, but it's quite interesting because they've been involved in so much racing today. It feels like I've said like and subscribe, not in a plug way, but you end up saying it. So I'm sure YouTube are going, God, these guys really do like to say like and subscribe a lot. But if I'm Kevin Saklari, I would have had enough of this like and subscribe team by now. I'd want to get by, but I just don't think at this current time he's got the P. He does get a nice run onto the back of the Aston Martin here, but it's not going to be close enough. But like you said, when the pit stops come in and the drivers change over, the cars may be close on the track, but we could have two different drivers with different pace levels, and maybe a driver that isn't going to deal as well, with Saklari behind them, or whoever does get in the 191. But Solotov he hasn't come off his line once, has he, to even defend or even entertain Kevin Saklari's attempts at trying to get past for that third position. But I've got to say that the 56 is he's cold-blooded at the moment. He's not fazed by it at all.
No, it's certainly not even. It's not even made him batter an eyelid from what I've seen. He's just driven out his drive, and Saklari also hasn't really needed to put too much pressure. We saw maybe that incident or instance when they came into the S's where backmarker had maybe allowed for him to get a little bit of a nose look, diving around the mirrors. But that was probably the most pressure that Soldatov has felt at this point. So a very good drive coming out from the like and subscribe team. Saklari, though, still one of the drivers that I've loved and followed for a long time. I feel like he has the ability to take on the best in the world, and this is why they are in the split that they're in. Just a variety of great drivers and names and teams as well involved. That was a good exit actually coming out from Saklari. He's tucked all the way onto the back end. Is he going to go around the outside here, put himself onto the inside for Clubhouse? It's a good way to try and take it. Where does that Aston go? He's going to go defensive. Saklari dances around as they come down into Clubhouse, and it's not going to be where he can make the move. He's going to be holding on to this, wanting to get the run. Josh, you mentioned it, at the top of the hairpin is where you can potentially get a look, and this might be the opportune moment for Kevin Saklari to do this. Still 3 hours and 32 on the clock to bear in mind, but this battle, if this can just get a move made, I think the crowd will go wild, as we've just watched it build up and up and up, and it's like a hungry shark stalking prey. Soldatov, the escaped seal in this situation. That run out from the exit of the top of Leeuwkorp and down through Mineshaft just gets all the run on that 488. It blows my mind at how much he can be under pressure coming up the hill and, duress through the curves, and suddenly he finds himself back in some breathing room.
Yeah, he is. He's very close this time, too close actually, and he does tap him wide, but thankfully both of them are facing the right way. Wolf Patushka's managed to finally get past, and that was a bit of a misjudgment there from Saklari, wasn't it? He darted to the inside, came off his line, and he pressed the brakes, and he actually turned right a little bit, try and slot in, and just completely got that wrong. But thankfully for, especially for Saklari and his team, that he didn't actually spin out the like and subscribe team, and he's managed to keep his car out of the wall as well. So that could have been so much worse. And like
not
you said,
intentional. I mean, it's you're pushing under pressure. He's had a look to the inside line, onto the brakes a little bit too late then, and realizing that the like and subscribe team is going to come across for Ingwe. He's trying to move to the right of the track, and a slight bit of overlap, a little tap, and a bit of synchronized drifting went down, and not too much impact at the end of it. So luckily enough, I'm sure the stewards still look into things like that if they get reported out, and they could have picked up some damage and those kind of things. So viewers must just remember that all those things are being brought to you and checked out by our live stewarding departments, or all down below us in the basement, we like to call it, or as some like to call it, the dungeon. There's no air conditioning. You heard Fabs saying it earlier, and they just have to work under pressure there to hand out these little pieces of paper that tell us what governs the rules on the racetrack.
Yeah, exactly that. And the stewards have obviously been here all race long as well, and they've done a fantastic job. And we have seen some penalties dished out, and it was set early on that if you do spin out a car and impact their race. But here we go, Till Vornum for the PCDC Motorsports team, number 12. He is going to take 16th place, but Aidan Bro for the Butler Pearl Motorsport team did try and potentially come back at him, but I think he knows that that's a done deal. Therefore, the number 12 PCDC car does move into P16. Obviously, last time they actually won the last round at Silverstone. Not been such a success story for them so far in this race. Obviously, they have a 20-second gap now behind P15. So I think a target for those guys would be a P15, top 15 finish. They'd be pretty happy with that. But like you said, Saklari, if anything, has come off worse there. He seems to have lost a lot of time on the number 56. Maybe he's just going to cool himself down, because on the lap he did make the contact. It's the closest he came. I think he sniffed the chance, didn't he? And I thought he was going to get it done, but unfortunately it ended in a bit of contact. But I think that one will probably go down as a racing incident, as both cars, I think they both made it through, didn't they? So hopefully we don't see a big 15 seconds time penalty for Saklari, but in terms of the race. But if that's what the stewards seem as viable, then so be it. So but Saklari does look like he's come worse off. So but Killian Raiminen in the Sidemax Motorworks car, just going about their business. Just 142 flat exactly that lap, and that's enough pace at the moment. Chris Huke is only 3/10 quicker a lap, and he's they've got such a gap to Chris Huke behind. If they're only 3/10 a lap faster, then so here he is. Here is Chris Huke just coming up to the hairpin now, and obviously Killian Raiminen not too far behind him on the circuit, George. So as far as the 96 are concerned, just keep doing what you're doing, and I wouldn't say take your time, because it's a race at the end of the day, but you can go a little bit easy and just make sure you're hitting the apexes and looking after the tires and whatnot, and not making any mistakes.
I think the amazing thing that comes out from this is that that 96, when their drivers have been in the YouTube chat, have exactly told us that. They said to us that they needed the dry conditions. The wetness from the rain coming down just didn't suit that Audi, did it? So as soon as the dry conditions came out, these guys were smiling, and they have just been killing it since then. And even when the wet was there, they still managed to get through unscathed, and they've been putting in a mega drive. So for them, it's exactly that. You can take it a little bit more calculated now, take it a little bit easier. If you do feel some pressure later on, you can attack back, but whilst that's still brewing up, may as well save those tires and the grip that you've got on them for another battle. Just take it easy, and the lap times that he's putting down are not slow at all. He's still just cruising through and making sure that he gets the business done. Definitely off pace of what they're able to do, but you know, we don't know what stage of tire wear they're sitting on or what situation they're in. At the moment, they just know that they're in the cruising grounds to get a victory, and if they mess this up, it will have been their race to throw away.
Yeah, exactly that. It's not a done deal, but it's in their hands, isn't it? And you know, it's going to be down to them now to close this out. You know, I don't think on outright pace that the 249 is going to catch them with 3.5 hours remaining. But as long as, you know, the 96 can obviously, when they do their driver changes, make sure that'll go smoothly, make sure the right tires go on the car, make sure the right drivers are in at the right times. You know, I think they should be fine. But the 249 have got something to chase, haven't they? So I know every time someone gets in this car, they're gonna keep pushing, because you know, you don't want to give up on it, but at the same time you don't want to take yourself out of the race by pushing too hard for maybe a battle that's not quite there for you. But I'm sure the 249 are over the moon. The Remwelton Pro Team are over the moon with where they are now, after what happened earlier on with having to make an extra pit stop than everybody else in the when the rain came down, because they came back out in the lead earlier on with about 5 seconds gap, and then they came into the pits again, and it's, you know, it's quite heartbreaking, and it's got to knock the team's confidence a bit. And you know, but here they are, they're in second place again, and I think that the two best teams throughout the day are definitely in the top two positions, which is obviously good to see. So well done to both of those teams. But which order they're going to finish in, we will find out in 3 hours and 25 minutes. And it may not even be them that win the race. Who knows what can happen. But Kevin Zaclari, though, George hasn't been able to arrive on the back of Soldatov. Obviously, they are coming towards the end of their stint now, around 30 laps on these tyres. So we can expect these guys in around 8, 9, maybe 10 laps or so, depending on the fuel loads. I'm sure the fuel gives up before the tyres do in this instance. They'll drag them out as long as they can. But Zaclari just taking it easy now, making sure he bring the car back to the pit lane and get a new set of tyres.
Soldatov just he's dusted himself off after that little tap between him. Darren King then on screen going into the pits for the Darren King Community Racing Team. The number 38 then going to be peeling in. I wonder how many other pit stops we start to see after this. I mean, you were talking about it earlier, Josh. How many drivers are starting to get around to that 40 or so lap mark?
Yeah, so the number 38 pitted on lap 653. We're on 697, so they actually did around 44 laps on a set of tires there. So that's pretty incredible. Obviously, I take it they don't think they double stinted them, but that's been going on a lot today. So if we're going to go off that calculation, we can expect pretty much everyone in the top 7 or so coming in and around the next 10 laps, George. So the pit lane's going to be quite busy. Maybe not all at the same time, but they will make their laps, their pit stops, as they approach the end of the stint. But it's going to be interesting to see who can make the jump with the between Racing Line Motorsport and obviously like and subscribe. I think that's the battle for the podium spots. But we do have a battle here with number 77. This is the Team Fordzilla being driven by Aaron Martin Pilkington at the moment, and he's chasing Stefan Zero, who I believe I think that is GC Racing number 1, at least the lone BMW. George, obviously after the latest BOP, as there we go, Aaron Martin Pilkington. I'm going to say he was let past there. I don't think there was much of a fight coming up from the number 4-1-1, but the BMW quite mighty in a straight line, as you're seeing right now.
No point in there really being a fight if they're not going to be, battling out for position. So I mean, as it stands, the 777 just getting a good bit of drive coming out there, and I think Zero just doing the smart shot. Ooh, a little bit wide goes the Aston, and that position will go back into the hands of Stefan Zero, as the two of them aren't battling in class for position. They just, there's a replay, a little bit too wide out of Cheetah. Takes to the sand and allows that BMW M6 to come back through. So, yeah, not going to be fighting on track for class position. Overall, positions, yes, are there for the bragging rights sides, but, you'll give a position back and you'll give a position out, but someone makes a mistake and you're then going to get it back. You're not going to weight yourself down to just hand that back to that person. So we'll see this probably go out a little bit more until that changeover happens again, but we do get another opportune I mean, we're not going to have to wait too long again. Pilkington, given the opportune space on the inside of Sunset, we'll get that done. And I think Zero in his head's like, okay, don't put it off the circuit now, just go on, do what you need to do.
Yeah, don't go behind me again. But yeah, Stefan Zero just deciding that he doesn't want to waste any time fighting this Aston Martin, which is evidently quicker at this point in the race. So yeah, you go past. I think Stefan Zero GC Racing team is around what, 6th in their class at the moment. So good turnout for them. Obviously a team that lots of names in there, but here is the silver class leader. So yeah, they were in 6th place, but this 962 Aston Martin has just been, like I said earlier on, just the class of class of the field in the silver race, at least, and obviously in the top 10 overall.
Invite split next time. Like, I mean, they seem to have the pace to be up there, right? So I would be interested to see what happens next time with the MSV racing team in the seasons to come.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe get a bit of a promotion to the get that white placard next to the 962 next time. But yeah, they've really been in amongst it, and not just in their class, but with obviously with the pro side of this race as well. Obviously, two races going on, but definitely not entitled to give up the position to any of the pro drivers. They're it's you're sharing the circuit, but you are allowed to race each other as well, which is what makes it all worthwhile. But Batafoulier is into the pits as well now for the Jardia community team. I wonder if we'll see a driver change there. But yeah, the 962 for me is the car I've been watching, and they seem to just keep keep the pressure on. I don't think they can catch Machushka in P8 though, unfortunately for them. But let's see if Maxime Batafoulier is going to get out of the car. Keep an eye on that one. But Siclari losing time, if anything, now, George, to the 56, so I think he's just taking it easy, or the Ferrari's tyres have given out towards the end of a stint, which I've experienced many times driving this car. They do seem to just give up on you, but it does look like Maxime Batafoulier is going to stay in the car for now, and Kevin Siclari is also heading into the pits now.
Oof, so there goes Kevin, like you said, maybe time to go and just get some more grip onto those tyres. 700 laps on the board as we go into the 3 hour 20 minutes remaining mark, so still a lot of laps to get done. Are we going to what was the predicted number of total laps? I think someone calculated it somewhere. We've got very smart people in our YouTube chat. I know that we've got some people in there that can calculate this for us. So at, like, I don't know, an average of 142s, how many laps were we looking at doing? Josh, you're not allowed to do it. So you're not allowed to.
Unfortunately, I'm not that person that's going to be able to work.
You're not allowed to. We're trying to get viewer engagement in our chat from the chat, so hope that they can help us with better maths than we can do. And hopefully they don't troll us at the same time and give us some absurd number like 10,000 that we'd never. We probably would say it if they did tell us that. So please don't mislead us in the chat if you are going to calculate it for us. I mean, what a drive, though, it's been as well for the CDA NOP team. I mean, for them, they've managed to just stay out on track at the right time and at the right place. And they've definitely benefited off of a lot of driver errors and team errors around them.
Yeah, they have, and I don't know if if you've heard, George, but Joe McCauley actually did a 3-hour stint earlier on in the rain on the same set of wet tyres, and they managed to jump from outside the top 10 all the way up to around P4 at the time. He had to try and fight James Parker to trust him on that, but eventually he did. And this is why it's a big part of that race. The strategy call was, let's just keep these tires going for as long as we can, and see how it goes. We're sort of outside the top 10 anyway. Why not gamble? And it's really paid off for them. Obviously, they have jumped the Jardier community team at the moment, but they do need to pit again, don't they? The number the 899. So they will fall back behind, but it's whether they can sort of make up the time again. Because when you've got James Parker behind the wheel, time is something that you can chase. So you're doing a great job so far. Every driver in the 899 has had to, it's been a bit of a resurgence for them, as GTWR are now in the pits as well. Obviously our long-time race leaders at one point in this stage, but in this race. But I think we've had around 4 or 5 different leaders throughout the race, George. And in a 24-hour race, it just goes to show the level of driver ability that we have. But it's been a crazy race, and it's been so fun to be a part of quite a lot of it so far. So I can't wait to see how it's going to unfold.
It has been a good race. And still plenty of racing left to go. Clinton in the chat says about 840 laps for them to go. So still about 140, 138 laps or so for them to go around. And that's pretty exciting. We still got the rain. That could change things up. We could have more or less if it does start to bucket down a bit later. Do you think we've got a chance of rain again, like before the conclusion of this race, Josh?
Well, who knows? But looking at the lack of clouds here in over the Kyalami circuit, I don't think so. But again, it can all change very quickly. But here we go, like a subscriber in the pits. But if you keep an eye on that graphic in the top right there, George, and you never know, that 30 minutes may change to some light rain. It can literally flip like a coin at any point. So it doesn't look like it's going to. The sun is out, and it looks like a very, very nice day in South Africa. 31 degrees track temperature with a 23 ambient as well. So you may even have some of the crowd wearing some shorts as well, because it does look like what a nice day in sunny South Africa, George. So which obviously you know a bit about.
I mean, I can confirm that it is definitely sunny weather. The shorts are out, and it's warm enough for them to be there. 31 degrees on the track now, so the drivers are going to be finding their tire pressures rising. And I mean, I guess you kind of provision for that in your preparation coming into it. You'd probably run a couple of different simulations of the different tire temperatures that you would get up to, but I guess it's also impossible to simulate absolutely every possibility out there as well. So you kind of have to commit yourself to a certain amount of training that you can do coming into the event, whether it be night driving or maybe attacking the track in the wet. But don't know how many teams were able to do a full 24-hour practice cycle, because that's a lot of practice.
Yeah, that is a lot of practice, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised. The commitment's definitely there, with these drivers. But Saklari's out of the pits as well as sold the top, so they didn't do a driver change. And if anything, Saklari gained around a second on that pit stop, maybe just over. But you can see the Aston Martin there towards the top of the screen. So they've got a Ferrari in between them. But Saklari's tyres up to temperature. Sold the top only just came out of the pits, so. It's we have seen that throughout the race with tyre warm-up, but not necessarily at this point in time, because obviously it's a lot warmer out there now, so those tyres will come up to temperature a lot quicker. But I've noticed there, George, on the left-hand side that Hartfeld in the number 34 has picked himself up a drive-through. That's not ideal if you're trying to chase down P7, and it's usually track limits, I think, isn't it? So they will have to serve that penalty in the next 3 laps.
Oof, drive-through penalties are big, and that's going to put you quite far down. GTWR, the race gets harder for them, I'm sad to say. From what was once a great start up the front is going to get a little bit more difficult. You're starting to run out of time as well. You can kind of almost write off instances like that at the early phase of this race, knowing that you've got time to make those up. 3 hours to go may sound like it's plenty of time, but with the amount of advantage that could have been handed over in the last 21 hours, you've possibly started to close your own window there.
Yeah, exactly that. And unfortunately, it does look like they're only 3.8 seconds behind the number 25. I don't know whether that was a bit of a glitch on the timing tower, but that drive-through is going to obviously set them back now big time, isn't it? So unfortunately, it's not going to be ideal for that team, and it's kind of all unraveled for them. Like I said, they had such a good start and a good mid part of the race, and unfortunately, this is how quickly it can all change. And don't think that can't change for the top teams as well. If Kyalami Raiminen picks up a track limits drive-through, that brings Krisuke right back into it, and obviously vice versa. If Krisuke picks that up, then it gives more breathing room to Sidemax as well. So these drive-through penalties are usually handed out by the game for the track limits. I think you get 3 warnings, and then on your 4th you pick up the drive-through as well. And the other game-issued penalty is usually the stop-go 30 seconds, and that's for speeding in the pit lane. And there's still plenty of pit stops to happen, George, as well. So you've also got to be careful of that, haven't you? You really don't want to pick up a stop-go 30 at this late in the race, especially for the hotly contested positions throughout the field as well, with this extra points up for grabs. So you've just got to get everything right now. You've done it. You've done it right for almost 21 hours, but don't get a lapse of concentration now. But Saklari's starting to make inroads now, George. Gonna catch Soldatov back up, and we'll go again. We'll see if he can pounce this time.
He's been prepping himself. He got into this situation a couple of laps ago. Well, it feels like a fair number of laps ago he was in that situation, and unfortunately there, the pounce not quite in the right place, and found himself turning himself around at Ingwe. As we look at, here's Chris Hartfeld. This will be him serving out that drive-through of shame. Always sad getting onto the pit limiter and having to drive at the pit limit speed as you watch cars drive on by. I'm not sure if he loses a position out in this situation, but he certainly lost a lot of time. Kellaway, the number of laps behind, is certainly not going to be the driver to take that away, and he's in silver and the lead car in silver, so that's the MSV Racing number 962. So Hartfeld will get out and survive the damages of losing a position there, but the time to try and make up it is that's all gone. So Clary still on the back end now of Soldatov, getting into that position that he needs to be, and he has been here before. This time around, he needs to be a little bit more patient. We saw what happened last time. He kind of spent a lot of time a couple car lengths off before he then made a move, which was not even a move intentionally, just a mistake under brakes. And then that put him back for the last 15 minutes. He's been having to make that all back up. So this time around, he's going to know that. He's going to be trying to keep that in mind and just do this as neatly as possible.
Yeah, he does seem a lot happier on the new set of Pirelli rubber that he has on at the moment. Around 4/10 faster on that previous lap than Soldatov of the Like and Subscribe team. But we've noticed that with the Ferrari, it's been pretty good on the in the early parts of the stint, and then it drops off. So if he does get the move done, he's going to need to try and drive away from the number 56. Otherwise, towards the end of the stint, he may be the one being hounded rather than the one doing the hunting. But James Parker then, in the 899. Here he is coming in to serve another pit stop. I believe the number 39 will take that back, as it does on the side there. There they go. They have taken that position back, but that one is still up for grabs, George, isn't it? That P5, P6 battle. But speaking of battles, Kevin Saklari is very close now. Did run a little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin. Let's see if he can gain any time through Mineshaft into, obviously, Crocodile. He does seem to close up big time here. It's quite interesting to see as well. It takes a much wider line through that part of the circuit than the Aston Martin, but doesn't seem to benefit him too much. But here they come now, the fast right-hander of Cheetah. Don't hit that curb on the inside, otherwise, unfortunately, you'll be mingling with the crowd, and nobody wants that. So Kevin Saklari, and there's a missed apex there for the Aston Martin in front, but it hasn't cost him too much on this particular lap. But Kevin Saklari now is really starting to put the hammer down, and he needs to put the pressure on. So only half a second off his personal best time on that particular tour as well. So Saklari really up in the pace now. But it's one thing being faster, isn't it? But you've got to get past to really show your pace. So let's wait and see what happens.
Soldatov has he's read this chapter before. He knows what to expect. Saklari knows exactly what Soldatov does and has followed for enough time to have a very good attack this time around. Needs to play it patiently. I've said that from the start. Needs to make sure that this one sticks and can get past, because I do think that if Saklari does clear Soldatov, there's a good chance that he can make up a bit of time here. I don't know that there'll be a back and forth. Saklari feels like he's been just stuck on the outside, unable to look in. And once he gets that little taste of what it's like to be in front, get some of that fresh air, he's going to stop watching what the car in front is doing, and he can drive his own race. So I would be keen to see where Saklari goes, but every time he has been behind, regardless of how many car lengths, he's closed it back down to be able to lick the rear diffuser.
Yep, he has, and here is the Remwelton Pro Team making their pit stop as well. So they actually did run quite a while. I think 42 laps on in that particular stint. So well done to those guys. But so here we do have obviously third and fourth going to overtake them, but I believe that is just to unlap themselves. So that will put them on the same lap as the Remwelton team. But I don't think it's for position, and also the leaders are in as well. So we have the top two in the pits. So here we go. Here is the leader, and going past the Remwelton Pro Team, which is P2. And now they're leaving the pits, so that's got to be, that's got to be quite a nice feeling for the Sidemax team. They've come into the pits, they've overtaken, the second place car.
P2. Even though like P2 gets back in, does their driver switch up or their tire switch up and drives back out? It is exactly that. They've literally driven into the pit box behind the guys in P2, just to indicate how big of a gap these guys have to the other 38 cars on the circuit.
Yeah, and that's only going to breathe confidence into the Sidemax team, and let's just hope it doesn't affect them in a negative way, which I'm sure it's not going to. But yeah, so we've been watching this now, Saklari, for the last well, pretty much since we came on, George, and he just hasn't quite got enough on Soldatov, is he? Saklari not quite making the inroads that he needs to try and get past, but I do think he is faster. But he is being held up a bit. But Saklari is close this time. Probably the closest we've seen him down this part of the circuit. But is he going to be super confident on the brakes into Crocodiles? It's probably the closest we've seen him. He's going to switch back to the outside and try and get the run coming through. But this isn't necessarily where you want to be side by side on this part of the lap coming into Cheetah, because you need to usually sort yourselves out and get back in line and go again here for the final turn of Ingwe, I believe it is. So here they come out of the final turn to start another lap, which they've done well over 700 times now, which is quite surreal. Not necessarily these drivers, but these cars, put it that way. And you can see all the grime and the dirt all over this, especially over the Aston Martin, can't you, throughout the race, and picking up the dirt. They need a bit of a good clean, don't they, these cars, after a 24-hour race.
They really do, picking up all those rubber marbles on the circuit as they go, just getting absolutely filthy out here on the circuit. Soldatov feeling the heat then from that Racing Line Motorsports 488. Kevin Saklari looking to try and switch his way back here. Gets the inside line. This could be the inside line he needs, but it's not quite there just yet, as Soldatov has such a drive away in that Aston Martin. Incredibly good to see just how well that Aston Martin actually holds off against the Ferrari here. That Ferrari being driven on edge, on its rails, and still unable to find any sort of advantage right now. This is crazy driving coming down. Saklari looks like he is hunting for a gold medal right now, and this is just for him to get into third.
Yeah, but you've seen then as he crossed the timing line, not the one he's just crossed, but it was only a tenth between them. Obviously only 4 tenths pretty much between them on this particular lap as well. So yeah, Saklari, he's sticking closer to him this time around. It was around 6 tenths, but that's not going to help. Going out there, you're not going to want to be doing that too often. So there goes the gap. But it does look like he closed in. I think Soldatov got maybe was too busy watching Saklari go off and did miss the apex there. So half a second as they cross the line this time around. I think he's going to need to be, you know, coming down into turn 2. He needs to be a lot closer than he has been. But yeah, the hairpin at the top of the hill or turn 2 does seem his best chance. But you know, he's getting close into Clubhouse, I think it is, George, after the long right-hander. But it's such a risky place to try and squeeze it up the inside, isn't it?
It is. You've got the risk of those very sharp curbs on the inside that can just shoot you across the racing line to the outside, taking out the driver that's going to be on that outside part of you. So it's a difficult situation that these drivers find themselves in, and it's not an easy circuit to just get a run through. I think the top of Leeuwcorp has always been the opportune place, and the run up through the S is very critical. And Soldatov has just found so much drive coming up to here that he then commanded his position all the way down through to close out the lap from here. And once again, he's got the run. Look at that exit speed that he gets. It's like 2 car lengths as they leave the top and come down through Mineshaft, and they're both getting onto the accelerator at the exact same time.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've been used to seeing, but Saklari on the previous lap was a lot closer, wasn't he, coming out of the hairpin towards Mineshaft. But yeah, Saklari is close again this time. Let's see if he can, you know, sort of squeeze. They take such a different line through the final turn, don't they? Such a varying line. So he is close here, but I think he needs to be maybe another car length closer into the slipstream to even think about entertaining a move into turn 2. Obviously, turn 1 being the little kink right-hander there as well. But yeah, so you can see if he can maintain this now, George, he may actually be close enough coming out of the long right-hander of Sunset. He may be close enough into Clubhouse, because that does seem to be his favoured position to put a bit of pressure on. Because if you can pressure your opponent there, there's lots of there's not much room for error in the S's, is there? So if you could unsettle the car in front to take a different line or go somewhere he doesn't, you know, he doesn't want to take. You can make a mistake, bit of curb, bit of gravel, and all of a sudden you let the 191 through, and he may just drive away from you. But I don't think that's going to be the case, because Soldatov seems to have nerves of steel, doesn't he? So
it's I think it's just been an incredible sort of race coming out for Soldatov in general, being able to just hold off, and Saklari also just being able to just show that he's still got that pace every time to be able to hammer back, regardless of where Soldatov's gaining advantage. Saklari is still finding his own advantage to be able to hold themselves in this position. Otherwise, Saklari would be losing that time lap on lap on lap, and eventually that gap would become so big. So Saklari is still doing a good job at putting pressure on. Do the back markers influence the way that things go now? We just have to see what transpires here. And I think, Josh, I think we're about to do a little switch up here. So I'm not sure if we're just going to follow on board.
yep, I think that is exactly what's going to happen. So we're going to go on board with one of the drivers, probably Kevin Saklari in this instance, and we're going to, as that switch is going on, we're going to see if Saklari can close up the gap onto the number 56.
Josh, we are back here on that splitter cam, or the rear-facing wing cam of Konstantin Soldatov, that number 56, under pressure from Saklari. That little switch up got very, very interesting, didn't it? Saklari getting very close indeed to having a sniff. And once again, Soldatov says no.
Yep, he does, and that's it's been the tail of the tape, hasn't it, for for the last hour at least. He's not having any of it. Saklari did get very, very, very close to the back of Soldatov during the switch there, but wasn't able to get it done. But they do have the number 10 of being driven by Suarez Odox engineering at the moment, so he will need to try and get out of the way of these guys. And the Aston Martin, they did look a little bit compromised, and there's an Audi off there as well. I thought that was our leader, but it's not. I believe it's the number 40 car. I think it's number 40 anyway. But like and subscribe now. Being a little bit compromised here, George. There goes the Mercedes out of the way. No, it doesn't. I thought he was, but he's letting the Aston Martin take the inside line here. This is risky stuff, and Saklari's going to try and dive through as well, and he's made contact. That was risky. If anything, George, I'm going to say that was desperate stuff.
That was desperation coming down. Saklari is going to be in a little bit of hot water, I feel, just based on the last couple of not incidents. I don't feel like calling them that because I don't think previously, they were looking into that nudge that happened between Soldatov and Saklari, but. We talked about stewards and handing out warnings, and there might be a warning that goes the way of Saklari, just saying that you need to be careful of your racing standards. You can't lose your head, and you can't afford to make mistakes like this in this sort of stage of the race.
No, and unfortunately, that one I wouldn't be surprised if the number 10 does throw in a report for that one. Definitely. They would have felt they were impeded then and sort of bashed off the circuit. At least the one that the 191 and the 56 had, obviously, around 30 minutes ago, didn't really impact the 56 in a negative way, but it definitely impacted the number 10 then, as they did have to, as they did get hit off onto the grass. But that's for the stewards to decide, George. We don't decide that. We just get handed the notes that tell us if a penalty's been given or not. So as soon as we do get that, if there is a penalty to be given, and obviously any eagle-eyed viewers will notice that Saklari would have a little red placard next to his name to say that he's been given a time penalty. I think it would be harsh, but I definitely think there'll be a report coming in from the number 10 car for that one.
Oh, I don't think a penalty there is harsh at all. I disagree on that. I think if it does come down, it goes the way of understanding that the impact has impacted the other driver. I think we get a little bit invested as viewers into a battle between two specific cars on track, and we quite often forget what happens to the other drivers that are impacted in those situations. So I think that if a team or a driver, regardless of where they stand or what team they're driving for, where they're in the order, I think the same sort of standards apply, that you got to be cautious and you've got to be careful. And if you are caught causing impactful incidents on others, you will be imposed with a time penalty.
Yeah, and it's kind of been the story for it was set in the rule book early on. If you do impact another car, causing them to spin out, or you take them out, it's a 15 seconds penalty, and it has been that across the board throughout the race. But did he take him out? Probably not. There was definitely contact, and he definitely did force the Mercedes off. Are the Mercedes that bothered? 5 laps behind P11, but only 11 seconds to the FFS racing team. So it would have cost him a lot of time, wouldn't it? Obviously being hit into the into the grass section at the top of the hairpin, but only time will tell. But Kevin Saklari, meanwhile, he can't worry about that. His job is still to get past the number 56, regardless of any time penalty. You need to try and stick to your job. Don't let it bring you down, and keep going. But it did seem a bit desperate. He wanted to get past that Mercedes as well. He didn't want the 56 to gain any time advantage. And if anything, you don't really have it too often in sim racing, but it feels like the P3 car, the defending driver is kind of in the mind of 191 at the moment. He can't figure a way out. He can't figure a way past him, and he doesn't want to lose out on any time, does Saklari. So I think that's why we've seen that bit of a lunge on the back marker.
I mean, I feel like it will go down in my books as being one of the greatest defenses I've ever seen coming out in a drive. I mean, it's very, very infrequent that you can go through so many laps to and fro and still have the driver out front not even feeling pressured for that position. He's just done such a good job at not worrying about this Ferrari in his rearview mirror, and he's forcing Seclari into making the mistakes, and that's exactly what you want to do. If you're defending, the driver behind you, he's the guy putting pressure onto you, trying to force that error. But you, as a defending driver, I mean, you just hand that reverse Uno card back, and you force that guy to make the mistakes, and that's exactly where I feel Soldatov's in. And if this works out for him, and Seclari does make those mistakes and gets handed a time penalty coming out, that's smart strategic driving coming out from Like and Subscribe. They forced him to make the error and get pressured. But here, into Clubhouse, a very slow exit coming through there. Seclari all over the back end of the Aston Martin. That splitter cam is going to be absolutely occupied. Seclari with a big drift over the inside apex through the S's, and that's put him 2 car lengths down before the braking zone up at the top of Leeuwcorp. The hairpin, the number 56, still survives, and if that car's ahead coming out through the exit here, we certainly know coming down into Crocodile, he's not under attack. This part of the track is where that Aston shines.
Yep, no, it really is. Coming out of that hairpin is, the difference in drive is quite phenomenal, really. But Seclari now has another car that wants to get by. That's the 38, the Sky livery, being driven by Statsenko at the moment for the Dalking community team. So he's managed to arrive on the back of,
Statsenko
these guys.
Statsenko is incredibly talented. So right now, the Russians coming to party and making sure that they get themselves all over Seclari and make sure that he feels the pressure. I'm very keen to see just where this goes down. Does Seclari manage to get past eventually, or does he feel the pressure again? This was the situation he was in with James Park and Wolf Matushka, wasn't it? He had to eventually back off to them being able to get past, and it was Soldatov that got the drive away from that situation, gave himself an extra free 10-15 minutes of unrivaled defense. He didn't need to do anything. He just drove his own race.
Yeah, so if anything, Seclari doesn't want to let that car through, because last time he let some cars through, it ended up costing him. So but yeah, like you said, the Russians are here, and they want to have some racing. And Kevin Seclari, I don't think he's going to let him past. I'm pretty confident he's not going to let the number 38 overtake him. But whether the number 38 can just squeeze past like James Parker did earlier on in the race, a couple of laps ago now. But yeah, Seclari just can't get close enough on the exits of the hairpin, and he loses out big time, and he doesn't get the run. Obviously, we've seen him quite close a couple of laps back now, but he's not getting the run in this part of the lap to put the charge into turn 2. But Soldatov's probably taking a little bit too much curb there, not as much as he would usually like to take. So Seclari did gain a little bit there, and coming around Cheetah now. Seclari does look pretty close here, George. So if you can get this final turn right and maximize the exit speed, which it looks like he has this time, George, it maybe looks a bit closer than it actually is. It does look pretty close. There's only, a car length between them. So can he use the slipstream? Is this now the chance for the 191 to finally start putting some pressure on the 56 in terms of attacking maneuvers? Not so much this time. He's going to go for the switchback, trying to get the run up the hill. This is good stuff from the 191, but the 56 not phased, not even jumping off his line even slightly. And it's just what we're so used to seeing now with this battle. But Seclari now is really, really close. Can he do the what he's tried to do numerous times already? Hang around the outside here at Sunset. He's not going to. He brakes early, tries to get the inside line, closes in big time. Now he's got the inside line for the next corner, which is Clubhouse, but he's not going to send it up the inside yet, George. He's really starting to put the pressure on now.
He really is starting to heat things up at the moment. Kevin Seclari just wants to get past Konstantin Soldatov at the moment, but it is not going that way, is it? He wants to. Soldatov has just stayed so defensive and so consistently clean. I don't think I've seen that Aston Martin miss a single apex at all as this drive has gone down. It has been so good to watch. I've loved every moment of it. And I mean, across the board, there aren't too many close gaps for position, but up at the front here, certainly been something to just keep an eye out on for what has felt like the last 45 minutes. Just these two cars. It's been great.
Yeah, it really has. And when you follow a battle for so long, you know, you don't know how it's going to pan out. But from what we've seen, Zaklari he's trying, to make moves, but in the end he makes a mistake and it sets him back. So if he can raise those mistakes, he's going to show his nose again here. But you just see that 56 Aston Martin is just not bothered. Really doesn't mind. He kind of reminds me of I don't know if you've seen the GIF from the Formula One race at Abu Dhabi, where all the cars are warming up their tires and Kimi Raikkonen is just driving in a straight line, not even phased by any of it. This is pretty much what Soldatov is doing. He doesn't care what maneuvers he's pulling off behind. He's picking his line and he's sticking to it. And it's such a talent to not worry about what's going on behind you and just keep your race going. But Zaklari again closing in, coming out of the long right-hander, but it's not going to be enough on this particular section. Can he follow through the S's as we jump onto the rear diffuser of the number 56? You can see that Ferrari nice and close, but you watch the drive that the Aston Martin usually gets out of the S's here up the hill, and there you go. He's gapped him a bit more, and I think this is enough of a gap to defend. I think Soldatov has got Zaklari's number, unfortunately, for the 191. Maybe this battle will change when they put some different drivers in there.
I mean, it could be a case of needing to switch the drivers up, but as it stands now, it's just been a really good battle between these two drivers, and it would be a shame to see it switched up and lose the battle. But if you may have lost the battle but won the war in the long run, and that driver switch might be exactly what's needed between Racing Line Motorsport to try and get that advantage over like and subscribe. I mean, it feels like they've got the number red, but anything can happen. One messed up pit stop from this scenario, and you're then struggling again, aren't you?
He's close here this time around, but just again not quite close enough, George. He's going for like the switchback move up the hill here, isn't he? He's not trying to go into turn 2. He's trying to sort of use the run. So I do think he favors, he fancies his chances into Clubhouse rather than into one of the usual overtaking spots. But this is now he's starting to get aggressive at it, offensive maneuvers. But again, the 56 not too worried. But can Kevin Zaklari use the overlap here and try and squeeze it up the inside of the Clubhouse? No, he's not going to on this particular lap. But yeah, like you say, absolutely stellar job. Stellar job from the 56 defense. But here they go. They're going to go side by side almost. Kevin Zaklari put in the car where he hasn't put it before. And the Aston Martin doesn't get the run out of the S's that we're used to see. And this is Zaklari's probably his best chance since that little maneuver earlier on in the stint before they pitted, obviously for new tires. But Zaklari not able to do it that time, but he's getting closer and closer. And yeah, the 191 is now up in the pressure. So let's wait and see. But I don't know how many times we've said that, but can he get it done? But look at the way he closes in through Crocodile. But he needs to get the run out of the final turn.
It is going into Cheetah that we've seen some mistakes being onto the back end. We see him go, and Kevin Zaklari getting onto the rear diffuser once again. This is a good spot actually to maybe have a look. Josh has said it. Josh has called it. He said this is it. Could this be it? Soldatov, one last defense. Is he going to be able to hold off Zaklari? Zaklari under braking, going to look onto the inside. Zaklari gets the drive through, and Soldatov loses the back end. I think that was just too much from Soldatov. He just cooked it on the rear end. I don't think he could then hold it through. And what a beautiful bit of driving. Josh, you called it. That was it. We've been watching it set itself up. Beautiful bit of driving coming down there for Soldatov. Firstly, to defend for so long, and then for Zaklari to eventually find that opportunity to come through.
Yeah, exactly that. From what we've seen, obviously we've seen, probably like 40 laps worth of this battle. I could see that was as close as he needed to be, and it wasn't easy. And Soldatov really didn't leave him, any extra room that is needed. He left him a car's width, which is all he needs. But it'd be interested to see now, George. Soldatov very quick in this section of the lap. Is he able to get the run back at the 191 now, or is the 191 just going to cruise up the road? Who knows? But only time will tell. It does look like Zaklari is going to drive away. But yeah, fantastic move finally gets through, and the desperation is gone now for the 191, and he needs to get his head down, put some laps in, and make it worthwhile, because you've taken a lot out of the tires trying to attack, and if you don't pull away, you kind of think, was it just worth sitting behind? But track position is very good for confidence, and the team will be very, very amped up after that move from Kevin Seclari. And what a fantastic move.
Oh, crazy drive coming down there. Now Seclari is starting to just stretch those legs, start to use that newfound freedom, the fresh air, the open track in front to try and gap away. We saw the rundown from Mineshaft not going to go the way of the Aston Martin as it went whilst he was sitting in front, but the way that the cookies crumbled means that Racing Line Motorsport finds their way up into P3 and in a potential podium taking position as we get ourselves down into that 2 hours 42 minutes remaining mark. The countdown has begun. The last hour becomes madness. The last 2 hours are the semi madness. The last 3 hours, the semi madness. So we're still in that semi madness phase, and from here it just gets more wild. So if you guys are set to tune in for the rest of the race, please just make sure you're keeping yourselves hydrated, getting lots of water in. And of course, a big shout out to our partners, Race Department, AK Informatica, Race Face, Speed Labs, Sim Racing GP. We here at Racing Club International thank all of you guys, our wonderful viewers, for joining us on this monumental event that we've thrown for ourselves. 24-hour here at Kyalami. It's just been so much fun, and as the racing's gone, it's just been a spectacle to go. I like the little joke in the chat there, 24 hours sold it up versus Seclari. It did feel that way for a little bit, didn't it, Hagen? But we also have to say that it was the closest battle on track at the time. I do believe that I did miss an overtake as well from the number 12 PCDC on the number 1 pole position racing team. So I do apologize if we did just focus on the one battle that we've been following for the whole time. I mean, I've got my broadcaster whispering in my ear that he's feeling a little bit hot on these conditions, 29 degrees. Could we get a little bit of rain for the last hour? I mean, if we can get to 220 likes on the stream, I think Josh and we can take the pants off and we can start a rain dance, because it's worked before, and it's almost guaranteed. So 220 likes. We will get the pants off, do a rain dance, and we'll get some wet weather in for the last hour of the race.
See, now, I don't remember signing up for a rain dance, George, but I'm definitely game for that. So
it was there in the at the bottom of your contract under terms and conditions, micro, really small print.
See, I don't read those. I just usually tick the box. So that might be my own fault. Yeah, I read all those. Yeah, just tick the box, and yeah. So, okay, well, rain dance it is then, if we get 220 likes, and I will be watching on as a viewer for the final hour and a bit, or final 2 hours, actually. So I will be in the chat and, making sure, and I will stick to my promise. I will do a rain dance for you guys if we can get to that like goal. And we do really, really appreciate everyone joining in, and it's... this is why we do it. We do it for, obviously, the streamer, Kevin Seclari there, kicking up a little bit of sand there. He's done that a couple of times now, George, as you've alluded to. It does seem to be the place he is going to make a mistake, just clipping the curb. But and also, it's just been whispered to me, I didn't actually notice that, but Kevin Seclari picks up a drive-through penalty.
Oh, limits extended, and 2 hours 39 or remaining of the race. I believe that is a drive-through for track limits, right? So I mean, that then doesn't get cleared out by any time after this. So any mistake that you make, any advantage that you gain off track will just be subsequent drive-through penalties, and that is going to be very costly. This is going to put Seclari back. So you guys just watched us pretty much roll up a ball of yarn for the last hour. We meticulously rolled it up, and then what we did is we took that ball of yarn and we rolled it down the stairs and undid it all, because that's what Seclari's done. Racing Line Motorsport will put themselves down behind the like and subscribe team after serving out this drive-through. And you know who's grinning the most in this situation? It's Soldatov. He's looking, he's grinning, he's licking his lips. He just knows that what's been handed to him is a freebie.
Yeah. After what someone in chat has said, that was officially 55 minutes worth of battling between these two, and after 55 minutes of battling, you go and get a drive-through. That's got to be a kick in the teeth, unfortunately, for the Racing Line Motorsport team. But I think he's probably going to serve it now, because he's got Soldatov breathing down his neck anyway. So just get out of the way, head into the pits. Here he comes, Kevin Seclari, and Mike Jones in chat as well, saying that he thinks that's their third drive-through for the track limits. So you add up 3 drive-throughs throughout the race. That's quite a lot of time lost, isn't it?
It's a disgusting amount of time that you lose having to serve that out, and you'll look back there. So it's not the first one. Then they use their warnings up too early. I mean, if that's the third one coming out, yeah, that's massive. That's going to put them back down the order. This might eventually open things up for the Jadia community team. Perhaps in a way, Seclari might still push out there and cause himself more of those situations. Once you've got those warnings handed out and you've handed out a penalty, it just keeps stacking up, and it sucks. It really does suck. So Batifulia here, Maxime Batifulia, trying to perhaps see if they can get themselves closer to the likes of Seclari and perhaps get themselves a P4. But for Seclari, that is a lot of work to now have to do back onto Soldatov, isn't it?
Yeah, so looking at the gap on the last time they crossed the timing line, is 16-second loss there. So you're pretty much talking around 17 seconds, because he had a bit of a lead going into the pits, didn't he? So that's 17 seconds he could have done, obviously could have done without, especially having to work so hard initially to get into P3. But like you say, still 2.5 hours to go. Still a lot more pit stops to happen, and we don't know how many warnings the number 56 is on. They could be one away from a drive-through as well. We don't actually have that information, so obviously they might only be one away. Obviously Seclari was on his final warning when he run wide at Cheetah as well, which he has done quite a few times, and the game does see that as gaining an advantage sometimes, because the sand doesn't quite slow you down enough. You just got that little bit of sort of run off just past the curb, which you can run a little bit more on as well, and the game does see that as an advantage. So unfortunately Seclari does have to pay the price. But Kylian Raiminen in the 96 Sidemax Motorworks car, which is kind of just on a level on its own at the moment, still lapping around 1:42 zeros, and has done for around an hour. Talk about consistent race pace, that is. But George, I've got to say, we're quite close to 220 likes now. I really don't want to take my pants off.
I mean, I don't mind helping you out with them, Josh, if you're a bit shy with it. I've taken pants off for likes on a YouTube stream before. It's pretty cash. The viewers can't see us. It's just you and me in this box, mate. It's nothing to feel uncomfortable about. But you guys have been amazing smashing that like button. I can't believe we almost hit 220 likes just like that. It's all for the memes and the jokes, and you guys are all part of that banter. It's so much fun to be able to do something like this and have fun.
I've just seen 220 likes now, George.
222, there it goes. The pants are coming off again. Josh, your little I mean, those are small shorts. I'm impressed that you even fitted into them to get into here.
Well, there's nothing like a nice pair of short shorts, as we'd say. Put it this way, you don't need your shorts when you're in Wales, but in South Africa at least, you do need you definitely need some shorts and some summer clothing that we'd have in the UK. But yeah, fantastic stuff, and thank you everyone for joining in the fun, and it makes it all worthwhile. But yeah, Kylian Raiminen, and then we're on board with him now. He's just been just a machine in the last couple of laps. Obviously this is his second stint now, back to back, so he's doing a fantastic job, and he has all the answers to the Bren Welton Pro team behind. And like you said, when he pulled in the pit box behind the car that was in P2, that must have really done a lot of good to the team as well, and the confidence is probably through the roof. But they'll know that 2.5 hours is plenty of time to make mistakes, so they need to keep on to their drivers and keep talking to him, keep telling him that he's doing a good job, and stick at it, and you've got the race win in the bag. So let's see if they can pull it off. I think they can, George. Personally, I think if Kylian Raiminen's at the wheel, at least he's doing 142. He did another 142.0 again. So I'd love to see his timetable, because he's done 142 flats pretty much every time I've looked. Yeah, so fair play to Kylian Raiminen and the Sidemax team.
Yeah, I think Kylian Raiminen's also joined us. He's wearing no pants. He's doing it for weight saving, not for making. So a little bit of a difference coming down for them. But that Sidemax car has just been absolutely on fire. Loving their performance that they've brought out here. You know, a lot of people in the wet phases were worried about what the Audis would do. Even the boys behind the wheel of the Sidemax Motorsports car came out and said that the rain wasn't for them. But what a drive they've had when it has dried up, and it has been so good to see the progress that they've made. The Audis and the Porsches and the old BOP used to be very well favored out here. I know for a lot of our South African based series events that we did at Kyalami under the old BOP, it was just a Porsche and Audi Cup. But I must admit, I like the way that the balance has gone in the way that Kunos has aimed things. We've seen the different BOPs come down, and we've seen a variety of cars being picked up from when we started doing our ACC broadcast to where things stand now. It's all part of that meta, that all fits into what makes esports as good as it is for traditional esports and looking at esports metas. So we've got that complete package here with sim racing, and I can't wait to see where the hobby and the sport goes in the future, for sure.
Yeah, well, it's definitely taken a step in the right direction. It has done for many years, especially since the release of this title. This is definitely the best title I have ever been a part of, and obviously being part of events like this is something I've always wanted to do, and didn't even know they existed 3-4 years ago. So to be part of it now is pretty awesome. To be in this community, and everyone is also full of love. Obviously, you will have people that are unhappy at times, but I'm sure for the good of the hobby, like you say, George, is everyone, the community is fantastic. And this battle on track, George, this is the Team Fordzilla and the GC racing car, which we seen the BMW behind let this car through earlier on, but Marco Ripper wasn't in the car at that point, and he wants that position back now. He's decided that we let you through earlier, so repay us, please. However, I don't think Desmond Fitzpatrick's in the mood to let them by.
I mean, they certainly would not be needing to do so, would they, being in that pro class? So slightly what would be above silver in that traditional sense, but all the drivers here relatively in that same bracket of pace-wise that would fit into. So it would be interesting to see how things go down. We've seen what an Aston Martin can do to a Ferrari in that long-lasting existence previously for that battle between Zaclari and the Lycan Tribe team. But right now, Fitzpatrick and Ripper taking to the arena here. And it looks like Fitzpatrick's still getting some pretty good drive in that Aston Martin. That lone M6, though, that gets a lot of praise all the time. Just the lone pick. Definitely not favored on BOP.
No, and we've also got a lone Porsche as well, haven't we? Currently P16 as well. That's the only Porsche. And if I'd said that to you, George Smith, probably, 6 months ago before the big BOP came in, and I'm sure you're upset to only see one Porsche, but unfortunately, that's just kind of the way the BOP's gone. It's not a favourable car at most circuits anymore, and it is a great shame because I miss the sound. I really do.
I don't know if you've ever heard this Aston Martin in real life, Josh, or if that's what you were referring to there. But I mean, I just remember when I was at Kyalami, the Aston has the most incredible whoosh and turbo flutters when it goes down, and that M6 also has a very distinct, full, nice engine sound together. So both these cars quite awesome sounding on the track. And then I think the top contender for me is actually the Bentley. In real life, that thing actually shook my insides to the point where I thought that I'd need to get a spine replacement.
Yeah, well, don't get a spine replacement, George, and you need to stop wishing or promising things in the chat to people. We've promised rain, which is out of our control. So we need to start dancing a bit more, I think. And Marco Ripper is hoping to dance his way past the number 77. So let's see the BMW straight line speed, the M6 up against the V8 Vantage Aston Martin. Obviously one of the newer cars on the grid versus one of the older ones, the M6, obviously a little bit older, as Marco Ripper now does move to the inside, but not close enough into turn 2. So let's see if he can maybe gain a bit of an advantage up the hill, but I think the Aston's going to be a little bit too nimble, isn't it? It's the BMW's a bit of a bigger car, a bit more of a weight to throw around, as opposed to the V8 Vantage, a lot smaller wheelbase. And the Astons have been going well, especially the number 56, and obviously we've got the 962 in the top 10 as well. And the Aston Martin really has been running well in the race at Kyalami. I didn't think it. I knew the Audi was one of the favourable ones in terms of BOP, but the Aston Martin has been really good, pretty solid.
Very, very solid, and I felt like it's been like that almost season after season after season that it comes through. The Aston is always the car that I reference my newcomer friends to drive. I'm not saying it's a newbie car. I'm just saying that it's a very well balanced car that can really give you a good taste of the flavors that you can get in competitive racing. So good to see the Aston still sort of sticking out to be that car. Bentley also a great drive coming out. Josh, you were talking about things being promised in the YouTube chat that are out of our control. Something in our control, 300 likes. George will give out his OnlyFans link. I think that actually should read, at 300 likes, I'll start a sim racing OnlyFans link. You'll get to see, I don't even think I'll let you know what you can see there, Josh. Just lots of cool sim racing equipment, I guess. Is that the way that I could put it? That YouTube won't shout at me? I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Different pieces of equipment to do with sim
different
racing.
strokes for different folks. Is that what you said, Josh?
I didn't say that, but
I heard you say it.
Let's run with it.
Actually,
yeah, maybe I did say that. I must have had my mic off when I said that, but
it's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Oh,
We
it
speak for
has.
each other. When the pants come off and the rain dances start, it can get a little bit wild. But I promise you, the last 2 hours is where it's going to be really nuts. The last hour is going to be crazy. So just prepare yourselves. Deal with us for a little bit longer. I don't think we have too much longer, actually, to be here as hooligans. We've got 26 minutes or so to try and farm up as many likes as we can. We're just the like farmers at this point. And then they're going to kick us out and put the proper commentators in to round out the end of the stream. But pretty uneventful on track at the moment between a lot of the cars here. They're all settling into their gap. So whilst we pan through the grid, we're allowed to have a little bit of fun.
yeah, of course. We're allowed a bit of fun, and there's a question there, George. Can they see your gear stick on that OnlyFans link? And
of course, I mean, all sim racing equipment will be available for sight. We don't know what month that will come out, but we just have to see. 300 likes. We probably won't get there, and I'll be safe. So, well, the power of the internet will protect me from ever having to start that account.
Yeah, well, George has gone out on a limb here. If we can get 300, that sim racing OnlyFans link where you can see gear sticks and other various sim racing equipment will happen. But yeah, fantastic stuff. Like you said, it is a bit quiet on circuit now, and I think the drivers just getting ready for the final 2 hours, final hour. Just saving themselves, saving the energy, looking after the cars, making sure they can get there, and then I'm sure for the close battles on track, it'll be not gloves off, so to speak, because you really don't want to bin it in the last hour after doing 23 hours worth of great work. But you're going to take chances that you wouldn't necessarily take in, say, the first hour of the race, if that makes any sense. But yeah, so we've got a Porsche here, George. Obviously, one of your personal favourites. The PPR Esports, they're out there on their own, currently chasing the 199 Audi. Well, they're trying to lap them anyway. So does it make you sad that there's only one? There's only one on the circuit?
I mean, it makes me sad, and you're just asking me that to hear the sadness in my voice as I answer that question as honestly as I can. But yes, sad, big sad. I mean, the Porsche was a little bit of a too strong car, I guess, is what Kunos was trying to tell us. And they just haven't been favorable picks in a lot of the series recently. I think it does quite well at Donington, so I'm kind of hoping that there's a bit of a revival in the Porsches for the Donington side of things. But yeah, it's kind of fallen off being so dominant, and that means less of them being picked up. But then also you get like lone ones like this one for VUT, for PPR Esports. They sit in third for silver, and currently just trying to bully their way through where they can, unlap drivers. I mean, just look at that track map above us. There's a small gap if you look at the top of the hill here. There's just a little bit of space between or behind these cars, and in front, as they make the run down to Crowthorne, there's a nice big gap, but that's about the only space that is out on the circuit. As we jump over to Whitehead here, as we're going to see the overtake being done, and that's on to Ripper in that BMW M6. So Whitehead in that Ferrari, I believe, getting through into Crocodile and wrapping that up.
Yeah, but he definitely did. I think he just let him through. We seen that from the GC racing car earlier on, but I've just been watching the oh, there we go. He's gonna try, and Luke Whitehead's gonna go for Fitzpatrick as well. This is also for position, so we've got 21st, 22nd and 23rd all here, line astern on the circuit. So we've got Ferrari versus Aston versus BMW. Here we go. This is the action that we've been waiting for, but that H3 racing car just arrived, overtook the two of them, and it's just gonna go now. H3 racing and the Ferrari, fantastic stuff. So making 2 overtakes on their rivals within, 2 or 3 corners. So, and there we go, Desmond Fitzpatrick also going to allow the 411 through. So can Ripper now potentially catch up to the back of the 408? Judging by the 408's pace and the way he arrived and then just disappeared, I don't think that's possible, but let's wait and see what goes on between those guys. But I have been watching the Siclari gap. It has been coming down, George. It was around 17 seconds. It's now around 13, but obviously they lost a heck of a lot of time with that drive-through, didn't they? So have to wait and see if the drivers that come in to finish the race can make any inroads, but it's going to be a tough one for them to recover all that time.
Sometimes, you just gotta look back and see what the bigger picture is, and maybe for them serving that drive to penalties, the reset that they need to, take a little bit easier out on the circuit. The overextension was certainly there. They were pushing a little bit too hard, weren't they? And that did result in what was to come. And sometimes you do think that it's the harder drive that's needed, but it's more the comfortable, calm, cool, and collected approach that seems to bode better results for people out here. If you look at the likes of what's happened to that 96 Sidemax car, it's been cool runnings since the start for them, not trying to overextend, not trying to put themselves at too much risk, versus some of the drivers that have just been absolutely putting risks out there and maybe not being rewarded as hard for them.
Yeah, exactly that. And we've seen they are pretty much a pit stop ahead as well of the Rem Welton Pro team, so they've got a bit of time to play with as well. If if a mistake does come in, they can not have to worry about it too much. But I'm sure they don't want to have any mistakes. But obviously Siclari now, he's lapping well, he's lapping faster than Soldatov, but he really could have done without the setback. But the Racing Line Motorsport car, obviously they are a fantastic team. I think they were second last time out at Silverstone, so they're coming in with potentially a fight for another podium. And to have 2 podiums in obviously the first 2 rounds of this World Tour Championship, which has been fantastic so far, and I'm sure it's not going to be any different in the coming rounds. But to have 2 podiums from 2, obviously a 3-hour at Silverstone and a 24 hours here at Kyalami, that a 191 would be, they've got to be pretty happy with that.
I mean, certainly not going to ride home and feel disappointed at all. 2 podiums, 2 rounds, and making sure that you try and take the most number of points through the World Tour. I mean, the World Tour itself, such a cool event going down. Big shout out to Race Department, AK Informatica, Raceface Speed Labs, and Sim Racing GP for getting behind this, and the community itself. I know that we hit 2,300 members on our YouTube channel. We were getting close to hitting that mark, so we hit that goal, 2,300 subscribers out on the channel. Our Discord channel blows up. I mean, I'm not even sure of the last number that was there, but 4,000 something number of members in the Discord, all coming to do the racing side of things. 242 likes on this live stream from you guys, just massive support, and really it's been so good. Josh, we've only got 19 minutes here. It's our last involvement in the 24, and I can't help but feel just a little bit sad that our time is almost concluded. Mike is here, he's wagging his finger at us. Ryan is here, wagging his finger at us. They're both letting us know that we're on our limits for what we're allowed to push during this portion of our live stream, but they'll be taking over from us and getting ultra serious for the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. And the final 2 hours is the serious part of the race, because that's where obviously the checkered flag will come out and the drivers will cross the line in the final order for the 24 hours. Obviously, the order has been, thrown around throughout the race. We've had many different leaders. We've had many different cars in the top 10, and obviously one that has been noticed, especially by myself earlier on, and also our broadcaster Stewie now as well. So number 39. When we actually left earlier on to go to sleep, that car was outside the top 10, and here they are, P5 comfortably as well, ahead of James Parker, not James Parker, but James Parker's team. Mikael Sundstrom is piloting that one at the moment and doing a fantastic job of it as well. He's currently lapping around the 142. Seems to be the pace at the moment. I don't think there's anyone in the 141s. Yes, there is. Batafoulier is in the 141s, and he is really the one that has led the charge for that number 39 car. He was really throwing some hot laps down earlier on in the race. But here is Phil Vitt, and here he is. He's sort of approaching the car that's in front of him, but not on the same lap. They're very out of sync, aren't they? The Pink Performance, and not on the same lap as Mikael Sundstrom, but definitely has the same amount of pace at this current point of the race. And the Audi, obviously the infamous Audi, George, the Pink Performance, obviously used to race under a different name, but the livery is still the same.
I mean, that Muka Motorsports team changed up then to Pink Performance. Phil Vitt behind the wheel. I saw Wolf Matushka in the chat earlier on out here supporting us. These guys have been with us from the very start of the formation of Racing Club International. So it's always good to have some long-term lurkers here, some new names as well entering into it. Mike Jones actually coming in clutch with some of those stats. 2,360 subscribers on the YouTube channel. Nuts. Over 200 picked up just today. Nuts. 4,859 members on Discord. Nuts. What? This is I mean, this community, when we all got together to start it out, we never imagined it getting to these levels. And just a big shout out to all the crew and the staff involved behind the scenes for putting on these events and making this all possible. Us as commentators get it relatively easy. We don't have to do too much. We sign up, we show up, and we talk about the racing that goes down. But the guys that are putting in all the effort behind the scenes, our admins, our stewards, our broadcasters that put on these awesome streams, the designers that design the overlays and put in all the efforts to things like the spotter guide and the race program. Those are all the people that are doing this behind the scenes for the love of it, and deserve to just be appreciated by the masses for sure. I can thoroughly say that I don't do any of those things, and I wish I could be a much more dedicated person. So big shout out to all those guys at RCI that do all of those things, guys and girls, should I say, that put in all the hard work behind the scenes.
Yeah, you definitely speak for me there, George, as well. Where we don't we get to do the fun bit. We get to see we get to reap the rewards of the organization and the the program and the spotter guide and all the work that goes in, the broadcasting, the graphics, the replays, the overlays, everything. We get to reap the benefits of that, and we're forever thankful. And when I watched the stream, obviously under a different organization, and then I obviously requested to become a commentator with you guys. Once I seen the work that went on inside, obviously the staff side of things, it was absolutely mind-blowing how busy everybody is.
Is Wenlock getting a drive here? Maybe. I mean, he's had a hard time in that side max car. Does he get alongside there? Tons does go and dip just a nose behind. I think the drive there perfectly coming out, and it hasn't not gone the way too much for that side max car down the side max number 95, but good to be able to just capture a moment of some beauty as they exit out of Leocorp there. Sorry, Josh.
That's all good. But you've seen the grunt there of the new 2020 AMG Evo, which obviously one of the newest cars in ACC, and I'm surprised that we don't actually have that many of them. I don't know whether that's down to people not having experience in that 2020 car, but here is Valentin Barrier now for the Jardier Community Teams. That number 39 has fallen behind the 899, but obviously is a pit stop in hand as well. So they will, get that position back. Sundstrom just up the road around 8.2 seconds or so, so that is changing all the time. And also Saklari is into the pits as well, George. I think we may see a driver change for the 191.
I mean, we were wondering when that might be occurring. Maybe this is the moment that does happen, and that battle towards Soldatov might still go down. The number 56 might also throw in another one of their drivers, but so far the Like and Subscribe team, they've certainly deserved that third place on the podium in my mind. Still 2 hours to go, 13 minutes for us, Josh, before we kick it back. I mean, I want to address this and just let the stream know that we're not getting fired. I know that you think we're getting fired, but we're not getting fired. We almost got 300 likes for the OnlyFans as well. So, you know, it's been a good day, Josh. I've loved being here with you.
No, it's been fantastic, and obviously being here at Kyalami with obviously RCI's South African, or favourite South African, as Ryan Gill would say. It's yeah, it really is a pleasure. And Marek Shins is in the car for the 191 now. But I have noticed we did a little bit of a rain dance earlier on, but we haven't brought the rain, but we have brought the clouds, which is usually the start of a transition to some rain. So there are clouds in the air now, George. So there's more chance of some rain now than there was an hour ago, where the sun was shining. The temperature has dropped quite a bit. I believe we were up around 33 track temp at one point, because I did mention that I had my short shorts on. I don't have them on anymore. But it's getting pretty chilly in here now.
The short shorts are on. The clouds have decided to come off. The sun has disappeared, and it's given us an opportunity. With 253 likes, we get to make another 69 related like goal, because we can hit 269. And if that happens, the helicopter will increase the chances of the rain dance. You guys can't see what the helicopter is. It's not allowed on YouTube. That will be something that Josh and I share and probably never forget for the rest of our lives until a psychologist asks us how we really feel.
Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about that, but yeah, okay. Well, 269 is the next goal. Yeah, thank you all for the support. 253 likes is already crazy enough. But we were looking back at the PCDC.
Look at Josh trying to escape. Josh trying to escape the helicopter.
Yeah.
Like goal at 269. Do it, people. 269. It's 200 times better than just a regular 69 number.
Okay.
I'm talking about the number.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It sure is. But yeah, Marek Shins not got those tyres up to temperature yet, and you know, you want to hope when you pit as well. Obviously, you were just on the hot the hot track, and it has dropped quite a lot. So you want to hope you got those pressures right, because you got to use those tyres for the next hour. So hopefully they did get that right. And Till Vornum here in the PCDC car, obviously already out there and has temperature in those tyres. But I wonder if we will get any rain, George. I'm really keen to see if we do get that final mix-up of conditions, which could really, throw this race.
I can hear like some grumblings of thunder rolling in the background, to be honest. So I got a feeling this rain dance did work. The
you know, you
viewers are gonna
can't
get
say
what they
things
want.
like that to me on stream.
Why?
Well, you know how I feel about some rain. I'm from Wales. We love rain.
Oh yeah, you're right. We sorry, there's no rain out here. We're gonna have some dry conditions. Although I think I'm lying, because those clouds are getting very dark. 2 hours to go. The glow is gone, in fact. But the 2 hours to go, I do feel like we're gonna get some kind of a rain prediction coming in. I just want that timer to update. I want to see what happens in the next 30 minutes prediction. When is that going to change? When do we see the little drizzle drazzle of I mean, that's going to actually upset a lot of people, so I can't even go with something that's good. The drizzle will come down, and potentially that then adds in a new spanner into the works. So Antonov into the number 56 like and subscribe, Aston Martin. So he is going to go in for that driver change. A great drive coming out before from the all of the drivers behind in that like and subscribe team. These guys have done a phenomenal job at keeping themselves up here.
Yeah, and Marek Shins in the 191 now, not Saklari, sorry, is sort of rounding, coming up the hill now, going up towards the left-hander, which is just in the background there. So, around a 10-second gap, so the gap has come down. Has Marek Shins got enough in his locker to catch Kirill Antonov in the like and subscribe? So it's 10.5 seconds now, George. Obviously, it was around 17 after the drive-through, and before the drive-through they were actually in front. So the 191 has some catching up to do. But the number 56, I'm being told, was around 4 seconds slower on their pit stop. So there is that's the reason why they made up a bit of time. The 191, Marek Shin's obviously one of the another one of the ludicrously fast drivers. George, obviously the 191 has got some incredible drivers, hasn't it? The Saklari, Sami Rats, and obviously Shin's in that team. But Felix Rupert at the moment, Excel Racing by Ren Welton, chasing down Gergo Panka for P13. So another battle on track. I'm not sure if these guys are in sync. Have they both pitted? Yes, they have. So Felix Rupert pitted 4 laps earlier. So this is an in-sync battle. So let's see if the number 16 in the silver class can make its way past one of the pro teams.
Oof. It is starting to really pan out to see where these guys are going to put themselves into the closing phases of this race. Rupert sitting nicely in the slip then of the Lexus, piloted by Panker in front. That 1, 2, 3, we've seen them in a couple of different positions in this race. Currently sitting in the P13, that's most respectable for them to be in. And with 2 hours to go, things can still change up. But for now, Felix Rupert in that Excel Racing by Ren Welton, number 16, trying to make the charge up and see if he can just get himself a bit further away from the pressure of what the 556 would be able to put onto him. And to do that, he's going to probably have to clear Panker. Otherwise, he's just going to be sitting in the slip from him. In theory, shouldn't have to pass him, but if you're losing track position, we said it before, you can't be ashamed to need to make up that place.
Yeah, exactly. And Rupert does look like he is the faster driver at the moment. Obviously, Gergo Panka in the FFS Racing Lexus at the moment with the bright blue wheels, which we did speak about in the night stint. George, how do you feel about the bright blue wheels? Probably Mike Noble's doing. Obviously, he does usually have some bright liveries, doesn't he? So with the Lexus, you can't change or have a custom in-game livery, but you can change the wheel color. So how do you feel about the blue wheels on this FFS Racing Lexus?
I feel like they are ludicrously, disgustingly, atrociously acceptable because it's Mike Noble, but at the same time, I've got a little part of me that likes them. They're like, they match up with a couple of clothes that I've got in my cupboard, and I would be a liar to say that it didn't. The razzle dazzle didn't excite me just a little bit. So I'm not surprised to see it there on the FFS Racing Lexus. Certainly something a little bit different, and I think they've achieved their goal of making the stock standard Lexus stand out a little bit.
Yeah, and exactly. You can't have, like I say, you can't have your own colours on it. So why not make it a little bit different? But you got Sean Arnold there in the background as well, behind Rupert in the 16 Aston, who wants to get by. You've seen him on the lights there, but he is quite a way down in comparison to these guys. I think P27, I think, or around there, P25 potentially. But he wants past. He's got a bit more pace than these guys at the moment. But this is a fight for a top 15 spot. So Gergo Panka currently is holding the P13 and Rupert there in the P40. Sean Arnold did think about trying to get past the 16 there, trying to unlap himself, or just gain a bit of track position and move up, and start chasing the cars that he needs to chase. He's not fighting these guys, but unfortunately he's stuck behind them, and there we go, number 16 into the pits. So Rupert coming in, he's going to get himself some new tires, decided that he's losing time, stuck behind the 1, 2, 3 FFS Racing car, so they're going to get themselves a bit of free air and try and pump in some lap times and do the undercut. So, which you've seen has been quite powerful here as well.
Ismail Lebrec into the Triple R McLaren 720S. They find themselves in 23rd overall, but as far as we understand, still within the top 10 for their silver class. Where do they actually stand in the silver at the moment? Ismail Lebrec.
I think it's around 7th, I think.
Yeah, that's about it. Correct. 7th place for them. So still decent performance coming down. And with Lebrec behind the wheel, he's looking to chase down onto Whitford. This is not going to be for a class position, but it will count overall. Whitford in that 199 Audi, just trying to stay an extra 2 car lengths ahead at all stages. But with Lebrec there, I think a good challenger in that 720S should be a good one to close out. 2 minutes to go until myself and Josh depart from the comms box. We've almost hit that 269 like goal, Josh, which enables us to actually eat some food after this. We'll cash in those exposure buck coupons to get ourselves some kebab. But for now, 3 minutes to go on the clock. It's been so good to be here, and I'm glad to be able to hand over to some experienced other commentators to round out the last 2 hours. It's been a great bit of racing, and I've thoroughly enjoyed my stay here. From your side, I know that you've committed many hours. How many hours have you done now in the stream?
I think when I round this hour out now, it'll be, I believe, 11 hours of the 24 hours, which I honestly couldn't think of anything better to do. So I was like, Mike, I'm pretty much available. You fit me in where you need me to, and I'll be there. And obviously, I've kind of been adopted as a resident American, so they were like, yeah, you can just do the American night stint. So yeah, it's been fantastic. It really has to be a part of. But it is what it is. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I don't really want to leave. But unfortunately, Mike and Ryan are standing there already telling us to calm down and get out. So, but we still got 2 hours. Not 2 hours. We got 2 hours to go in the race, but 2 minutes or so left of the comm stint. But and Chris Huke now in the 249, still, cracking, chipping away at killing Ryan Meenan, but not enough. He's about 6/10 a lap quicker at this current part of the race, but with such a lead, it's not really going to affect the Sidemax team. I think they just need to keep it facing the right way, and they'll be fine. But Sundstrom in the pits as well for the CDA nearly on pace team. Another one of the top teams. They're still trying to chase the number 39, but it's not out of reach for them. But they're going to need some mistakes from 39 in the final 2 hours. But plenty of time for more racing to be done. And it did hot up just then, didn't we? All of a sudden had a lot of overtakes throughout the grid.
We did. It's always kind of like that. You find yourself in a situation where you've had a fair stint out there, you've had a good amount of racing, and then right at the end you get delivered with a little bit more, and you're like, ooh, could I stay a little bit longer? Could I overextend my invite here to enjoy this? And the answer is no, you can't, because otherwise you never leave. You'll always get treated to some good racing, no matter what part of the race it is. It always just feels like when you're closing out that this is a particularly important part that you want to see. And as Chris Huke here takes to the S's for the final minute of what will be our commentary stint, Josh, it has been one last time for us to plug ourselves on the live stream. Myself, George, and Josh would I'm to speak for both of us, Josh, quickly, and then you can speak for both of us as well, like a real couple that have shared the commentary box.
Power couple.
No puns. Power couple, yeah, I like it. So for myself and Josh, massive thank you for having us here in the box for this last 2 hours stint. It has been so much fun to be out here, having a little bit of banter on the stream with you guys as well. We're looking forward to some more, and of course we're going to be in the live chat following on for the rest of the race. Before I hand you guys over to Mike Jones and Ryan, I'll hand you over to Josh for one last time. But from me, George G. Max Smith, I will see you on the other side.
Yeah, there we are, George. Well, yeah, you pretty much covered all bases. Yeah, it's been a fantastic race so far, and I've enjoyed all the commentary. And thanks to everyone in the chat to keep it all going. And it's been a fantastic stream. And thanks for having me, obviously. But yeah, we're gonna bow out. But I believe we're gonna throw to Mike Jones and Ryan now. Mike Jones is he's the one first in the comms box as he's marched in, and he's trying to throw us out, George. But I think Mike's got just something to say to us before we leave. So, Mike, how you doing?
Yeah, hey guys, sorry about that. Was still turning on my microphone. Fantastic comm stand from George and Josh. And before you guys take off, and Ryan and I take over for the remaining 2 hours of this race. As you guys know, here probably at RCI, George G. Max Smith has been with us from the beginning, and has been with us even before then at the RLM days, and plenty of comms over at the Raceface booth. And something you guys may not know, a lot of you guys in the chat, this is actually going to be George's last comms stint with us for at least a little while. here at RCI TV. For those of you who have not heard, George is going to be making a big move over to the United Kingdom and getting over to somewhere new. George, of course, from the South Africa region, basically his entire life, and making a really big move over next month. I believe he's already booked his plane ticket. Got plans to sell his house and everything like that, and he's going to be jumping over there. And George, obviously, you're going to be gone for probably the better part of a month, if not maybe a little bit longer. And before you go, man, I think all of us here, especially other commentators, unfortunately Jesse couldn't be joining us, but Ryan and Josh and myself and all the other RCI staff, man, we just can't thank you enough for being amazing and joining us in the columns booth each week. And you bring such an energy and just like absolute professionalism to our columns booth. Well, I say professionalism as he sits here with no pants, but professionalism. And George, I mean, I don't think that I would have anyone else here to join with us if not you. And then obviously Ryan, Josh, Jesse, I think of the same. I just want to give you the best of luck, man, on your move and everything that's going. It's a scary move. We've talked about it a lot, but
we have. Just thanks for that, Mike. Yeah, I'll be back for sure. I cannot wait to get back in on the action as soon as I'm set up on that side. I will be back here with the community. I'll be on Discord all the time, trying to lighten up the mood there where I can. But looking forward to it, and yeah, thanks to all of you guys for all the support and helping me make this decision in chasing a dream to make such a big move.
Well, everybody, George G. Mac Smith, make sure to check him out on Twitter. Keep up to date with what he's going to be doing over in the UK. I don't know how much you've talked too much about what you're going to be doing over there, but I know you've got big plans to be living that hashtag influencer life. He's going to find himself a shed, find himself a GTR. Wait, no, sorry, thinking of Jimmy Broadbent. But anyway, George, the best of luck.
Jimmy did once give me advice. I did ask him if I should sell my house, and he told me yes, and I did that this time. Yeah, just to pursue the goal on that side. So yeah, thanks for having me here, Mike, and Josh. Good to be with you for the last stint that I do, and I'll see you guys in a month or so.
Yep, you too, George, as always. Always a pleasure. And Mike and Ryan, obviously you got the pleasure of ending the race, so I will speak to you guys in the chat. And thanks for having me, and peace and out.
All right, boys. Well, Ryan Gill, I feel like we were here about 22 and a half hours ago, ready to start this race. And here we are, the final 2 hours, ready to end it. I've taken a couple small breaks here and there. I know you went to sleep for a little while, but the battles have just been never ending through this entire race. This battle we've been watching since we walked back into the booth. This is not for overall points position. This is just for an overall position on track at the Butler Proud Motorsport 557 and the 84 of Clark following them. And Ryan, it doesn't feel like it should be the final 2 hours already.
Mike, in the space of 22 hours and 5 minutes, I've done commentary, I've done broadcasting, I've gone eaten some food, I've slept a while, I've lost my pants, and I mean, and now I'm in tears because George is leaving temporarily.
Yeah,
it feels like he's dying. It's just it's horrible. But we've still got 2 hours of this race, or just under 2 hours of this race to go. So I'll hold in the tears for now. And we'll have a good crowd. He can come live in my shed if he's struggling. Like, it's not as glamorous as Jimmy Broadbent's shed. It has spiders in it, but it's a shed nonetheless. It works. So, well, just under 2 hours left. George Boothby in the Side Max Motorworks number 96 Audi does still lead the way. And well, Mike, we've had so many different race leaders over the course of this 24 hours. I mean, a couple of those race leaders, in fact, aren't even racing anymore. I know the Orion race would lead temporarily. Unfortunately, they've had to retire from this event. And, you know, we started with, what was it, 41 cars? We've got 38 left going at the moment. I'd still think that's pretty good. Only three retirements in 22 hours and still counting. And you know what? Massive respect to not just the drivers in this split, but to all the drivers across all 5 splits that we have at the moment. Those of you that are still going, those of you that have had issues with your team entries, that are still going, knowing you'll get disqualified at the end of the race by ACC. Massive credit to everyone who is partaking in this event. And well, you haven't got too much longer left to go. But with an hour and 53 minutes left, Mike, I think it might rain again.
You know, I was just messaging Killian Ryan Meenan, who is, of course, the teammate of George Boothie in the Sidemax Motorworks car. I messaged him and I said, quote, "You hear that? Thunderstorm emoji." And he said, "Stop it, you blank."
Insert word here. Use your creativity to decide what word that was.
Yeah, it starts with M and ends with a lot of syllables that I'm not going to say on air at the moment. Yeah, the Sidemax Motorworks car has absolutely dominated this race, but they have struggled in the wet. David Michael, or is it Michael? How you pronounce his last name for the Renwell team, Ryan?
I think it's more like Mitchell, but I don't know.
Okay, David. Let's say David Mitchell. David Mitchell is, reasonably within striking distance here with 2 hours remaining. If it starts raining, that Ren Welton team has shown that they have some pace in the wet. Now, Boothby is, handedly one of the fastest drivers in the Sidemax car. I mean, everybody in that car is pretty quick, but Boothby, I think he's definitely their quickest driver. He's slapping down some lap times right now that are in the 41s. The fastest driver out on track from an overall perspective. But, David Mitchell, he's got the chance if it starts raining. And, we're going to see if he's able to take that back. We're actually going to... This battle is just not going to end here that we are watching on track. This is for P26 overall. Again, not for points. This is a pro car in front, silver car in back. But they don't matter at this point, especially that 557 Butler Pound Motorsports team. They're pretty far behind and ahead of the next car up the track for their points position. So they're just having fun, having a battle at the moment. The 84 is going to look on the inside of the second corner here, and he may, nope, not going to get it done. A little too early on the brakes. 557 is going to slot back in front. That is Jardier Community Team number 2. Their silver car entry that you're seeing behind the Butler Powell Motorsports car. And this is going to be one of the leaders coming on past. That's going to break up that fight just for a moment. And I'm sure it's going to resume very briefly.
Yeah, of course. We started this race at was it just about 6 local time for a lot of these guys, and well, Mike,
Yes,
I think it's I don't know. I think it's time we address the hidden secret that we're going to be doing after this race that nobody is aware of. Do you want to let the people know about the secret 24-hour that all the winners will be in? Oh dear.
Uh-oh. So there's the incident that we were waiting for here. That is Clark going to go off the circuit with that Sean Arnold in the 77, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to catch just a touch of a replay. Is that Sean Arnold or the 556 that he came in contact with? The replay still loading on my end. I don't know if that's my local stream having problems, Ryan, or is that? Can you see that?
Judging from what I've seen on my end, it was Sean Arnold, the 77. Coming together with the 84 of Clark, and Sean Arnold he's managed to get that car back into the pit lane. So has Clark, and both of those Aston Martins aren't in too good shape. I was going to make a joke about how we've got a another 24-hour race coming up with a 60 times multiplier, but I think that joke's a bit out the window now.
Well, Ryan, if you were here for the overnight stint, you would have found out that, in fact, we did talk about this already. However...
Did we mention it was at Brands Hatch?
No, we, in fact, did not mention the track quite yet. I don't know. Actually, I did mention a track. However, not just a 24-hour. So I've already changed that. Just we're going to erase that from memory. I've already changed that. It's going to be a 72-hour.
Welcome to How Long Can You Push an ACC Server? But in the meantime, accidents still happening towards the end of this race. You might have seen that Marek Shins has also picked up a 15-second time penalty. And that one was given out by the stewards. In fact, looking at the report right now, 191 collision with 56. That was on lap 692. That was a long time ago, Mike. That was that was almost 60 laps ago, wasn't it?
Just about, yeah. That was quite a long time ago for these guys. I remember the stewards talking about that, but I think that they were waiting a little while. They wanted to review that one and make sure they got that one right. A little bit of a complicated incident, Ryan. And in fact, I was just trying to chat over to Steven, just to our race controller, to find out some more information about that. So I'll get back to you in just a second.
Well, as the incidents keep on coming, the racing keeps on going. It is George Boothby, of course, does lead the way from David Mitchell, Michael, however you want to say it, and I'm sure Stewie will correct me on one of those pronunciations. Antonov, of course, in third place, and Marek Shins in fourth, now with that 15-second time penalty. That is massive for Valentin Barrier, who's in the number 39 car, because, of course, that means that the gap that they have to Marek Shins is now cut down significantly. And the Jardia community team, well, they can smell that P4 now with an hour and 46 minutes to go.
Yeah, they've been hunting that one down for a while. And ever since that penalty for drive-through track limits went out a little bit earlier for Shins in that 191 Ferrari, they've been hunting. Now Barrier is in the car for the remainder of the race, according to Jardier. I was poking around some of the driver streams before we jumped in, just to kind of get a sense of where they were at. Boothby, I believe, is going to finish off the race for the 96 Sidemax car. Barrier going to finish off the race for the 39. Jardia Community Team number 1, pro entry. And at this point, this is a little bit interesting because, of course, Barrier, not their quickest driver in the car by any means. Batafulia and Hanzik himself, probably the two quickest drivers in that car. However, Marek Shins is one of the quicker drivers in the 191, so even with that 15-second penalty, I don't know, Ryan, if Barrier is going to be able to pick up the time. However, they could be seeing that 15-second penalty, and they may decide to make a change and put one of the faster drivers in that 39 car just to make sure that they can come out and give that a run to get that P4. We are watching Cell Racing by Ren Welton here. That is Ren Welton's silver entry. Woolmuth in the 16, picking up a drive-through. I didn't see any stewards inquiries on that one, so I'm going to make an assumption that it was for track limits. And I think we're going to start seeing more and more of that as the race starts wrapping here as well. 2 hours left in this race. These guys are smelling the light at the end of the tunnel, and they want to see, just how quick they can push. And that's going to start getting more and more track limits. If I'm not mistaken, I think that the 39 has 2 warnings at the moment. At least this was about 30 minutes ago when I was checking on the stream. And I think Sidemax as well has a couple. And if they get a drive-through, Mitchell in that Ren Welton car, number 249, is going to be very close in being able to pick up the time. But the problem is Mitchell's just not running quick laps, not in comparison to Boothby. They were gaining about a second a lap earlier on the Sidemax car when it was raining. right now, based on the last couple laps, they're now losing a second a lap, and I think praying for rain.
Well, there's going to be a few people around here praying for rain, and quite a few more that are praying it'll stay dry until the end of the race. I mean, we've had, what is it, 6 weather changes at this point in time, and of course, as the clouds continue to make their presence known over the Kyalami circuit, of course, it was this kind of lighting that we started the race in, wasn't it, Mike Jones? Very cloudy overhead, and of course, it was rain to start the event off. It would be quite fitting if we ended the race in rain as well, around the same lighting conditions, but we'll have to see if all of that comes through. Getting word apparently from the 56 that Antonov will be in until the end of the race. So the like and subscribe team, they've got, well, their plan is rather set in stone as to what they're going to be doing towards the end of the race. Now, I would imagine that with side max, George Boothby probably go to the end, I would think.
I believe so, and we're getting some in the chat here as well. It does look like that. So Tortellini is telling us that the 39 only has 1 track limits warning, not 2. But that said, Killian Ryan Meenan, before message retracted, gave us some info about how many track limits warnings he had. Though I'm going to assume he doesn't want us to say that on air as he retracted it. But it is. I was incorrect. I'll just leave it at that. And yeah, as you said, Antonov going to finish off the stints. So it looks like that, you know, for the most part, I'm curious about the 249. If we can find any information about that, maybe Josh is floating around still, and he can go hunt down that 249 Renwell team for us, figure out if they're going to change drivers for the end, or if, you know, Mitchell's going to finish off the race. But you know, it looks like most of the top 5 here at least are kind of locked into their spots. I am curious, Tortellini, if you are, you're not in there anyway. Tortellini's in
he's in the 96.
Yeah, okay. Tortellini's inside. I always get that name confused for some reason. I don't know what it is, Tortellini. I think it's something with the Dalking versus Jardier. I always think that you're with their communities. And
You know who you're thinking of.
Who am I thinking of?
You're thinking of Mikowski.
That's who. Yep, I'm thinking of Mikowski. Thank you. That is because he goes by a similar name. Isn't it?
Well, Tortellini is Malinowski, so kind of similar, yes.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the Tortellini name that throws me off. Then.
I'll give you that one, but I will point out the fact that you were incorrect.
I'm perfectly fine being incorrect. I mispronounce names all day long. So what's the difference of not knowing it's something here? Randy's Pasta, hated by Mike Jones, confirmed apparently, according to Killian Ryan Meenan. Now that was the team that raced, of course, in the 12 Hours of Bathurst that we put on months back. Killian Ryan Meenan, Tortellini, and Random Call Sign joined it together for that race, and that was a interesting race for them.
Well, we'll leave it at that. Interesting race for them, but no. So I did see Mike Williams just jump into race control actually not too long ago, and he was talking to Stephen DeVos, race controller for the race, and of course Mike Williams, part of the 84 car that had that collision. Of course, it wasn't Mike Williams in the 84. It was Clark, but one of the cars that did collide with Sean Arnold in the 77. So obviously that's been reported to the stewards, and I get the feeling that we'll find out resolution to that incident in due time.
Yeah, that's a curious one. Obviously, I was having issues with my local stream at the time, so I didn't even get to catch the replay of that incident. But I'm sure the stewards are going to be taking a look, trying to figure out what happened. You know, if it ended up being an issue with a blue flag, or maybe just someone got loose. I mean, it's in a bad spot, right? You're coming out of Cheetah and into Ingwe. That's not a great spot to be making any overtakes there. And if somebody's loose and gets close, What did you see,
Antonov
Ryan?
has just picked up a drive-through.
Oh. So, okay, here's the question:
That's a track
how
limit.
far-
It's for track limits.
How far is he ahead? He's not very ahead. Yeah, there you can see the 191. He just crossed the line. So this is going to put him back down to P4 and pretty close to Barrier at this point. Because where's Barrier on the track? Can you flip over to 39 car for me there, Stewie? Okay, there he is. He's coming out of
the
Ingwe.
final corner.
Oh, man, that
coming
is
out of
close.
Ingwe now.
So we have checking on lap time here. Yeah, he's 30 seconds into his lap at the moment. That's going to put him behind Barrier when he comes out of the drive-thru, because the drive-thru penalty is about 35 seconds, all said and done, worth of loss here at Kyalami, and that is absolutely just heartbreaking for that like and subscribe team, who have done so well in this race. But if it starts raining, they're gonna pick up some time.
So for everyone at home, for those of you that might not know what this does to the order as of right now, Antonov's drive-through promotes Marek Shin's up into P3, and it also promotes Valentin Barrier up into P4. The penalty for Shins at the moment, the 15-second penalty, does not promote Barrier to third. But what it will do, what it will do, it'll mean for the final stint of the race, Barrier will have the 191 in his sights if he's the driver that's going to go to the end of this race.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna turn the podium into a sprint race at this point. You know, I mean, we're gonna shake off those pit stops, have everything sorted out, and there's gonna be a three-way battle for P3. I'm just curious to see how the weather's gonna look at the time. So here is Valentin Barrier.
Actually, no, this is not going to promote.
It's not interesting.
It's not going to promote Barrier. It's going to promote Shins, but it's not going to promote Barrier.
That's interesting, because I think my lap times are off. I'm gonna have to refresh my timings window here. But yeah, you are right. It did not promote him. Let's see when we cross the next timing line how far exactly he's going to be behind. I believe it's about 8 seconds now that I've refreshed my timing. That does put Barrier in a position to strike still. Barrier has picked up a little pace as well, put a little pep in his step once he realized that he had a podium potentially in sight. He did run a 41.9 last time by, one of the fastest laps on the track. Even Boothby was only a tenth, actually even about a half a tenth faster than him. So, it's very possible that Barrier can get it together here and start putting down some lap times. And be interesting to see how it kind of shakes out.
It's 22 seconds between Shins and Barrier still.
Mm-hmm.
And Antonov is 12.6 ahead of Barrier. So obviously when Marek Shins does come in and serve that penalty, so Antonov will go back up to third then, once that penalty is served. So you should see the likes of Antonov, Shins, and Barrier all within about 12 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, again, regardless of whether Antonov is in P5 or P4, 20 seconds between these guys with 90 minutes to go. It's realistically just going to be a situation of a sprint race. That's all it's going to be. This is going to be a sprint race to the finish for the podium. And we're gonna let that shake out over the next 20 minutes, see who has the pace to catch up to the other one. This battle still ongoing here on track. This is one of those battles that, again, is not for points. This is for overall positions. Gergo Panker in the Lexus, Maximilian Wolmuth in the Aston Martin. That is Cody Pride behind them. However, even though you notice Cody Pride Cody Pride is now out of the car. That is Bossalot in the PPR Esports car. Even though you see him behind them and he's not too far down on the order, the one car is a lap down in comparison to these guys. So they are not battling for position at this time. And Ryan, I find it interesting. I was realizing this earlier. Besides for Steele Vasson, who has he's absolutely dominated the silver class in this race in that Aston Martin, which makes sense. He's in the Aston. we know that they're pretty quick to begin with. It's been raining a lot. They've just been able to keep it consistent. I think it makes sense that he dominated this race for that MSVR 962. But for the most part, we see a lot of your silver drivers are pretty much down towards the bottom of the rankings. So, you know, the pro versus silver battles have pretty much just kind of worked themselves out throughout this race for the most part. And you know, some of the tail end of the pro and top end of the silver have mixed, but I find that really interesting. And you know, I'm always glad to see that, you know, the drivers tend to classify themselves, you know, pretty decently through the field. Of course, there's a couple of the pro teams that have just been having a bad race, but you know, it happens.
Have a bad race. It's not something you always want to hear, but one of those teams having a bad race is definitely the 95 side Max Motorworks car. And already kind of mentioned this, that this might be just a,
Max.
they might just look at this as like a season to forget for the 95 car. I mean, they you know, they've had 2 awful races to start the year. They're coming up to Donington Park next month. I mean, you kind of just wish that they get a decent result under their belt, because, you know, it's never nice to see someone just constantly, you know, have bad luck, and whether it's bad luck through fault of your own or not, or just, you know, things completely out of your hand. Always sucks to see someone stuck at the back of the grid. And whilst I'm going through all of this, Gogo Panker is being absolutely hounded by Max Woolmuth, and, well, there goes a Ferrari. And, and that's contact.
Good save by Gergo Panker there. We're going to catch a bit of a replay. Let's watch this back one more time. So they're coming out of Sunset, I believe that is. The Ferrari gonna give an absolute massive dive. The Aston Martin sees it coming, gets out of the way, but he makes contact with the 1-2-3 of Gergo Panker. And, you know, luckily for Gergo, he was able to hold on to that thing. An absolute fantastic hold from Panker. And I already see a Mike Noble storming into the race control booth. He is ready to report that Ferrari and make sure that he...
Mike Noble, I'm pretty sure, just lives outside the steward's box if he has to. He'll set up a tent and a campfire out there if he has to. Unbelievable. But yeah, Gergo Panker very well saved. And of course, that is unfortunate for Gergo Panker, because of course he lost a position to Woolmuth, and the 408 Ferrari of Whitehead was just trying to unlap himself, and it's just a silly thing to do. And the stewards are going to look at that a lot more harshly, because that's a car unlapping itself that has just dived into 2 cars that were battling on track. And, you know, he's kind of just created a few problems now, because obviously Gergo has lost that position. It doesn't really mean anything for points, but of course it still means a lot for, you know, for pride on track for these guys. And I imagine Gergo's not going to be too happy about that.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you know, it's that situation. We talked about this through the evening stint as well, through the night stint. You know, some of these drivers that are fighting for overall position rather than points position, it's just a matter of pride. That's really all it is at that point. You know, Jesse likes to talk about all the time, you know, racing driver doesn't care what car's in front of him. I don't care if it's a blue flag car. I don't care if it's a leader. I don't care if it's for points. I don't care. I want to get around them and pass them, because that's what I do. And, you know, unfortunately for Gergo Panker, he is taking a hit to the pride and dropped down an overall position to, at this point, realistically, I mean, from the look of it, of course, the stewards will review. We you know, only watch it from one TV camera angle, but I think it's pretty safe to say at this point that, you know, to no fault of his own, and that Ferrari should likely be at fault for it. Luckily, though, again, Gergo Panker absolutely fantastic on the save, keeping it steady, and he's under attack now from a lap car behind him, so shouldn't be too much pressure there to possibly just let that one car by, unless he just thinks he's faster than him, because not losing any position for that one.
Yeah, Gergo not having too much to worry about in that car at the moment. Of course, next driver behind him is Vincent Erbrich, about 17 seconds back. And of course, 17 seconds can be made up in an hour and a half easily, depending on the driver and the conditions, and of course the conditions can still change. I mean, look, we've got 90 minutes or just under 90 minutes of this race to go. You can see on the forecast that the next 30 minutes still expected to be cloudy, but you just never know, Mike, do you?
No, you never know. I mean, this rain has had multiple weather transitions. I was going to be surprised if it didn't come up and rain at the end of the race here. But it's so far we're going to be looking at about an hour to go, and there's no rain on the forecast quite yet. And we'll see. Basically, I know that the Sidemax car is over here doing whatever the equivalent of an anti-rain dance is, but in the end, the 249 is going to want it to rain, because that Lamborghini has surprisingly shown quite a bit of strength in the rain. I think they've set up and were prepared for it. That 96, of course, was not. Their setup is more for dry than wet, though, of course, they were still doing very well. We took an onboard lap sometime through the night, Ryan, with killing Ryan Meenan when it was absolutely downpouring, and you could just see, even despite that, how smooth he was through the entire lap. And it was a really good show by them, knowing that Audi is struggling in the rain, knowing that Audi is struggling from tires in the rain especially. And even then, he's very smooth, a little slow, but still very smooth. Martin Lawrence in the chat, though, asking for the snowstorm button for the 404 Connection Loss Racing Team. Also wants the rain to be coming.
I think Killian Ryan Meenan is going to be investing in some sort of track heating technology to heat the tarmac up, make sure it's dry even when it rains. And I think that's how committed they are to not having it rain here in the last 90 minutes of this race. I mean, I think even if it does rain, and all of these guys have to switch over onto dry tires, I think it's going to have to be a mammoth effort from that 249. And as much as I'm one of the biggest Lamborghini fans around, you have to be realistic. They're behind by just about a minute, I think it is. And even if it starts raining now, I just can't see that Lamborghini clawing back 60 seconds and then making an overtake in the next 90 minutes. I mean, I say anything is possible. It can be done. But with how smooth the drivers have been in the Sidemax car and how professional they are, I just don't see it happening.
No, because at this point, realistically, I mean, Boothby's running about a half second faster than Mitchell. He's doing really well. Keeping it steady across the track, and it's really great to see these guys potentially come home with a victory after such a sad showing at the Silverstone race for round one. Both Sidemax cars retiring within the first part of the race. Two different issues ongoing. One of the Sidemax cars had a mechanical issue, and one of the Sidemax cars had a critical damage from an incident. It was not great for them. So I'm really happy to see the Sidemax car is really just showing strength here and what they can do for the rest of the season. Now, I know that they were more prepared for this race than they probably will be any other race in the calendar, just because, of course, and we've talked about this a couple times, but Real Racing Club, who is, if you paid attention to a couple of our streams, we did an Imola race and more recently a Monza race with Real Racing Club before that community folded. Even last week, a couple weeks ago, they had some problems and had to kind of shut down. But they won the 24-hour Kyalami with RRC just a few months ago in the Audi. So in the end, they were prepared for this race about as much as they could be. They just copy-pasted the setup and said, hey, let's go, and went for it. They're definitely going to slow down if it does start raining. But like you said, Ryan, as long as they can keep it consistent, don't get a drive-through, I think they're going to be fine. Boothby just needs to keep it on the black stuff, not get into any mess with any back markers, which, to be fair, pretty much everybody's a back marker in this case. So for
wow,
George Boothby, for George Boothby in the Sidemax car, you can't say I'm wrong, Ryan.
Mike, I'm gonna go tell everyone that you called them all back markers now. It's not just going to be Joe Macaulay that's mad.
No, please tell Joe Macaulay that. Absolutely tell him that.
I'm gonna
Exactly
hang
want.
on. I'm gonna get James Parker's number up. I've got it on speed dial. But no,
well, he's driving at the moment, so maybe don't call him right now.
Oh, he'll be fine. But no, yeah. I mean, look, there's only 2 cars on the lead lap at this stage in the race, and you know, it is still crazy that, you know, after this long, we do still have, you know, two cars on the lead lap after so many changes in the weather as well. I mean, if there was anything that was going to put people a lap down, it would be stuff, you know, like weather condition changes and that, because people would get, you know, pit stop strategies wrong. And, you know, I mean, the Ren Welton car itself pitted and fitted dries and then had to come in again immediately and fit wet tires. And you just wonder where they would have been if they hadn't had to make that additional pit stop.
Yeah, it's an extra minute they lost.
So, you know, I mean, they'd probably be leading the race. So, you know, there's so many things that have happened in this race that could have, you know, easily put someone a lap or 2 ahead. I mean, how many times in an endurance race do you see it where the leader is 4 or 5 laps ahead by the end of the, you know, the last couple of hours? And, you know, it's just one of those things where it's great to see 2 cars on the lead lap.
You know what this has reminded me of, Ryan? I was mentioning this somewhere through the night, where basically this race to me just feels like a WEC race. 12 hours into a race, everybody's stacked up on the same lap, fighting for position with an hour to go. For the most part, in WEC, it seems like in the GTE class.
I disagree.
In the GTE class,
because Toyota aren't 7 laps ahead of everyone else.
Okay, but does LMP1 even count? I just, you know, I love WEC. It is my series of choice for real life racing. I just ignore that the LMP1 race is happening and just watch the LMP2 and the 2 GTE battles, because it's just fantastic to watch, and that's what we're seeing. You know, here. I mean, we've got P1, P2. Still within a shot of trading positions in the hour 20 we've got left. We've got P3, 4, 5, all within striking distance of each other. You know, Shins is going to fall down a position once that pit stop shakes out because of the 15-second penalty. So, you know, realistically, it's still a situation of Shins is going to find himself behind the 56 car. Like and subscribe, going to be back up on the podium, and you know, Berrier, he's got to get that 39 car into gear. He's struggling to stay consistent enough to gain time. He's got the laps in him. He is quick when he can stay consistent. And whether this is because of just he's getting bad luck with traffic in comparison or what, I don't know. But once that pit stop shakes out, he's going to be about 10 seconds behind the 191 car if the pit stops happened now. There is still 11 minutes left on the pit window to open for the end of the race, plus overtime, so you figure probably about 13 minutes or so before they could pit and make it their last pit stop. So they've got to pick up that pace, get some new tires on that Ferrari, and just try to push it. I'm still wondering because don't take me wrong, Barry, a very quick driver. I'm still wondering if that 39 car is going to make a decision to do a driver change that is unplanned. Put their fast driver in the car.
Man's just called Valentin Barrier slow on a live stream, and we'll temporarily leave it at that, because quite a few people in the chat noticing that Aris has made himself known in the YouTube chat. Says he's been.
And why hasn't Aris made himself into the comms box, Aris?
He's been watching a lot of the race, apparently. Did you know, guys, that Aris actually joined our Italian broadcasters for this race at some point? And you can type !Italian if you want to go check out the Italian broadcast, or !French if you want to check out the French broadcast. We're very international over here at RCI, the 24-hour being broadcast in 3 different languages, of course, for you guys to enjoy. You can share it also in the chat as well. And Aris just saying phenomenal work from us. And you know what? As much as I'd like to take the praise, Mike, a lot of praise has got to go to Kunos as well, because a long time ago, this wouldn't have been possible on ACC.
It wouldn't have. And of course, Kevin Stuck, probably the absolute unsung hero of Kunos and the ACC development team. Kevin works, about 11 days a week, putting effort into this game. A lot of people don't realize that Kunos is a reasonably small studio. They're not, absolutely, multi-billion-dollar company that's out here with, hundreds of employees, coding all day, all night. And then that's why this game has just kind of slowly improved over time. I mean, we were talking back in the RLM days, Ryan. When we did our 12 hours of Suzuka, we were sitting here talking to the devs at the time. Chris Huke, Vicky Thompson, Simon were all talking to the devs, going, "Are we sure this is possible?" 12 hours Suzuka went pretty well.
Well, the 12-hour server crashed on race end, so that told us that told us the limitations.
Yep. And but here we are, this deep into this race. 22 hours, 22 minutes, and 15 seconds, and we are still trucking along. Server's looking fantastic. Kevin has put in just an absolute ton of work between all the patches, all the DLC content that just came out. Of course, the British GT DLC just recently came out. Eris, of course, with all of the setup work that he does, giving out information to the community, helping with setups, helping with pretty much everything. It's not really his title, but he's basically the PR guy for Kunos. Like, I feel like, just because everybody knows who Eris is and everybody loves Eris. And of course, Gergo Panker as well. He's one of the 3D modelers. He's currently driving in this race with the FFS racing team back in P14. Eris hasn't had too much time to drive recently, along with Kevin as well. They used to drive with the the Kunos dev team quite often between the three of them. But unfortunately,
Team
Kevin and Eris just been, I think Kevin and Eris have just not had enough time. But as we can see, Eris is just telling us he's got that new technology for Kevin. 49 hours a day, 16.3 days a week. He works okay most of the time, but he keeps losing fuel. So, well, luckily, Eris, we're at a racetrack. There's plenty of fuel to go around. I'll have to fuel Kevin back up, and I know. I know he's not going to be able to say anything, but I'm looking forward to the next to next teaser of what we can expect for ACC going forward, and maybe a roadmap perhaps at some point. That'd be fantastic. I don't know anything about it, honestly, because I think some of the community thinks that we know things at times, and sometimes we do. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. But I'm looking
psychology.
But I'm looking forward to knowing more about what this fantastic simulation is going to develop into over the next year or so, and hopefully we're going to find out soon.
Yeah, a quick little insight for you. Gergo told me that they water Kevin once a day.
Oh, okay. And, where do they water him? Is it at the base? Do they water him around the feet section, or do they?
The British GT DLC was out on the same day. I didn't ask.
Okay, Ryan was a little distracted.
I think you could forgive me for being a bit distracted. But either way, they do absolutely fantastic job at Kunos. ACC is always improving, and like you said, we're in 1.7 at the moment. If there's anything to come for the future of ACC, I'll be really glad to see it. And I mean, well, let's face it, RCI, and ACC, without ACC, it's not the same, is it? I mean, if
it doesn't exist.
If we had to move, I don't know where we'd go.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, obviously, Jake Boswell, unfortunately, no longer Chief Steward Jake Boswell. He's gotten
retired
a little busy.
Chief Steward.
He's currently retired Chief Steward, who he'll hopefully be back at some point once he gets some time again. But he's a huge fan of Race Room. few of the staff, of course, fans of other simulations as well. We've talked about AMS2, we've talked about iRacing, we've talked about R Factor 2. But I mean, without ACC, I don't know where we'd be. Like realistically, it's just not. This is the best simulation. Period. Whether you like ACC or not, you can't really debate the fact that this is the best simulation for actual driving. You can not like ACC because of, hey, let's be real, there's some missing features that would be fantastic here. That they've been working on. A lot of the team features are things that people talk about. Obviously, your spectators, your other drivers can't like modify pit stops and stuff like that. And that's fine, realistically. I mean, hey, we're still here 23 hours into a race, and we haven't had too many problems. It's something that would be nice to be added at some point, but the driving in this game supersedes literally anything that you can say any other game's going to do. Whether it's dry, whether it's wet, it doesn't matter. This game is just amazing, and iRacing has its perks, all the different content. R Factor 2 as well, same thing. All the different content, you can do GT3, you can do LMP, you can do Indy, you can do F1, whatever. This game is limited to GT3 and currently GT4, but in the end, it's just hands and above better anything that you're going to find anywhere else. So I don't want to move anywhere, right?
the thing is as well, and I mean, a lot of us that do staffing here started with ACC, or at least started properly with ACC. As Whitehead has just received a 5-second penalty, the 408. I believe that is probably for the collision with Gergo Panka.
Yes, with the 123. There's also another incident. Stephen handed me at the same time. The 408 and 16 got into a bit of an incident as well. So that's going to be an additional 5 seconds for the 408. I think, because they haven't applied that one yet. This was the same turn, and so
it's probably the same accident.
Yeah, it is the same accident because it's on the same lap. It was 756 and T7, the 1, 2, 3, 408 and 16. Yeah, there it is. There's the 5-second penalty. Yeah, so he's going to receive a 5-second penalty for both points of contact there from the stewards. So stewards have ruled on that one. Anyway, we started with ACC.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question to say maybe ACC wasn't the first sim racing game a lot of us played, and maybe ACC isn't the first racing game you've ever played. But I think for a lot of us, ACC is the first one we've truly committed to. Yeah. I mean, I know for a fact. I mean, I picked up the F1 games every year for about 5-6 years, but I was never committed to them. I never did the multiplayer. I never joined leagues. I never cared about it that much. I have AC. I had an iRacing subscription, but I started with ACC first. I've got R Factor. I don't really play it. I've got original AC. I don't really play it. ACC has been the only one that has kind of retained my interest in sim racing. And and for a lot of other people, it's the same way. It's why you don't see a lot of these drivers on iRacing. It's why you don't see a lot of them on R Factor 2. It's why you don't see a lot of them on Race Room, is because this has been the one sim they've become attached to, and it's not perfect. It'll never be perfect. None of them are. iRacing's not perfect, as much as it gets praised to death, and it does have a lot of very good features. It's not perfect. It'll never be perfect, and there's nothing wrong with that inherently either. And the sooner people start realizing it'll never be perfect, and they just appreciate what we have, people start to enjoy things a lot more.
Yeah, and what we have is just an absolutely fantastic driving simulation. Like regardless of what happens, the physics in this game are just absolutely beautiful. The graphics, I mean, you can. A lot of the times, you'll come in with people, especially people who don't watch esports and stuff like that. There was somebody in the chat, I think, really early on today, that was saying that, hey, I was showing this to my partner, and we were sitting here watching the race, and it took her a while to realize that this wasn't a real race, because we're the graphics in the game are so good, and obviously. Praise to the RCI commentators as well, of course, in the same way. We treat this just like it's a real race. I mean, you guys will, some people comment on this every once in a while, but we will yes, I'm sitting in my house right now. Got my bed 2 foot behind me, sitting here in front of my computer. Ryan's doing the same thing.
Mike, no, you're in South Africa right now.
Well,
You're in the commentary box.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Is that we can do this and still pretend that we're in a real race, and that's what's that's a shout out to our commentary team. Is that yeah, for all intents and purposes, for the audience perspective, I'm sitting in the pit lane.
If you would
in
like
a little shack.
If you would like to come and join us in the commentary box or in the stewards booth, if you fancy, saw a few people there saying way earlier on in the race that they said that they'd be pretty good at stewarding. You know what? If you think we don't require experience, do we? I mean, people can apply without experience. We just need willingness to learn, and all that. So you can join the Discord. You can apply to become a steward or a commentator, maybe even a broadcaster. Maybe you fancy becoming Stewie, or or someone like maybe Jake Coombs as well. Become a broadcaster, and get yourself involved. We're always looking for more staff here at Racing Club International, and you too can take part in the pride of putting on a massive event like this. And knock on wood, we are an hour and 8 minutes away from this coming to its conclusion, Mike. And you know what? I'm not gonna cry yet. I'll cry once it's over.
23 hours later, Ryan. It doesn't feel like it's been 23 hours. I'm ready for another one. Well, I'm ready for a 72-hour race.
Okay, well, right. Next weekend, then. 24 hours of Brands Hatch. We're on it.
Yeah. I started mentioning this as we took over the columns booth, by the way, guys. We are doing a 72-hour race here in about 6 weeks' time.
It's on April 1st, isn't it?
It is on April 1st, in fact. So book on your calendar, April 1st. Totally very serious 72-hour race. Starts on April 1st, might end sometime around April 1st. Make sure you guys are all here for that. It might run about April 1st from 8 p.m. to April 1st, about 9:30 p.m. or so. But definitely 72 hours of Spa will be happening on April 1st. So make sure you guys tune in for that.
In the meantime, by the way, Marek Shins is in the pit lane, and he'll be serving his 15-second penalty that he had attached to that car. Obviously, this does mean that Antonov will jump ahead for the time being, but of course that car does still have to come in for a pit stop, I believe. Antonov will have to do one more stop, and barrier, actually, that is true. James Parker is ahead of Valentin Barrier. Barrier is behind by about 20 seconds to James Parker, so something has happened there to the number 39 that we haven't noticed in amongst some of the jokes we've been going around, and I don't think anyone else in the chat has noticed, or if they have, no one's brought it up.
Yeah, I was just shooting a message over the stewarding team. I'm hoping somebody can go back and review maybe what has happened to that 39 car. They were ready to go, and unfortunately they have fallen back. Has he? Oh yeah, he did pit already. Okay, yeah, okay, Ryan. So he pit on 773. He actually
pit stop.
Hang on a second. He pit on lap 773. That's early.
He's gonna have to pit again then. That's not going to be enough to fill. Well, he's going to go over that 70-minute stint timer, so he's going to have to pit one more time.
He is. He's going to have to come in for a splash and dash. I wonder if he ran out of fuel. That Ferrari with the new Evo Ferrari does eat fuel if you're just sitting on map 1 all the time. Of course, we don't know if Marek Shins has done that. Sat on map 1 the entire time, or if they've switched down to map 3. To try and do a little fuel saving to make sure they can run the full 70 minutes. But I don't know if that Evo can run 110 liters on map 1 here and do a full 70-minute stint. Possibly someone in the chat that's driving one of the Ferraris can let us know if you can run map 1. If Bart is around, he might be able to let us know. Bart Macha and the 404 Connectionless Racing Team, he's the strategist for them.
Well, Bart Matcher is basically our reference for anything racing related now.
Yeah, him and Sundstrom, they know everything.
Pretty much. Someone saying in the chat, 72 hours of Laguna in the Rex. I can get behind that. I'm down for that.
I do like myself some Laguna. Somebody else in the chat as well, Phone fan. Yeah, we do these streams a lot. We're running 5 concurrent championships. 2 more of them are going to be starting within the next couple weeks.
They're not all this, by the way. Like
No. Most of them are more sprint races, single driver. So we have a Monday championship. The first round of that's actually going to be tomorrow, because it's a British GT championship. And then we have Wednesday that's going to be starting up soon. That is a new series that we're starting in conjunction with Charlie Martin, who's a Praga British
Brit car
racing driver. She asked us to help run a series for her in honor of International Women's Day. So we have a female and non-binary only series going to be happening on Wednesdays. Harry Conway, one of our admins, is going to be running a Thursday GT4 only championship. That starts this week, and of course our mainstream Friday championship, that is the end all be all of the RCI series right there, is that Friday championship. It is our flagship run. And then, of course, Saturday Night Owl is going to be starting up next weekend. That comes in at 2300 British time start. So that's gonna be an interesting one. That's my championship. Since I'm from the U.S., the 12 p.m. starts at noon for most of our races. Don't tend to agree with me during the week, so run the Saturday one a little later. And here comes Antonov out of the pits. He is not going to fall to Shins. He's definitely ahead, but not very far, as there is the man in the background. So even with that 15-second penalty, Ryan, look at that. Shins still on the door, 1.5 seconds back. And if we wait for Berrier, there it is. Berrier still 15 seconds back after his pit stop.
Yeah, so everything is as we expected it to be, but Valentin Barrier. Actually, no. I'm looking at his stint timer now, Mike. What lap did you say he went into the pits? Did you say
7:73?
Well, his stint timer is apparently saying 7.5 minutes with an hour.
Are you on Jardine's stream looking?
I'm looking at it right now in the dash.
So I've got Jardier's stream up now on my other monitor here. It doesn't give a stint timer, of course, because it won't do that. But yeah, on his dashboard,
it's got 8 minutes into a stint at the moment. There is a minute 40. Well, a minute, not a minute. An hour, 0 minutes and 40 seconds left.
That's close. That's gonna be so close.
That is gonna be very close at the end of the race to if he's gonna go over that stint timer or not.
That is very, very close, and
it's a lot closer than you'd like it to be.
Yeah, I mean, there's a minute 40 lap going on here. But that said, guys, we are ticking down to the final hour of RCI TV's 24 hours of Kyalami. 1 hour will be remaining here in about 10 seconds. And this is going to be the final hour of this race. George Boothby, for the Sidemax Motorworks car, still leading this race, handedly ahead of the Ren Welton Pro team of David Mitchell. 249 Ren Welton team. Both of these cars did not do too well in the first round of the championship. 3 hours of Silverstone in January. So P1 and P2 for them is an absolute victory at the moment. On the points, from the overall perspective before the finish, so the points are broken up into 3 sectors for this. You get 25% points at 8 hours, 25% points for 16 hours, and the remainder of your points at the end of the race. The Sidemax Motorworks car has taken themselves from dead last to P13 in the points, and the Ren Welton car, they had a little bit better of a finish. at Silverstone than Sidemax, but not by much. With the P2 positions that they're in at the moment, they're currently in 14th place. 2 points apart these teams will be, and then that will separate itself a little bit, of course, at the end of the race when the points
Okay,
come down.
Mike. I've got the barrier math worked out.
Oh,
So someone has informed us in the chat, and we're going to have to assume that this is true.
108.40.
He exited the pits with 108.40. Now, technically, he can finish the race because at the time the clock goes 0, he will have 1:20 left on his stint timer. However, if Sidemax do an extra lap, he could be doomed.
It depends.
It depends on where Sidemax is at the time of the final lap starting.
It's gonna be really interesting. Barrier.
Guardia's entire team getting a penalty depends on the leader, basically.
Well. So here's the thing, right? Barrier might, because we've seen this happen before. He might have to pull off in Ingwe.
Yeah, you might have to slow down and let George Boothby.
Yep.
Well, where is Boothby on the track at the moment? He's coming into Ingwe right now, so he would have to ease off significantly. Don't think it would cost him any time.
No,
because,
he's in the
no,
car
it
now.
wouldn't, because Wolf Matushka is 2 laps down from Barrier at this point.
No,
in time.
I think Barrier is good because he's within a half a lap, right? So he's within a half a
He's
lap.
gonna have
above
to
him.
back off though.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. He's either got to lose the half a lap, and make sure that he comes across the line right behind Boothby. You know, it's interesting. Like this is
He can make it
gonna
work.
be.
He can make it work, but it's gonna be, it's not gonna be convenient for them. Is what we're saying.
And as our producer's pointing out as well, Matushka's a lap behind him. Like almost exactly. Can you flip over to the 25 car real quick, Stu? Where is he on the track in comparison? So there's the 25.
Cheetah.
And the 39's, yeah, there. So almost exactly a lap behind. So theoretically, if Barrier has to stop on the track and let Boothby by to make sure that he can finish and not have to do the full extra lap, he can, and still hold his position in P6. So, man, yeah, they're really cutting that close. Really cutting that close. Especially with the drive that they've had. You know, the 39 car. Not necessarily a recovery drive, but they have made up, I believe, 6 or 7 positions over the past 12 hours or so. You know, so it just an absolute showing from the Jardier community team, pro edition of the Jardier community team. The silver edition has not had the best race, but you know, the 39, an absolute fantastic showing from them overall. P6, nothing to shout about, or nothing to you know, be ashamed about in a 24-hour race, especially against the competition that's here. Again, George Boothby, David Mitchell, Sidemax, and Ren Welton, you know, P1, P2. It's not surprising to see them, you know, out here in that position. Now, speaking of extra stuff, Brian.
Sorry, someone also mentioned Barrier could just give himself a drive-through. He could just do a drive-through on his own, and that would fix the stint time.
Actually,
the one thing I'm left thinking though is, why didn't he just go another lap on his?
He might not have fuel.
I'm left confused because the last time I saw his stint timer, he had enough to get into the last 60 minutes of the race.
But did he have the fuel? That's the thing, you know. I mean, again, it's something that in map 1, on that Ferrari, they very well might not be able to. I'm gonna ping Bart Macha.
I don't think it's been an issue all race for them though. Surely not.
Well, but here's the thing, right? It doesn't become an issue until right now. Because especially with this massive changing conditions, there's been no plan to be had for this race.
Mike, if you're going into a 24-hour race and you're telling me that Jardier's team doesn't have a plan,
if you're gonna say that you think that Jardier had a plan, I'm gonna say you're wrong.
Jardier might not have a plan. I think Barrier at least had a plan.
Yeah. So I've got Bart Macha's teammates. Oh, here we go. Bart Macha's typing to me now. Bart, please come give me your maths.
We should just
Jesse has disappeared on us.
We should just have Bart Matcher as an analyst for all future events.
Yeah, we need the analyst desk. We need to pull in Bart Macha and Mikhail Sundstrom in. on the analyst desk. Hey, John Honorati's in the chat, Ryan. Hello, Racing Line Motorsport. You guys chasing down Antonov, only a second behind. Barrier pretty far back on you at this point. I'm hoping you guys can make up that position there, Jan.
George Boothby in the pit lane, by the way, for the last time.
By the way, Mitchell and Parker also have not made their pit stops. So, Parker, the strategy for this 899 team, here he is, by the way.
Now.
The strategy for this 899 team has been absolutely fantastic. Can you cut to the 56 real quick, Steve? Where are they at? Are they coming in?
Okay,
that's what I thought.
past the line now.
So they're still going to cycle out a couple spots down, but if Barrier has to come through the pit lane again, regardless, that 899 Bentley could potentially pick up a position on him. Maybe. Bart is typing, by the way. He's basically just saying it's cutting super close. Bart, I'm curious about the fuel. Can you run 70 minutes on map 1 with that Ferrari? If you're still listening. That's what we want to know at this point. Can you do on map 1 with that Ferrari a full stint, or will you have to switch down to map 3? So hopefully we'll get an answer for that.
Remember when the Ferrari was a good car on fuel?
I
remember.
Then they released the Evo.
I remember the ACR days where you could do 85 minutes on a track in the Ferrari. It was doable.
Bart says no. You cannot.
Bart says no.
As our producer just pointed out, by the way, that is a very long pit stop for Boothby. As he's leaving the pit lane, I'm waiting for this to update on the timer. 145. They changed brakes.
Yeah,
they changed brakes. Hopefully they went to brake pad 1.
That's a brake pad change with a
they changed early.
Go.
Remember? They changed early. They changed early because of the issues. Lap 330. Our producer saying so. Yeah, hear me out here, Ryan. They are so far ahead. They decided, you know what? I'm not gonna chance having my brakes wear out. And I'm gonna change to brake pad 1 for this final hour and just go absolute full send. By the way, did get the info from Bart. They have to run on map 3 for the entire stint to make 70 minutes at 108 liters.
Interesting. So, if your theory is that they've gone on to brake pads 1 to go full beams, then if that side max Audi ends up in the wall, I know who to blame. And,
rear right brake was failing for them.
Rear right brakes.
That's so they were having them.
Interesting to see. So they've had to change brakes twice then over the course of this race.
Yep. But again, they changed early, so that's not quite as surprising. They changed early, and it did get nice and toasty for a while. So it's interesting to see if any of the other guys have to change brakes. I don't think so, because pretty much everybody changed brakes at least 90 minutes after these guys did. They lost more time in the pits because of it. But even after these pit stops shake out, it should not matter. So looking at the timing board, I've got Boothby in P2. David Mitchell has not pit yet. He's going to be making his pit stop here very shortly, as he's now 39 laps into his stint. 249 Lamborghini Ren Welton Pro Team. Going to come into the pit stop at the next lap or two. They are currently making their way through Leo Kopp. I'd be surprised if he didn't pit this lap or the next time by. That's going to cycle Boothby back out to P1. Antonov at least a lap down on the leaders at this point as well. So this is only a battle for P1 and P2 unless there's a massive issue. So, Boothby doesn't have to worry about Antonov. I think they made the smart play. Hey, potential brake problems. Let's just throw pads 1 on, go maximum attack, go full send, and let's go. For those in the chat who don't know the difference, by the way, pad 2 are your endurance brakes in this simulation. Those are the ones that are going to last you anywhere between 12 to 14 hours. If you take care of them, they can last longer. And your pad 1 brakes only last about 2 hours or so, maybe a little bit longer.
You could take 3 in an endurance race as well, and they typically perform better in the wet.
Those are your wet ones, yeah. So, but yeah, so it's at this point they've put on brakes that have more friction to them. They can stop quicker. you can break, probably coming into Crowthorne, you can probably break about, what, 25 meters later with pad 1 compared to pad 2. That's not a small amount,
I don't entirely know.
tenth or so.
I don't race enough to know the difference.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you could pick up a few tenths a lap on it. Actually, Tortellini in the chat right now, he says they're estimating a half second a lap.
Also, George Smith in the chat also reminding me we've passed 300 likes on this stream, which means George has to now start an OnlyFans for sim racing hardware.
Well, he can hook up with Random Call Sign and Chris Hay on that, I imagine, as if I'm not mistaken, they do quite a bit of that, but on YouTube, so George is going to get a little bit more risque for him. Be an interesting collaboration to have. How about the G-Max and Random Call Sign OnlyFans? I'm here for it.
I'm not sure if I want that, but I'll get back to you on that later. We're currently on board with Marek Shins. 48 minutes of this race remain. You can probably start to tell that we're all getting tired around here because Mike Jones and I we're starting to lose it a bit.
Ryan, this is just a normal everyday stream for me and Jesse Lee.
Get out. I want George back in the box. He's nice.
Well, okay, but that is not what you were saying earlier in chat.
What was I saying earlier in chat?
Ryan absolutely terrified by the G-Max and Jesse Lee show while he was broadcasting earlier.
I think I'd rather put up with that than you tell me, oh no, this is fine, I can go again.
Yeah. By the way, that is Mitchell in the pits. David Mitchell from the Red White Club Team 249 Lamborghini. Looks like he will stay in the car. He's going to come out of the pit lane, so he has picked up, obviously, 45 seconds on George Boothby for having to change brakes. He's going to come out of the pit lane, though, right as Boothby is coming out of barbecue. So he is about, what is that going to be, say 20 seconds ahead, Ryan Gill? Andy's on faster brake pads. Andy's just got the overall pace comparison. So it's closer. If there's a mistake made by Sidebacks, they're going to lose it. But, they are close at this point. Mitchell is within striking distance, but Boothby is faster. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, though, he'll be good. This is a battle for position. This is David Kelly and Givetin for the Racing Line Motorsport team. These are both pro cars. See them bumping and banging around as the final stint of this race is well underway at this point.
And it's not just them, Mike. If you look down to third place, if you look at third place at this point in time, Antonov and Shins only half a second between these two.
Question is, where is Barrier at this time? It looks like he's, maybe about still 15 seconds back. So, yeah, Barrier has not made up any time on these guys so far. So the P3 battle is reignited. We are going to get a battle for the podium during the final stint here. Now, Marek Shins and the Like and Subscribe team had a bit of a battle early on in the race as well. It did not end well for the 56 team as the 191 pushed them around. Oh, no, sorry, that was GTWR. Sorry, that was the 34. And the 191, and that was Saklari in the 191 at the time. So, Racing Line...
The 191 and the 56 did come together.
Okay, but
At Ingwe.
not the one I was thinking of, at least. So they came together at a different time then.
They came together at Ingwe, for sure, because the 56...
that's right. I do remember seeing that. So the one I'm thinking of was at Leocop. So, yeah, the 191, the 56, and the 34 have just been bumping and banging for 23 hours.
Yes, because the 191 received that 15-second penalty. That's what the penalty was for. So,
Right.
there's history in this race between these two cars, and this is a race
By the
for
way-
a podium position in the final 45 minutes.
That was their sister team, the 194 Bentley, taking a position from David Kelly in the 247 McLaren. So their sister team has made up a position, and now Shins is going, my turn?
Well, I tell you what, 23 hours, 15 minutes into this race, and we might not have a battle for the lead, but we're definitely going to have a battle for the podium coming down into the final hour. Well, Mike, we've I think it's fair to say we've both botched our race predictions.
Excuse me, I have absolutely not.
Who did you have down?
I'll give you one guess. Who's in P1?
I'm gonna have to go back on the stream and verify that, but
You please do, Ryan Gill.
But either way, I've botched my race prediction. That much is a fact, and I imagine that not just Mikhail Sundstrom, but James Parker is going to be paying me a visit later today. And well, 44 minutes to go. Who's your money on, Mike?
I'm sticking with my prediction.
No, for P3.
Oh, for P3? Ooh, interesting. So here's the thing. I think that while Antonov is an absolutely monstrous driver, Merrick Shins is probably one of the quickest drivers that I've had the pleasure of commentating for. And if it was, and if Jan Honorati is still in the chat, just tune out for a second. I'm going to give you a second. Go ahead and mute yourself. All right, you ready? The rest of the racing line guys, I don't think are quicker than Antonov. Shins, though, definitely there. Saklari's had his problems in this race. He's gotten himself a couple penalties. Whether that was, his fault or not at times is up for debate, of course. But he was the one who punted the GTWR car a little bit ago, early on in the race. And I don't know what happened in Ingwe, Ryan, which driver was in the car at the time. But Shins, I think, has the advantage here. I think Shins has the advantage. He's going to take it.
It was Saklari and Antonov, to my knowledge. I might need a double check on. I might need a double check on that one.
I just got absolutely called out in the chat.
His back marker medal for P3 is intense. Oh dear. Mike Jones.
That's fair. I'll take that one.
Jones. Oh dear. Go tell Kevin Saklari the back marker. Anyway, so Antonov and Shins. This is the battle for P3. 42 minutes of this race remain. There aren't that many other cars that are that close on track that are competing for position. In fact, these are the two closest on track for position, period. I think everyone else has somewhat of a significant gap, around at least 6 seconds between each other. So these are going to be the two cars. Although Kelly is 2.5 back from Getvern, but Getvern is lapping quicker anyway, so we're expecting to see that gap grow. Barrier back in the pit lane, by the way. And he is going to stop.
Oh, interesting. So he's stopping for fuel. I think he's going to splash and dash. I'm betting. You'll have to keep an eye on that one, Ryan, as I can't see it.
Don't have to worry about the stint timer anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about the stint timer, and he's running map 1. So he's good. That makes sense. Maybe they calculated that out, that he could make that stop. So here's James Parker. Oh, sorry, that's Joe McCauley in the car now, in fact. Unfortunately for Valentin Berrier, he's not going to get overtaken off the pit stop, but get that foot on the loud pedal, because here comes Joe McCauley. Not only are we going to have a battle for P3, P4, we're going to have a battle for P5 and P6, as I would not be surprised to see Joe McCauley see Berrier in his sights, and Joe McCauley ain't going to let it go.
The Scotsman will have the Frenchman in his sights, and Joe McCauley does like to assert himself on other people in taking positions, doesn't like to, get past someone in a rather, comfortable and don't mind me just
4
coming
seconds.
through.
That's what that's going to settle to, 4
So
seconds.
4.1 seconds then between Valentin Berrier and Joe McCauley. So battle for 5th place well and truly going to be on. 40 minutes remain, plenty of time for Joe McCauley to close that gap, assuming his Bentley has the pace over the likes of Valentin Berrier. It'll be interesting to see now with Berrier, obviously having come in for fuel. Will he have put in enough fuel to go map 1 to the end, or maybe did he try and save a couple of seconds in the pit lane by not putting that fuel in?
Nope, absolutely not. He put enough fuel in for map 1. He'd be crazy not to. In the 8 hours of Monza that we just recently did, me and you, Ryan, not together obviously, but me and you and the rest of the staff, we were losing about, I think, 0.8 a lap. Now, granted, it's at Monza, so you're going to lose a little bit more at Monza compared to Kyalami, but we were losing about 0.8 a lap compared to comparatively between map 1 and map 3, and that's just not worth it. That's a couple seconds is nothing at that point.
Well, Marek Shins continues his hunt for 3rd place, and of course for Racing Line Motorsport, this would mean that if they can get that 3rd place, they become they'll be the only team this season to have a podium in all the races so far in the World Tour. We've only had 2, of course, but they will be the only team to have 2 podiums. Of course, the Ryan Race team have unfortunately DNF'd, and PCDC Motorsport are nowhere near a podium at this point in time. And of course, the 96 and the 249 didn't pick up a podium in the first race. So, Racing Line Motorsport competing for the pride of consecutive podiums in the World Tour.
Bart Macha, by the way, giving us some more maths in the chat. You only save 0.2 seconds per liter of refueling, so very much not worth it to save the fuel. Go ahead and just run it on map 1 and let it go. Now, those of you just joining us, Nor Hendricks not included in that, though you may be rejoining us, Mr. Hendricks.
Welcome to the 40 minutes of Kyalami.
Yeah, 40 minutes of Kyalami. Somehow there are cars 10 laps down already. But in the end, this is now a 40-minute sprint race to the finish. After 23 hours and 20 minutes, racing has gone by. Welcome to RCI TV's 24 Hours of Kyalami. And before we get to the end of this race, big shout out to all of our sponsors to help make this happen. We have 5 24-hour races running at the same time. There were, Ryan, 847 drivers that took to the track at the start of this race. 1,800 British Standard Time, not British Standard Time. You guys don't call Standard Time over there. Greenwich Mean Time last night.
You can just say GMT. It's fine.
GMT, UTC, whichever way we want to talk about it. So here in the U.S., it's Pacific Standard Time and Pacific Daylight Time. So for me, it's right to Standard Time.
Leave it to America to make time zones more complicated than they already are.
Time zones are complicated everywhere. This daylight savings time is a mess. Anyway, so 23 hours 24 minutes just about left in this race, or has gone by this race. Here is your P3 podium battle just starting, lap 794. We're going to have about 815 laps, give or take, done by the end of this race. This is a battle on track for position. This far in, Marek Shins for the Racing Line Motorsport 191 Ferrari. Antonov in the 56, like and subscribe, Aston Martin. Marek Shins has the pace to get past Antonov. It's just a question of, can Antonov make that mistake and let Shins by? Again, big shout out to all of our sponsors, Race Department, aka Informatica, helping us make this 847 driver races possible here at RCI. Make sure to go give them a visit. Any of your sim racing news and tons of Assetto Corsa mods and everything else under the sun at racedepartment.com. And of course, AK Informatica. They have all your sim racing gear, computer gear over at AK Informatica. Make sure to go check them out. Speed Labs, done by Raceface, our driver coaching community partners. Jordan Sherat was in the chat a little bit ago. Not sure if he's still here. Bruno Cadili, their 2 coaches. Absolutely fantastic drivers. Jordan Sherat runs for the GTWR racing team, if I'm not mistaken, and they are in P8 in this race after a bit of an incident earlier caused them to drop down. They were fighting for a podium a little bit ago, but Jordan Sherat and Bruno Cadili, absolutely fantastic drivers. If you want to learn a little bit about racing, go give them a visit. You can jump on our Discord and get a discount code. I know I had a session here at Kyalami with Jordan Sherat. I picked up about 1.5 seconds in about an hour with him. Whether you're a pro driver, AM driver, silver driver, does not matter. It is impressive, and especially for me.
Is that your selling point? Pick up 1.5 seconds with Raceface Speed Labs.
It is. It is, because honestly, I here's the thing. I have a lot of experience in racing. Even if I'm not quick, I have a lot of experience. I'm a rather consistent driver. I'm just not quick. And Jordan kind of taught me a couple little things with GMAX would remind me that Shirat, of course, races for White Rabbit Gaming as well as GTWR. But just a couple small tricks that you wouldn't necessarily pick up on your own unless you're an alien driver. Just ways of making sure that you're braking properly and your car's kind of pointed in different directions at the right times, and how you can kind of quickly get switchbacks and stuff. And it was an interesting concept that he taught me, and it has definitely helped me not only be a little bit more consistent, but of course much quicker. Not that I'm still much quick, but Jordan, you can only do so much, buddy. But yeah, big shout out to all the sponsors, guys. 5 races. And I'm gonna say this. I don't know if it's completely true, but I do believe it is. This is, if I'm not mistaken, probably the biggest race that ACC has ever seen, with this many 24-hour splits going on at the same time. Someone, please, if there is something that has been more than this, please give it a shout. I'm interested to hear. But if I'm not mistaken, I think at this point, all the drivers here at RCI, they pushed us to keep running more splits. They're just like, hey, we want to race too. So, all right, well, cool. Let's open more splits. And so we kept doing it until we had 847 drivers total, Ryan. And you ran the numbers on that yourself yesterday, in fact.
I did run the numbers on that, and well, we can have a little bit of a go over them as we currently watch Marek Shins continue to hunt down Antonov. So, of course, 5 splits being run here today. We're going to have a total of 203 teams participating over the course of this 24-hour race. 847 drivers representing 65 different nationalities. And, well, Jesse and I had a bit of a look into it late at night. 65 different nationalities covers 1/3 of all the nationalities recognized in the world. So we have about 1/3 of all nationalities representing here today at RCI, and it's absolutely fantastic. 192 people from the United Kingdom, representing 123 from Germany and 66 from the United States. Those are the 3 most represented nationalities. And you know what? Shout out to all the other nationalities as well. Some of the guys out there, they're the only person from their particular country representing today. We've got people from places like Australia, Hong Kong, Turkey, Ukraine, Wales, Zimbabwe even. So definitely some very, a few more obscure ones that we're not used to seeing around here, but great to see the reach that Racing Club International and Sim Racing has had, for this race. It's absolutely incredible.
Absolutely incredible indeed. And we are still watching this battle for P3. Let's take a look at the other battle going on really quick, shall we, here, Stewie? This is going to be Barrier and Macaulay in the CDA team for Macaulay. CDA and nearly on pace. And he is chasing down Bounty Barrier not too far up the road. There he is, about 1.5 seconds, give or take. Joe Macaulay has been catching the Ferrari ever since he made his pit stop ever so slightly. He's got time to do it. 30 minutes remaining. Let's watch the lap times as they come across this particular lap. We're going to see Barrier put down a 42.2. Joe Macaulay a 41.6. So, yeah, he's coming. It was not a 41.6. My timing screen froze. Let me refresh it real quick. What was Macaulay's lap? It was a 42.4, so actually he lost a little time that last lap. But he is still coming. He's been reeling it in. And this is a battle. We're going to see 2 battles, one for P3, one for P5 in the last 30 minutes of this race, Ryan. And it is ticking over to that in about 10 more seconds.
Someone just saying that they're watching this race from Singapore. And it's 20-2 in the morning over in Singapore. So hello to you watching from Singapore, and anyone else watching from wherever you are in the world. Let us know where you are watching from. Always interesting. See if we can add any more nationalities to that collection, and see where everyone is watching from. We do get to see some of the stats from YouTube, but it doesn't entirely tell us where everyone is watching from. But here we go then, the final half an hour of the race. Ooh, and that was the Dorking Community team. And the Odox Motorsport car, was that? That just had a bit of a coming together? It was. They're on completely different laps. So it's not like it matters anyway, but both of them just having a little bit of a touch with each other. And Darren King moving out of the way for the 3rd and 4th place cars. Not going to want to get involved in this battle. And Odox Motorsport will probably do the same when Antonov gets onto the back of them. But that could have been a bit hairy if one of those cars had gone around in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they'll lose a little bit of time. Fortunately for the 191 at 56, did not make them lose any. As we're getting the check-ins in chat here. Of course, let's check in really quick. We got George Smith from South Africa, of course. Well, for the time being, at least. George Smith getting his big move, of course, as we just talked about an hour and a half ago. Dragfus in Portugal checking in. Abraxas, 6:41 a.m. in New Zealand. Out of curiosity, all you guys that are joining us from around the world, just curious, are you here to support a team, or any drivers that you recognize, or are you just here checking it out because hey, it's RCI TV, and what's better racing on a Sunday morning or Sunday evening, depending on where you're at in the world. Perhaps even Monday morning if you're in New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. It should be Monday morning for you guys, isn't it? Then
I like
RCI
the
TV
commitment.
racing. Yep.
I like the commitment. Staying up late on a Monday, well, on Sunday evening to over into Monday morning to watch the end of this race. I love the commitment.
Now that said, I think we do have some of the like and subscribe team popping in chat as well. Of course, I believe most of their viewers, they're a Russian team, right, Ryan?
Yes, it's an all-Russian entry.
Yeah, they're all Russian team. A lot of people from Ukraine, of course, here to support them as well. We're seeing, various chat messages for that right now. Most of you guys in here, a lot of you guys in here supporting the 56 Antonov like and subscribe team. Currently under fire from Merrick Shins for the Raceline Motorsport team, who is, of course, one of the favorites here around the RCI community. Been favorites of us for quite a long time. They consistently race with us. Like and subscribe. Has been racing with us off and on for a while now as well. Slowly becoming favorites of the community. Speaking of favorites of the community, here is the CDA and NOP team. This pairing of drivers in this. So we've talked about this a couple times today, Ryan. But
I thought you were gonna call Joe Macaulay a fan favorite for a moment there.
Hey, you be careful. You be careful with that one, Ryan.
I almost had to correct myself on where I was on the chair. Almost fell off.
Yeah, no. I don't know about fan favorite with Joe Macaulay, but the CDA and NLP team might be some of the fan favorites, of course. James Parker and Joe Macaulay representing the Coach Dave Academy. You guys probably recognize those from a lot of the setups, of course, that they put out. And James Parker, one of their main setup gurus. Joe Macaulay, not technically part of Coach Dave Academy, I don't believe, but in the end, he is kind of the local ACC driver for hire. He kind of races with everybody. He has a lot of friends in the community. I will not confirm or deny if I count him as one of mine. And then, of course, the Nearly On Pace team are driving with them for this championship. Mikhail Sundstrom, one of our developers and community moderators here at RCI, one of the most consistent drivers in ACC. Maybe doesn't have the pace that some of the top guys do, such as Boothby and Chris Huke and whatnot, but an absolute blazing fast driver and your teammate in some of the races that we do here at RCI. Ryan, and of course their teammate at Nearly On Pace, Alexander Guiglia, racing with them as well. So this four-man team is an absolute strong lineup of drivers. And then the other car that we're looking at here in this final battle podiums, or for not a podium for this one, but for P5, is Valentin Barrier Jardier community team. And of course, he's racing with the Jardier man himself, and a couple of the other drivers that are racing with the Jardier community team. We have Mikowski and Maxime Batafoulier. Batafoulier, of course, an SRO driver from last year. He just put on an absolutely batty performance through the evening, picking up tons of time for this time for that team, and has made their way all the way up to P5, at least for now, Mr. Ryan Gill. as Joe McCauley is still chasing them down as Shins, again, chasing down Antonov. No passes have been done yet between the two. Just under 25 minutes to go.
George going absolutely crazy in the chat. We've surpassed 369 likes, one of his favorite numbers. And thank you to everyone for coming out here today. I think we just hit 500 viewers almost. Absolutely mad for this race. And thank you to everyone for joining in here, no matter how long or how short you've been watching for. If you've only just tuned in, well, you've missed an incredible race, and well, the VODs are going to be up on YouTube. Well, they already are up on YouTube, I believe, for you to go back and enjoy. But if you've stuck it out, if you've been here for the long haul, almost like I've been here for like 16, 17 hours, Mike.
Yeah, I slept for about 2 hours early on in the race, and then I slept for about another hour in between my calm stints just about 5 hours ago. So I've been here I've been here since midnight yesterday for me, so I've been here for, 24 plus 34 hours, more or less, minus the 3 hours I've been sleeping. And we ain't done yet.
No, we're not done by a long shot. We've still got 23 minutes of this race left to go. George Boothby still leading out in front, 802 laps. Going to be on the board when he comes around to finish this next lap. 25 seconds between the two at the front. Mitchell, Michael, Michel, I don't know how you say it. The 249 Remwelton car still in second place and doing a fantastic job. And then, of course, the battle between P3 and P4 still undecided. Barrier further back in P5. His position looking more solidified now. Doesn't look like he's, he's going to be dropping back any further than 6th if Joe McCauley has anything to say about it. And then from then on, everyone else is fairly spread out, aren't they? I think there's only. Oh no, there is back down in 21st place. Grant Smith currently 0.3 of a second ahead of Whitehead in the 408 Ferrari. So there are a couple of battles still going on around here, way further down.
For points as well.
It is a battle for points as well. So the top 6 not decided yet. And you can see the battle on screen there. Luke Whitehead in the 408, just chasing down Jordan Grant-Smith. So plenty of points still to be decided here.
Yeah, I can see our current producer Stewie, just absolutely wishing he had more monitors at this point in time. Trying to monitor all the 3 battles are going on track at the end of the race here. We're going to see the Ferrari have a bit of a look here, dancing back and forth all over the back of this 199 OVRC Racing Club Pro team. Ferrari not able to get the move done this time in Leo Cup, but Ryan, it is about to get exciting. We are about to see the passes start being attempted here from these guys, as 20 minutes is going to be left in this race. Most of the teams should have plenty of fuel for the end. Of course, we did see Jardier Commuter Team Barrier piloting that car at the moment come in, do a little splash and dash to make sure he had enough time on the scent timer as well as the fuel. There is the little bit of a look again, and Whitehead wants this position. The H3 Racing Team wants to get past OVRC. They're going to want that position before the next 20 minutes are up. He's going to start just waiting for that mistake to happen. Unfortunately for the OVRC Racing Team, they have made plenty of mistakes today. However, that is an Audi, and it is in the dry now, and so they should have plenty of pace here at the Kyalami circuit. Dancing around the positions again. Of course, we jump back up to P5 there for a second with McCauley and Barrier still having their battle. Antonov and Shins has actually backed off just a little bit. Shins now gapping with a little under a second, I believe, to Shins, or to Antonov rather. So that battle has cooled down for the moment, at least, but it's not going to last very much longer, as Shins, I'm sure, will be right up to the back of Antonov here in a moment. But this is currently the closest battle on track, and there are 3 of them ongoing. Actually, in fact, I think with Joe McCauley, he's now only a 10th back as well of the in P6. So that battle's gonna, as soon as he gets a chance, Joe McCauley's gonna absolutely go and try and get past Barrier. Less than 20 minutes left in the race. Currently on board, with the H3 Racing 408
This
Ferrari.
This is great, Mike, because we're on board with the Ferrari, and you can just see those two cars ahead that went through mineshaft. That is Valentin Barrier and Joe McCauley. So Valentin Barrier and Joe McCauley battling just in front of the likes of Jordan Grant-Smith and Luke Whitehead at the moment, and that's fantastic to see that we can kind of catch those two battles happening at once. You just see Joe McCauley's Bentley just go around Ingwe.
The dirt being caught up by him too. These guys absolutely pushing to the limit at this point, but they got to be careful not to get themselves a drive-through penalty. Looking from the back of Joe McCauley's car, you're going to see these guys. There they are in the background from the other direction as he's chasing down Barrier in front. VRC team still holding on, but a little bit of a wide run there as they're going to come through the sweep. H3 Racing going to give it a look. Can he give it a look into barbecue? Hard on the brakes. Isn't able to get the overlap, but the OBRC car runs wide, and there is the H3 Racing's chance. They're going to drag race out of barbecue and down into Sunset now. Is he going to be able to get the move done before they get on the brakes? He will get it done. There's the H3 Racing team making up the position, getting up into overall P21. OBRC with the slight mistake coming out of turn 2. Carries that all the way through the sweep and out of barbecue, making another slight mistake, and that allows Whitehead in the H3 car to get on around. It's just the question, will Barrier make that mistake in the next couple laps and allow Joe McCauley by? And, of course, still monitoring Antonov versus Shins for P3 as well. Again, Shins is a little bit back at this point. He has closed the gap a little bit more, and now it's 0.7 of a second up for P3. But either way, these two battles are going to go on for the next 18 minutes. We'll have to see if the 408 and 199 ends up gapping. I think the 408 is going to kind of gap the 199 a little bit. I think he was a little bit faster, Ryan. But, these cars are about as close to pace as they can be. So this is going to have to make a mistake and then also not make a mistake if Joe McCauley makes the pass. He's got to be careful not to make his own mistake. But after the qualifying session, we know that Joe McCauley, once his tires are warm at the edge of the session, he slapped down the pole-sitting lap right at the end of the qualifying session. And so, he's good under pressure, and that's what it is at the moment. Pressure is about going to sum up the rest of this 17 minutes for him.
Well, he's got a top 5 on the line as well, and he's got the likes of James Parker, Mikhail Sundstrom, and Alexander Guglia cheering him on as well, letting him know what's at stake here, and of course improved championship positions. I think they finished P4, wasn't it, in the first race of the campaign for the Coach Dave Academy, nearly on pace team. So obviously if they could finish with another top 5 in 2 races, that'd be a fantastic start to their season. The gap up front between Antonov and Shins stretching out a tiny bit more. It's about 3/4 of a second at this point in time. Shins seems to be just losing a slight bit of pace compared to the likes of Antonov, but the closest battle on track is definitely between the Ferrari and the Bentley. And what's fantastic here is that Wolf Matuszka is just up ahead of these two. Obviously, he's about 2 laps down, almost 3 laps down. And, the 899 and the 25 have been glued together all race, and even though the 25 has had some troubles, it had a DC, and it got put 2 laps down, somehow the 899 and the 25 have still ended up on almost the same piece of tarmac.
Yeah, so the same piece of tarmac, and we talked about this during the overnight stint as well. The Pink Performance car, such a contender in every way, shape, and form. Sometimes they don't have the best of luck, but either way, they push through and they give it their all, and that's really what they've done today. Matuszka in the car for the final stint, 15 minutes remaining on the clock right now, and we're seeing him right there at the bottom of your screen coming into Sunset. And 25, the 25 Audi just absolutely dominating the track today. Even after that disconnect, like Ryan said, still in P7. Really glad to see them in the top 10, even after the issues. And I'm sure that here in just a moment, you're going to see him kind of go, I'm just going to pull over to the right a little bit here and tap the brakes and let these guys on by. Joe McCauley just throwing himself left, right in the back of Barrier. Barrier driving out more out of his mirror than his windshield at this point, I feel like. Of course, he does have to worry about the lap traffic ahead, and that can throw a wrench into plans as well. They're obviously going to catch Wolf. I don't know for sure yet if they will catch the next cars ahead, as they're a little ways up the track at least. I think they will, and that will come into play at some point. That's the 557 Butler Pal car, as well as I see at least the 404 or 252 up there as well. They are a little bit battling for position, but they're still not as close as these guys are here. Let's check in on the P3 battle really quick before we go too far. If Stewie doesn't mind, here is Kirill Antonov with like and subscribe 5016. That is Merrick Shins in the background there in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Ferrari. They're going to be coming into Leo Kopp at the moment, and Shins has just not been able to hold down the pace enough to get up right on the back of Antonov and make it happen quite yet. But all the supporters in chat, of course, cheering Antonov and the like and subscribe team on, Ryan. Glad to see these guys out here supporting, hunting for that podium with 13 minutes to go. I don't know if Shins has got it in him at this point. Maybe slight mistakes happening. Maybe there's a little tire wear difference or what. I don't know. I think that the P5 battle is going to be the one to watch at the end of the race here. But hey, I've known to be wrong, and you still never know what's going to happen. It's still racing.
Yeah, anything can still happen at this point in time. Drivers could come together, and everything that you've worked so hard towards for almost 24 hours can come to an end. We've seen it happen before. But these guys, they've got to sit in the mentality of, they want to get a better place in this 24-hour race, but they've got to think about a championship as well. And that's one of those things that I said to George Smith earlier on. It's the biggest race of the year, but it's not the most important race of the championship, as Joe McCauley gets ever closer to the rear end of that Ferrari. And, each race is just as important as the other. You could arguably say that the shorter races might be considered more important because it takes less time to get the same amount of points that you can achieve in the longer races. So, this isn't the most important race of the season, but it's the one that everyone wants to do the best in, and it's the one that Sidemax are looking like they're going to be picking up the win for. But in terms of the points, Antonov, Shins, Barrier, McCauley, they've all got to keep it clean, because if they come together and it goes wrong, they could easily put each other's cars out of the race, and then it's a massive load of points dropped when you could have just played it safe and kept those points going.
Yeah, quickly glancing at the points, by the way, as the 16-hour mark passed on the race, Racing on Motorsport 191 in P1 of the championship, PCDC Motorsports, after a struggle of a race, as these guys are carving their way through a back marker. PCDC Motorsports, after a struggle of a race, of course, came home P1 in the Silverstone race, are in P2 of the championship. However, the CDA NOP team should overtake them once the race is finished, assuming that it ends as such, as Joe McCauley makes the look on the inside, coming into the hard braking zone of the Crocodiles there, not able to quite get it done this time, but he's making him nervous. The rest of the points, Orion Race Team 126, the retired car, unfortunately, holding on to P4. Dalkin Community Team, the 247 of Team Zero Bad Luck, Odox Motorsport, FFS Racing, GTWR, and the Jardier Community Team will round out the top 10 in the points as the 16-hour mark has gone, and 50% of the points given out for the race. Here is the battle on track. Jardier Community Team P10 in the points, CDA NOP P3 in the points overall, and Joe McCauley wants to lock that in even better by finishing one more position up. He has no chance of catching Merrick Shins in the 199 Racing Line Motorsport car unless an incident happens at this point. Joe flashing the lights, letting Barrier know, hey, I'm here. Just in case you forgot. I don't think Barrier has forgotten.
I think at this point, Joe McCauley shouting out the window of that Bentley at this stage of the race.
He's a Scotsman. I'm sure you could hear him. over the roar of the engine.
He's also trying to overtake a Frenchman, so he's got even more incentives. But no, fantastic racing here for the last 10 minutes of the race, and Joe McCauley getting ever closer and closer. He just seems to get so close within a tenth of a second, within 0.2 of a second, but he just can't find the time to do it. Is this the time to do it? He's going to go to the outside line. Barrier not as late on the brakes as Joe McCauley. He'll go to the inside line for the Crocodiles, and the Ferrari for the Jardier community team will retain the position. But Joe McCauley, he's starting to run out of patience.
Oh, I don't think he's starting to run out of patience. I just think he's putting the pressure on. Joe knows, of all drivers, Joe knows how to get this move done. He knows he needs to just put the pressure on and keep it up. I don't think that I don't think that he's running out of patience by any means. I just think that he wants to make sure Barrier is known that he is there. He wants that mistake to be made, and then he's going to pounce. He's going to look for it every corner he can. Yes, Ryan.
I'm sorry, did you miss the Kyalami 30-minute sprint race we had here?
I did not, but I want to say that Joe will know that he's fighting for a team championship at this point. And he doesn't want to be that driver for hire that goes out and wrecks everybody because he wants to get hired, right? So
Ismail Lebrecq might have a few different opinions for you on the team aspect of things, as Team NSX rather kicked itself out of that race. And but anyway, that was a week ago. This is a week later in the present, and Joe McCauley continues to hound the 39 Ferrari. Valentin Barrier. Shins has dropped off the back of Antonov, by the way, 1 second gap between those two.
Slight mistake by Barrier there. You could see Joe put his nose under there. Wasn't able to get anything done, but the slight mistake puts the pressure on.
And Joe, is he going to have a look on the inside now? Barrier just closing the door enough. There was enough room for a Bentley to perhaps get in there if he just wanted to skim the grass, but Joe McCauley, he knows better than that. He's not going to play those games. And now coming through Cheetah as well, just a bit wide from the Bentley as they come down towards Ingwe.
Ferrari got the run out of the corner. There's not going to be a chance coming into Crowthorne this time. That Ferrari got the hammer down. The Ferrari, if he's running map 1, which he should be able to because of the pit stop, you know, that's the problem for Joe at the moment, is he's just able to get the hammer down coming out of the corner. It's going to take a mistake. Touching a curb, touching the grass. You can see the reflection of the flashing lights in Barrier's rear bumper there as we approach sunset here at Kyalami.
I was just about to say, Mike Jones, the sun is starting to come out with 6 minutes to go of this race. And Joe McCauley having a look on the inside at sunset, but there's no doing there at this point in time. A race that started in the rain, a race that has had changing conditions all the way throughout. It went cloudy again. We thought maybe there was a chance of rain to come towards the end. There won't be, but the sun just making its appearance towards the end of the race, and we're going to get some lovely lighting here towards the end of the race. Joe McCauley having a look at Leo Kopp, but just not able to find the space, to find the drive on the Ferrari. Valentin Barrier being willed on by Jardier with all of his might.
Yeah, that's who you want in your ear at this time. If there's anybody, oh, look at this. Late on the brakes is the Bentley, but again, just not able to quite get it done. The Crocodiles, Joe is so good coming into the Crocodiles, but he's just not been able to get it done yet. But yeah, Jardier is who you want in your ear at this point. We talked about this a lot at the 12 Hours of Bathurst with the Dalking team, I believe it was, fighting Jimmy Broadbent. Who do you want in your ear sitting you, coaching you through that? You want Jardier. He is the hype man of hype mans. Everybody calls him World Dad, given to him by Jimmy, I believe. And this is what Barrier has in his ear at the moment. I assume that James Parker is in the ear of Joe McCauley at the moment, Mikhail Sundstrom, as well, as he goes along the outside, not able to get the switch back here on lap 813. Still 5 minutes left in this race. He's got to be able to get this move done then, or he's going to be done. Done in P6 is where Joe is going to end up if he doesn't. He's looking to the inside there again at sunset, just poking the nose in, letting him know, hey, if you miss this apex, I'm going to be there. not able to get it done again in Sunset as they come into Clubhouse. The Bentley just not good enough on the brakes this time, and they're going to come in through the S's. Now, Leo Kopp and the Crocodiles is really where Joe has shown his strength. I think that if there's going to be an overtake, it's going to be there. The 39 car just ahead of the 899 Bentley. Here it is. He's looking again, coming into Leo Kopp, not able to get the nose in and stop Barrier from getting down onto that apex. But here is the spot, the past 2 or 3 laps that we've really seen the move get done. The Ferrari just sprints down that straight. Joe is struggling to get up behind him, but late on the brakes into the Crocodiles, putting the nose in there, has to keep on the brakes as Barrier cuts the nose off, stays in front, and they're going to come across the line here to start lap 813 for them, I believe, here, because obviously Boothby is at 813. Boothby is just behind them, by the way. He's currently making his way through Cheetah, and so the leader of the race is going to they're going to have a whole extra lap here, basically, at this point, Ryan Gill, because the leader is directly behind them. That means that they have about 3 laps to go, 816 laps that these guys are going to have out on this track during this 24 hours of Kyalami, and we are seeing the sun set in the background. You can see the red on the back end of turn 1 there. As the race is coming to a close, the sun setting itself. It's just the question of, can Barrier keep it consistent out of the corner and get the hammer down and not allow that Bentley to catch up and get a nose under the corner? Because as soon as that nose goes in, I think Barrier is going to lose it.
Absolutely mad. Less than 3 minutes of this race to go. Marek Shins has definitely lost pace in the Ferrari up towards the podium places. He's sitting about 1.8 seconds off of Antonov at this point in time. The Aston Martin has done the hard work that it needed to do. It just needs to get to the end of the race now without making a mistake. But all the eyes not focusing on their own races, going to be looking right here, right now. This is going to be 2 laps, I would imagine. 2 more laps to go.
Mm-hmm.
And Valentin Barrier versus Joe McCauley, and this is where the pressure is going to start to come on Joe McCauley. It's going to be at its highest. He knows he's got to make this move, and he's got to make it stick in the next 2 laps. He doesn't have that much of a chance. If he gets it wrong, he might as well lose, the chance to get P5, and it's not like a championship is going to be decided.
Leader on the final lap.
Oh, so Boothby's gone slower then?
Nope, no, he's fine. No, he's still in the position, but leader just started the final lap. They still have 2 more laps to go for here.
No, but Boothby's lost quite a few seconds. He was 25 ahead. That's close to 19. So he's slowed down to not do an extra lap.
Ooh, very possible. Okay, so Boothby, maybe he's running out of fuel.
Entirely possible, but we'll remain here. 2 laps for these cars either way, because George Boothby is behind these 2 at this point in time. So this is the penultimate lap for the 2 cars on screen right now. Joe McCauley is going to get that Bentley as close as he can to the back of Valentin Barrier's Ferrari, just as he's done for the last half an hour of this race. Coming up towards Leo Kopp now, looking on the inside, and I have to say, Mike, Valentin Barrier's defense has been absolutely phenomenal. He hasn't really been ducking and diving either. He's just been putting the car in the right place at the right time. He hasn't had the pace to match Joe McCauley. But I tell you what, he's doing a phenomenal job right now.
Yeah, and Joe is deciding he needs to take a different line. Tries to go to the outside of the Crocodiles that time, but just quite isn't good enough on the brakes. This lap, they will start their final lap as they come out of the corner. Here is Ingwe for lap 815. The leader is going to cross the line here momentarily. Stewie, let's give a look over at that Sidemax car as he's going to come across the line here in just a moment. Here is your race leader and race winner, ladies and gentlemen, of the 24 hours of Kyalami here at RCI. George Boothby going to take the victory for Sidemax Motorworks number 96 Audi. Congratulations to Sidemax. We're going to see, and there's the contact. Joe McCauley gets into the back of Barrier coming out of Crowthorne. It looked like that was fault as well, too, Joe. He's slowing down a little bit there. Not sure if he's going to come back and let Barrier by. We're going to catch a bit of a replay here. Joe McCauley, left, right, on the outside, coming through Crowthorne. He's going to get on the power, and it looks like Barrier just he lost the power on that particular corner. They've hit the same spot every single lap for the past 30 minutes, but Barrier wasn't able to get the power down that time. Joe did, and unfortunately came into contact. Barrier falling to P6. That is the 899 out in front. Not sure.
Joe is slowing down.
He's stopping. Okay, he is. Okay, so Barrier gonna get this position back. That is gonna be the end of that fight at this point. We have been watching the battle for P5 go on for 30 minutes of this race. Joe McCauley coming into contact with Valentin Barrier, putting him around in the I'm just gonna call it the sweep, especially here. Coming into Leo Cop for the final time. Barrier gets the position back. Joe McCauley does the gentleman move, lets him back past, and that is going to finalize this battle. Let's bring up the timetable here for a second, Stewie. We have George Boothby cross the line, of course, in P1 for the Sidemax Motorwork car. And the Audi absolutely dominating this race. I want to say that he led at least 500, 550 laps. The Ren Welton Pro Team, David Mitchell along that car coming across in P2. Like and subscribe, Antonov for the final there in P3, rounding out the podium. The 191 Racing Line Motorsport team not able to get around that Aston Martin, finishes in P4. Barrier, of course, for the Jardier Community Team in P5. CDA NOP in P6. Joe McCauley. Pink Performance, Wolf Matushka. Absolutely fantastic performance by these guys after multiple disconnects through the day. Coming in P7, GTWR after a bit of a recovery drive after some issues mid-race, not necessarily their fault as well. Coming in P8, and of course our silver class winner, MSBR number 962 Aston. I think this team led about 800 of the 806 laps that they completed during this race. And, an absolutely dominating performance by them. And, of course, in P10, car number 11, Griffax Engineering, Jonathan Lee finishing up the race for them. Dalkin Community Team, by the way, came up P11, which is P10 overall for the points.
Donuts going on down at Ingwe, by the way, with Sidemax and Ren Welton. If anyone has caught that, there you go. So the Sidemax team obviously celebrating. Ren Welton as well, a well-deserved podium for that team. And, of course, the Aston Martin as well on the podium. Fantastic result for all of them involved, and a lot of brownie points earned for Joe McCauley in the chat as well. Loads of people really, really happy to see that he gave that place back as well. And I think Joe McCauley probably knew that if he didn't give it back, he was going to be in for a serious penalty as well. So always good to see. But that is it. That will bring 24 hours of racing to an end. Sidemax Motorworks, the number 96 Audi, they won a 24-hour.
If I get Boothby out of the car, I'm trying to grab them.
Go find Killian if you can. So 24 hours of racing done. They won the 24 hours of Kyalami from RRC, the one-off event that they held. And you know what? They've come here to South Africa again and put on a show. 24 hours of racing, well-deserved for that team, and well-deserved finishes for everyone who has managed to finish this race. An incredible achievement for a lot of these drivers, and so many drivers here today said that this would be their first ever 24-hour endurance race. A few drivers even saying that this was their first ever endurance race, and what a way to start. As you can see, the final finishing order of all the cars that did eventually make it to the end. Of course, the 126 and the 555 didn't make it to the end of the race, unfortunately.
Ryan, I feel slightly more crowded in the box.
Whoa! Have we fit this many people in here?
I don't think we fit this many people in here before, but today we will. Gentlemen, Sidemax G-Max Motorworks, number 96, joins us in the booth. George Boothby, speaking of Booth, absolutely dominating performance from you there at the end, bud. It looked like it looked like that was just kind of a victory lap that you were taking for the past 2 hours.
Mike, for your instance, George is the only one not being dragged into this channel.
I was about to say he's not here.
George in here.
He's not here.
There he is. George, get in here.
There he is.
There's George. George, you were taking a victory lap for 2 hours, man.
Yeah, I was a little bit hyped.
I tuned into your stream very briefly before I jumped back into the box a while back, and hyped was about a word for it. I saw you just like nervously tapping your foot, going, "Okay, just don't make a mistake. Come on, Killian, just keep it steady. Don't give me any off tracks." So two times winner of the 24-hour Kyalami, guys. How's it feel?
Amazing.
Yeah, pretty good. The relief. Is
Hell
something
yeah.
else right
Hell
now.
yeah, boys. Like, come on. It's just honestly, like, already tonight when we went in for the interview, and you know, we were already kind of starting to think, okay, well, a good result is going to be on the cards here as long as we stay out of trouble. I think we've just managed it perfectly. Like, it's been absolutely spot on. All the strategic calls, the driving itself, it's just all been spot on. So yeah, let's fucking go.
just to pack the booth a little bit more as well, your P2 rivals have walked in. David Mitchell, Chris Huke, and Samir Ibrahimi join us in the booth as well. Ren Welton, both of you guys here in the booth at the moment. Cymax and Ren Welton had a struggle at Silverstone last month, and now you guys come home P1, P2. David and Chris and Samir, I mean, did you guys think you could catch the 96 at all?
Well, at the beginning, yeah, for sure. Well, we thought we can catch them, but to be honest, kudos to the Sidemax guys. Yeah, absolutely flawless race, awesome pace in the dries. What was quite interesting in the dries, they were quicker, and the wets we were quicker. So of course we're hoping for a bit of last minute drizzle or something. But nevertheless, yeah, awesome race. Of course, we're also very happy with P2.
Yeah, congrats, guys. Congrats, man. You've honestly kept us on our toes the entire race. Like, you were the ones to watch out for the entire race. So, you know, amazing effort by you guys. Congrats on the P2. Like, what a race!
The
What a
reason
race!
I don't have nails anymore. I've bitten them all off.
Especially after you came in for that brake stop late, having to do brakes. As I understand, you guys started overheating your rears there for a little while because of the early brake stop that you did take, which I still think was a good call on your guys' mark. But came in for that brake stop, and Ren Welton only finished 17 seconds behind you guys after that. So you guys lost 45 seconds to that, and it was going to be close.
Yeah, like that final stint was so nerve-wracking. It was, I say, we built quite a good buffer, but we just didn't expect the brakes to just fail after. I mean, they were on
13 hours,
for 13 hours, yeah, and they failed. So just it was quite heart-wrenching at the time, but thankfully, because like I say, because we built a little bit of a buffer, we got away with it.
Yeah, and you're right, Mike. If we were to make that call again, I think we would have made the same call.
Yeah.
Changing the brakes at, what was it?
It was such a great strategy because we probably like gained on track loads of time because of that call.
Yeah.
Because we got clear air, we got just a tiny bit less graining on the tires on that wet stint on slicks. And when Michael got in the car, and we just got so much clean air, and he put in amazing lap times in the night.
Mike jinxed us by asking us earlier, would we change again?
I did. Yeah. See, I was wishing the rain on you too, Killian.
We had no intention of changing brakes again. We just got caught out.
Yeah, it was not planned.
So, out of curiosity, Samir, with you guys, when was it that you guys ended up changing brakes? You were around the 12-hour marks, weren't you?
I think at the 13-hour mark, and it was a bit late, to be honest, because our brakes failed in the last stint, right at the time where Chris went out of the pits, and in the first braking zone, the rear tires went red, so he had to do one whole stint with not so good brakes. So yeah, we lost a bit of time because of that late call. Yeah, but obviously it went well.
Yeah, well, hey guys, I mean, you guys ended up coming home P2, and of course we know, when you see Huke, Ibrahimi in a car together, and of course I know Vicky hasn't had too much time to race as much recently, but the three of you guys racing together for quite a long time, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. But unfortunately, just wasn't enough. The Sidemax car ended up taking the victory home here today. If it had rained a little bit more, guys. If it had rained just a little bit more, that Lamborghini may have had the pace. But Sidemax, congratulations to you guys in the victory here. That will, I'm sure, make up for last month. And of course, the same thing for you guys, Ren Welton. The last month was just not fantastic. One final question I have for the both of you. Let's start with let's start with you, Killian, for the Sidemax team. What are you guys thinking for Donington? I mean, are we looking forward to that one?
Yeah, should be good. We haven't even tried the car there yet because when the track's released, everyone was just trying cars they enjoy driving, and I don't think any of us like driving this car at any track or Kyalami. So it's been good. So we'll have to give it a go. But hopefully with
champion in the Audi.
Yeah, hopefully with the British GT tracks being on the old 2019 BOP, we'll have a better shot. So, but we'll give it a go, and we'll definitely motivated more than we were after round one now. So
you're give some of that to your teammates because they finished dead last. So Sidemax P1 and P last today in the pro class. Now, David, what about you guys? Are you guys looking forward to Donington? How do you think the Lambo's going to fare there?
Same as as the Sidemax guys. We didn't try our car there yet, but I'm loving Donington. It's such a cool track. So personally, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm hoping that we perform well there and can fight for the victory again.
Well, all right, guys. This is the Sidemax Motorworks car as well as the Ren Welton P1 and P2 here at the 24 Hours of Kyalami, brought to you by RCI TV. Thank you guys for joining. Congratulations on the podium positions for the both of you, and good luck next month for the 3 hours of Donington. And Ryan Gill, it's been an absolutely fantastic time. Me and you started the race 24 and some odd change hours ago at this point, and here we are at the end of the race. And it has been fantastic joining the booth with you. Any final thoughts?
I think the only final thoughts that I've got is I'm going to ask the team Ren Welton car to go out and win at Donington. Do Lamborghini proud. Because they haven't had too much success at Donington in British GT, and I'd very much like to see that car on the top step.
We'll try, Ryan, but we'll have fierceful competition, I'm pretty sure. By the way, thanks guys also to the RCI guys here for this fantastic production. On another level today.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Thanks for that, guys. Thank you.
Just big respect for you guys putting it through the entire 24 hours. If today's race is anything to go by, we're in for an absolute treat at Donington. So very much looking forward to it.
Well, hey guys, we much appreciate the kind words, and for everybody here in the chat monitoring this for the last 24 hours, we much appreciate all the support today. And we hope you guys will be back with us. Of course, we will be back tomorrow for the British GT Championship. Alton Park, 2 30-minute sprint races kicking off the British GT Championship. And, of course, we'll be back Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and next month with the Donington race. From everybody here at RCI TV, thank you guys for tuning in, and we hope you have a great rest of your weekend.